Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Today is Monday. Hope you're having a good start to your week. First one in today, none other than AO, Twitch is a motherfucker. We also have Shoot as well as gamedev. Welcome in. Also Spectacular, Checks Party. Hope you're all doing good. So yeah, yesterday, for anyone who missed it, we did do a little bit of a bonus stream. Played some indie games. We did try Repos, which is a game that's arguably quite similar to my game. It's like a 1-bit pixel art horror game in a classic genre, but I've showed it on stream a few times before. The Steam page. It's basically just that one is more like a dungeon crawler, whereas mine is obviously a point and click game, but overall we have a lot of similarities. So we played that one, we played Glider 4.0, which is some game from like 1988, and then we finished off by playing quite a bit of Five Nights at Freddy's, which kind of fucked me up in the beginning, not gonna lie. I feel like I got a little bit used to the general vibe towards the end. It wasn't as bad, but in the beginning I was kind of stressing, not gonna lie. It kind of fucked me up. But it was fun, I did enjoy it. I think we got to night 4, and I died like 6 times during that night or something. So we didn't finish it. We still have the 2 last nights left, but I think it was actually fun. I would say. Loki, welcome in. How you doing? The main thing I would say about Five Nights at Freddy's is that I was actually impressed at like really how simple the game is, right? Like what you have, there's not a lot of mechanics in it, right? Like you can look at the cameras, you can turn on the lights, and you can close the doors. Like, simply put, that is like the entirety of the game, right? But still, how kinda deep the game felt, and how well they still managed to do the horror, I was actually quite impressed by it. I think the clever design on this one is really the whole thing about the not being able to keep the doors locked, not being able to see out of them, like the fact that you feel very vulnerable playing it. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't feel safe. They really managed to strike that pretty well, I would say. Talking about the first game, yes indeed. This is the first Five Nights at Freddy's. So far the only one I played. Yeah, I would say I was quite impressed by the game. It did fuck me up a bit. Did have a little bit of chest pain towards the end there. But I think it was a cool game. I can see why people like it. That's for sure. Would be fun if you ended the stream right after you said today is Monday. You know, you would always boot up the stream and just tell people what day it is. That would be kind of fun. Just the daily stream where all I do is literally 10-second stream where I go, did you guys know that today is Monday? Anyway, see you tomorrow. Well, that would be kind of fun. All the people that believed in you had 0 channel points, but it was fun. Yeah, we did do a bunch of predictions whether or not I was gonna make it through the nights. So at the end, I basically just fucking destroyed the economy for anyone who actually believed in me, because I fucking kept losing. I think Code Red Games ended up winning like 30,000 channel points or something. It was kind of insane. But it was fun. Justin Chappie will do good in the game, gonna be new, right? Kind of fair in some regard. It's funny. No need to finish it, like you tried it out, it's mind-blowing how simple it is. Yeah, I think really that is the most impressive thing about Five Nights at Freddy's. It's really the simplicity of the game and how they still, like how well they still manage to do it. I think a lot of it, like I said, I think the fact that you feel so fucking vulnerable there. Because like, you never truly know if someone is with you, right? Unless you like lock both doors or whatever, but you can't do that because then you have the power consumption. Like, it's really clever game design actually. Like, it is actually a really clever game. I kind of respect it, not gonna lie. And then of course they do some interesting things with, like, you know, all of a sudden fucking Teddy was gone, and then you keep looking at the cameras and he's nowhere to be found. And like with the other ones, you've kind of gotten used to, you know, still being able to find him somewhere. If they're not somewhere, then they're gonna be by the door. So then when he disappears and you just can't find him anywhere, like that gives you a new type of stress as well. The fucking doggo was a piece of shit. I did kind of learn him towards the end though, but that one, the doggo fucked me up quite a few times. Because I think I didn't get it at first. Like, also, the only thing, if we're gonna talk negatives, are we gonna talk negatives? Do we want to have some fucking criticism from Chirpy here? Because the one criticism I'm gonna have to this fucking game is the settings, or rather the complete fucking lack of settings. There's not a single setting in the entirety of the game. That is fucking bullshit. Not even a volume slider. And not only that, they force me into full screen, not even borderless, like proper exclusive full screen, but they don't lock my cursor, so which means that since it's not borderless, when I accidentally click outside of the game, I tab out of the game, it disappears, and it takes me like 2 seconds to get the game up, because it has to fucking reset my resolution or whatever. That is fucking, holy shit, it pissed me off. Other than that though, great fucking game. Yeah, and yet it still became mega popular. True. I mean, it kind of goes to show that sometimes we might overthink these things, I do suppose. But that was, to be fair though, like, I would say that the game would, you know, objectively be better if they had a little bit of a settings menu. Because that is, or at least, like, if you do exclusive full screen, why not just lock the cursor? There's no reason to not constrain the cursor if you're gonna do exclusive full screen. If you're doing borderless, there can be an argument for which one you should do, but not for exclusive full screen. Because that's the thing, I would argue this is the main reason why the doggo fucked me up so bad. Because at first, like, I think you do have the time, like when you see him running towards you, to actually close the camera and close the door. I think you have time to do it. The thing is that I couldn't like do that quickly because I was so scared of clicking outside of the game. So I had to be like careful and quick at the same time. And as you might be able to tell, that's kind of contradictory. Like, generally speaking, you don't do something carefully and quickly. Like, you do it one or the other, right? So I think that's what fucked up. But I did learn a better strategy to deal with him, I think. But yeah, that was a little bit infuriating. But overall, like I said, I think the game was... I was impressed. I got rushed by the vods, awesome, terrifying. Yeah, it did get me. It did definitely got me. And also, we haven't decided that it's not a fox, it's a dog. So, I will... from here on and forth, I will never agree or accept the names that you try to give them. Because I know how the, like, I know this, right? So we have Teddy, Doggo, Chicken, which is a Scouse chicken, and then we have, what was the last one? Bunny. Those are the ones. So Fox, I don't know what the fuck a fox is. There's no fox in my game. I didn't play with no fox. But yeah, the Doggo did fuck me up. Hell yeah, negative stream that swear at each other. Have you played Five Nights at Freddy's Spec? I'm all for what Doggo it is, let's go. I mean, I can probably show you some little... where is it? Bonus stream. I haven't clipped anything yet, but we can... Ad already, did I not run ads during my intro? Fuck off ads. I have changed it now, so we're gonna start doing 3 minutes of ads at once, but then only do it once per hour instead. So we're gonna have a bit longer ads, but then we're gonna have basically a full-on hour without any ads. We decided on that last stream. Let me see here. Do you wanna see some jump scares? Do you wanna see some funny moments here? I did mark a few. Oh, you can't see this. Lovely. Oh, I'm in game capture, that's why. There we go. I did get got a few times, as they say. These guys moved. However, I've heard and seen a little bit from this game. Are there not 4 guys? I'm pretty sure there should be 4 of them. I think, did I miss one? I don't know where the other one is. I'm not chicken. Cameras, only close the doors if necessary. Okay, fuck it. 45. Yes, I'm a... You know, I'm a small-time stream here. I have to clip my own shit, so I do my little markers. That is the other one. Yeah, this is enough to scare me. Just seeing someone like this. Fucking hell. What's up, Bokacha? Welcome in, man.
Closing the camera. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
I accidentally...
That is the other one. Okay. So one is closing in on the right side.
Fuck. Oh my god, I got scared by closing the camera. Holy shit. I accidentally closed the camera and it actually freaked me out.
So stupid,
man. Do you guys
man.
Understand why?
Okay, I think we should have some proper jump scares around here. I think. How you doing, Wakacha? We're watching Mad Sharpie, yeah. Sharpieception, eh?
Anyway, I'm sure you have everything under control. Talk to you soon.
This is what I mean, there's so little mechanics in the game.
I know you're fucking there. Go on then. I know you're fucking right around the corner. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! This is bullshit. Fuck this game, man.
Fucking Doggo, man. I think that was probably the one I died to the most. That one, but I think that was partly because I blame it on the fact that my cursor wasn't locked. I think that was the main reason why. Whether you accept it or not, that's what I'm gonna blame it on. Having a really disturbing bug in my project, every time that object transforms or moves location is spawned to 000. Can't even be forced to spawn elsewhere. Every time that object transforms or moves location, it's spawned... that's interesting. Are you working in Unity as well, Wakacha? How can you do these mods? Only you can do that? I don't know. I think only I can do it. I can do it from the stream manager, like this thing, where I can, you know, control my stream. But I set it up so I have a little button on my stream deck, so whenever I do something, or whenever we have a moment that feels like this could be a good clip, then I just add a little marker, and then like 2 weeks later, when I actually get the time, I have to go through my VODs and clip everything. That's why if you actually have a look at my clips, you can realize that like the majority of my clips that come out are always like 1.5 weeks late, because I'm always so fucking behind, because I have like a shit ton. Like if you look here, of course some of these are like I might scrap at the end, but you know, it's expiring in 2 days, 6 markers, 1 marker, 2 marker, 2, 1, 7 markers from last stream. So that's basically how many relatively clippable moments I had during the stream. Speaking of which, shout out to anyone who actually clips good moments. It literally helps me have less work to do, because this is a little bit... Sometimes I kind of wish that I just fucking hired an editor who can do all of this stuff for me. Because I actually think I can give someone access to this. I'm pretty sure you can have like an editor on Twitch. Because all this fucking the content stuff is just I'm so behind on everything. Like, I still haven't started posting any new clips to YouTube either. It's kind of mad. But yeah, it's the fact that you can mark though is really fucking good, because before I knew about that, I would have to just like remember myself whether or not there was some funny moment I should clip after the stream. And as you might realize, that ended up with me just forgetting to clip the vast majority of them. Now I kind of do too many instead, so I kind of have to skip a few. Because sometimes, you know, I would be like, maybe that was fun, mark it. And then when I actually look back on it, I was like, it wasn't that fun. Let's skip that one. Anyway, a little bit of insight into how this shit works on my end. But yeah, I don't know about markets actually, if I'm the only one who can do it, or if other people can do it. I'm actually slightly unsure. Is there, I mean, if you could do it, it would probably be with a command, so like... Oh yeah, you can, /marker. Add a stream marker at the current timestamp. You can do it, Spec. I think you as a moderator should be able to do it. With /marker. I'm pretty sure. Can other people do it? No, that would be a moderator one, right? Yeah, channel management, I don't think only moderators can do it. What's up, Ginger? How you doing? Welcome in. Unreal, okay. Google asked ChatGPT and ChatGPT just said, interesting, maybe it's the new Unreal 5.6 bug. Fucking hell. Oh, it doesn't pop up for me. You know that it's possible. Does it for you? Yeah, as soon as if I write /mark, I get this. Maybe it's a editor thing. Maybe you could do it if I make you into an editor. Maybe. Highlight. It's kinda fucked if I'm the only one. It feels like you should be able to do this as well. If not as a moderator, at least if I would assign someone as a editor, I feel like they should be able to do it. Okay, yeah, it's not moderators but editors. You and your editors can also use the /marker command in your chat. Okay, so editors can't do it. Oh, sorry, moderators can't do it, but if I assign someone as an editor, they can. I don't know exactly what the difference is. I think the main difference is that editors will get access to my... I think editors get access to my like video producer, so that if I assign someone as like a Twitch editor, they would be able to go in here and like highlight stuff, make clips out of this, and download VODs and so on. I think that's how it works. Does it say some information? In the command, it's only that you can add like a description, which I don't tend to do. Like if I look at my last VOD, you know, I only have like markers without description, because I just click a button, right? I need it to be quick while I'm streaming. But it would probably be useful to have a little like, oh, this was a funny little jump scare or whatever. However, if anyone wants to help out with me, the best thing to probably do is just, if you see something and you think it's fun, make a clip out of it. Because that's a good thing, you know, obviously I can still see if someone else made a clip as well. Which someone did not too long ago. I don't know which stream that was though. Because then it will show up for me here that like a clip was created. Yeah, like here, when I got the 100 gifted subs. So here you can see that I put a marker here to remind myself that maybe I should make a clip out of this. But then shout out to Space Captain, who actually made the clip for me. So I can still see that here, that, oh yeah, someone else did it, so I don't have to do it. Okay, last ad I can skip. I don't know why, I ran my intros, or my ads during the intro. Why am I getting ads this early on? And like, there's still a chance that I might go in and like edit the clips or whatever. Which is obviously I can do that, but still like it does save me a little bit of time. Of course, no obligation to anyone here. I'm not saying that you have to fucking sit here and make clips out of everything. Of course not. But if you think something is fun and you want to help out, you can do it. Slash Marches sounds like a hyper ADHD YouTuber. Kinda true. How you doing, Ginger? Are you having a good Monday? Okay, let's do one more. I think we can do one more jump scare here. There. If I can't toggle light. I can't do anything. What? Okay, now he's back as well. Lovely. Fucking lovely. Oh my fucking god. Fuck this. This fucking screen though, it's killing my bitrate, man. I didn't realize. You see the difference in quality when the flickering stopped? Yeah, it was fun. Cool game. We'll see, I might try to finish it at some point. Just a jump scare when launching the stream. Sorry people, how you doing? Welcome in. I think it was cool. I think this is the typical game, or Five Nights at Freddy's is one of the perfect games to really show how simple the game actually can be and still be like really successful. Right. I feel like it's very easy to start, even in this game, like I have so many like systems and mechanics and stuff going on. Just feature creep, right? Trying to make everything deeper, and then you play something like Five Nights at Freddy's and you're like, holy shit, you don't need anything. If you just have a good game loop, a good design that's enjoyable for people to play, it's all you need, man. What's up, AE? Welcome in. How you doing, bem-vindo? So what are we doing today? I think we can do a bit of audio. I know we have a few...
AE 517 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. You know the drill, indeed. Indeed. How you doing, AE? Nice to have you, man. Amazes with the raid as well. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Morjesta veli. Welcome, welcome. For anyone who's coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpin. I'm working on this little point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. I think we're gonna do some sound effect stuff today. And that's gonna be exciting. I know my audio designer has some new sound effects for us to check out. Been doing a lot of art recently. Sorted out the new main hall. Also got some new basement art going, which I think turned out pretty good. Feels a little bit more like an actual basement. Nice stuff. Should we fucking run the teaser? Of course we should. If you wanna get a better idea of the game, here's a little teaser. Slightly outdated teaser, but you know how it is. 202, that is the amount of times Wakacha has seen my teaser. Also a big shout out to my dear friend Amises. He is a Finnish game developer working on Shadows of Tuonela, which is a game inspired by RuneScape, and a lot with like RuneScape Wilderness and stuff. What's up, Polyglot Programmer? Welcome in. Some new screenshots here. Looking dope, looking dope. Go and check the game out. Wishlist, follow, all of that good stuff. But gotta run, family's home, have fun boys, no worries Amises. Thank you very much for the raid again, and I'll catch you later. Welcome in, Hadouken. Nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Oh, it's the chirpy one. It's the candy. Okay, we got some ads starting in about a few seconds. I cannot stop these ones. We're doing 3 minutes to get rid of all of them, so thank you very much for your patience. Beautiful Moriesta, let's go, man. I was thinking about helping you out with such highlights and stuff. The only problem would be inconsistency. Sometimes I have enough free time. Next week I'm super busy. Well, to be fair, Spec, like, you know, it's one of these things where, like, whatever you could do would help me out, right? Because no matter what, like, I'm not gonna stop making my own markers, because if I have something that I think could be a really fun clip or whatever, I don't wanna, you know, miss the opportunity, because the VOD disappears after like 2 weeks or whatever, right? But whenever you have time, if you wanna make clips and stuff of funny moments, I very much appreciate it. And whenever, if you don't have time, you know, I'll just do what I do now, which is doing by myself. Like, that's fine as well. So you by no means, you don't need to feel any pressure to make sure to do all of the clips every fucking stream or whatever. That's you definitely don't have to do it. And you know, also, to be fair, sometimes I have 3 streams in a row where maybe we have some fun moments or stuff, but it still might not be a very clippable moment. So sometimes they're not that much, but then you have days like yesterday when I play, like, if I play a horror game, of course there's gonna be some funny moments with like jump scares and stuff. So as we saw like last stream, I think I had like 7 markers. On an average stream, I think I maybe have like 2 or something. Damn, you stole my check-in and now I'm not gonna get it again. You're never gonna get it, Spec, that's how it works.
Oi, oi, what's good?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it, man. I knew it. It's not gonna happen. Let me double check. Well, let's see. My spoiler manager is on, right? Spoilers enabled is false. Good. Achievements enabled is off as well. Good. Everything is looking as it should. Should we have a look at some sound effects? I know me and Björn recorded some new sound effects over the weekend, and I think we have a few uploaded. So we could see if we can throw in some new sound effects. And then, what else are we gonna do? Let's have a quick look at my dev board. Made sure music isn't affected by the reverb sounds, possibly UI sounds and general ambience as well. That is something we're gonna have to do at some point. So we very recently made it so that depending on how big the room is, we have different amounts of reverb. Not only depending on how big it is, but like what the walls are made of and so on. So like down in the basement, it actually sounds like a basement. In the big hall, it sounds like a big hall and so on. But I think now this would affect like the music, the ambience, and like menu clicks and stuff, which is a little bit weird. So I think we need some override system there to make sure that these don't get affected by it. Olivier, welcome in. Hi, Notion is enough with the free version for you? Yeah, I would say so currently. I have been thinking of switching to Obsidian though, if I'm gonna be honest. Because Obsidian seems very similar, but it might even have a few things that are better. Because the one thing I would say I'm lacking in Notion, overall I really like Notion. However, Notion is lacking the ability to do like flowcharts and stuff, whereas with Obsidian, I think you have something called the canvas, if I'm not mistaken. Ads should be over, welcome back people. Yeah, you have stuff like this you can do in Obsidian. You can do this with like third-party stuff and like integrate it into Notion or whatever, but with Obsidian this seems to be like, you know, they have an internal system for this. Obsidian has an IntelliDraw plugin for free, but isn't this the channels thing? Is this not like Obsidian built in? Just like a ExteliDraw plugin, I'm pretty sure I could do here as well. Or like embed them at least. Because yeah, I could like embed the mirror board here or embed a ExteliDraw whiteboard. But it's not like internal or whatever you want to call it, right? It would work though. Like I said, overall I think, like obviously the best thing, like some of this is just note taking. I wouldn't have to do my notes here. Like I could do my notes somewhere else, but it's convenient being able to do it here. The best thing I use it most for is stuff like this, right? Like my Kanban boards and stuff, just to keep track of tasks. This is really useful. I'm writing on just the Vim with Markdown, and none of the free version softwares are enough for me. Well, so what are you looking for if we start there, Olivier? Obsidian is the best one for me as well? Okay. I don't know, but Obsidian doesn't sync, right? Because if you're on the free version of Obsidian, I think you wouldn't like sync between different devices, right? I think you have to pay for that. Because that's kind of neat, like I have my entire Notion I can get in my phone as well, right? Obsidian is great, man. Do you use it? Polyglot? What's up, Jones? How you doing, man? Nice to see ya. Yeah, it's pretty good. I had ExteliDraw, but it causes slight lag on startup. Oh, interesting. So you use Obsidian as well? Yeah. We can do it with Git by ourselves. Yeah, I have been considering maybe switching to Obsidian at some point. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's even a way to like move over my entire Notion into Obsidian, if I'm not mistaken. Because it obviously would be a bit of work to me to change. I pay for the Obsidian, it's cheap enough. Yeah, it's not bad. I think for the sync one, because that's like the lowest tier, I think that was like $3-4 a month or something. So it's not really bad, to be honest. But also I am a cheap full-time developer, so I do try to save whatever money I can. But I also don't think it would be the end of the world if I wouldn't have it synced up on my phone. Like what, in that case, what I would do if I come up with some idea while I'm like sitting on a train, I'll just write it in my normal notes and then put it into Obsidian later, I suppose. Like that wouldn't really be the end of the world either. I use Obsidian like a block note. I didn't know we could do that, lol. Oh, with the canvas and stuff? Yeah, and I think you can do Kanban boards in Obsidian too, right? Obsidian Kanban. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you can do, there's a plugin for it at least. Kanban plugin. Wait, can you not have just a... Do they have their own system, or do I have to use a plugin for it? I use Kanban on Obsidian. Do you use it with like a built-in system, or do you have a plugin? Because this seems to be a plugin, but it might just be maybe extra stuff, I don't know. I think it's a plugin? Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world, get any plugin either. I keep speaking like, oh no, I really don't want to have to get a plugin. Everything should exist from the beginning, like it doesn't have to. You install whichever one you want, yeah. But it's all free? Yeah, I think I might look into switching to Obsidian, to be honest. Also, if I would get like a massive team and stuff, which probably won't happen, but at that point I wouldn't be able to use Notion without upgrading to like the business tier or whatever. Whereas with Obsidian, you can technically always use Obsidian for free. Of course, like if you use it a lot, I don't think it's a bad thing paying for it, you know? Like, we should support the tools we use. But with that being said, if you can't afford it or whatever it might be, you wouldn't have to. What's up, Bot Zero, I think. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Sorry if I butchered your name. But I don't usually plan anything anyway. I know the feeling. Like, sometimes I will work like a week and not have one single look at my dev board. It does happen. I did make a new one yesterday. Specifically for audio. Just before I did my audio like this. Just a massive checklist. But I thought it might be better to do something like this, where I can keep track of like exactly like the unrecorded ones, the ones that are uploaded, and the ones that I have implemented into game. I think this would be useful. So yeah, we have quite a lot of new sound effects, so I think we're gonna start off doing that today. So let me go ahead and download some new sound effects. So for anyone that doesn't know, me and Bjarne decided to basically redo all of the sound effects in the game and record our own ones. Partly because it's like it actually sounds good, and partly because it's kind of cool just to say that it's our own sound effects, you know. We have quite a lot of them in game now that are self-recorded, but we still have some of the old ones left as well. But that is the whole design of the software. They keep it light, you install whatever you want to use. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point. This way they don't have over-bloated software that you won't use 90% of it. Yeah. No, that makes complete sense. Found a bug. The post-process volume for some reason defaulted everything to like vector 3.0. What? Why would... Oh, that's confusing. Do you know why? 95% is based on farting in your can. Yeah, that's, I would say that's at least half of the sound effects, I would say. There are some fun ones, like the new footsteps we did. Is quite literally Bjarne just smacking shoes on his wooden floor at home. But it sounds fucking good, man. It sounds fucking good. So these footsteps. Which now also changes depending on the room. So if we go into the bigger room, it's gonna have more reverb. Which is kinda neat, isn't it? Yeah, I'm quite happy with the reverb system. No idea, like the ChatGPT says it might just been a corrupted file. Interesting. Well, GG on finding it, man. Okay, new sound effects. Let's sort it by... What? Date of change? Yeah, that's good. Let's see, player steps were the most recent ones. These are the new ones. Okay. So can I just select all of these? Let's see, all of those are here, right? Let's see, this is... Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I think this is everything. Download. Okay, let me do this quickly. You guys got anything fun planned for the week? Audio. Sound effects new. Let me open this one. Can I just drag this in here? Do I want to do this though? Yeah, sure. Okay, that should be it. Just doing this trust game, Perkele, nice. Kids have skolavslutning on a Friday, ooh. Exciting. Rage game that's making the dev rage too. I mean, that sounds like you're going in the right direction, if anything. I did game jam this weekend, so I want to relax this week. Ooh, how did the game jam go? Math final on Thursday. Best of luck. I'm participating in the viral glitch game jam. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Don't really do random jams, just the game maker and custom dare jams. Don't know if I know what that is. So what is the viral glitch game jam? Oh, is that also, it's a game maker specific one? Ludum. Oh, you know what? K is next to L and D is next to S. I think it might be Ludum there. Or Ludum Dari. I don't know. I hear people say... Does anyone know how to actually pronounce it? Because I hear people say both. And I still don't... This is one of those like... I'm still too afraid to ask kind of things. Do you know what I mean? Is it Da or Dari? Because I hear both and I fucking don't know. I feel silly every time I need to pronounce it, because I don't know which one is correct. Yeah, but you can't just type it now, Polyglot, that doesn't tell me the difference. Because that could be both, technically speaking, right? Is it like the word dare, like to dare to do something? It's D-R... But no, it's not D-A-R-E, it's... How do I pronounce it? Give me the fucking... what you call it? The... you know, the phonetic alphabet. The first pronunciation? Da? Was that what I said first? I wanted to do it, but it's only game maker? Okay. Well, best of luck, Zero. Game jams. I've only done one so far, but it's quite fun. I wish Twitch was distilled sometimes. Yeah, I see what you mean. I heard the game maker is sponsoring Ludum for a while. Oh, okay. Da? I think it's Da, right? Thanks, I think I have a winning idea. Ooh, exciting, man. I wanna do more game jams at some point. But it's hard to justify it right now. I feel like I need to just grind. Do you know what I mean? Okay, we need to make a bunch of new scriptable objects for these sound effects. Or some should probably change. So we have flashlight recharge. That one we have a new sound effect for. Flashlight recharge. I use the old on-off sound effect here, but now we want this to be... I think the new one is called battery change. Let's do 100% volume. That one looked a bit low in volume. Which means the battery change is now implemented. Some chest and back pain, so in bed till it goes away. Damn, sorry about that one. I hope it gets better. I think my Game Jam game is blowing up on Edge. Already 550 browser plays in 12 hours. Damn, that's fucking good. You wanna link it? Feel free to link it, people. It was better. It was louder than I thought it was, though. The clip looked very low in volume, but that was actually pretty loud. Yeah. And I just realized that that one doesn't play in 3D either. Why is that? Am I calling the wrong function, maybe? So this would probably be in the battery manager. I think I need to have some overload parameters, whatever, and it should be good to go. On recharge, play, yeah, fail recharge. No, fail, no. Oh, that's a sound effect we're gonna need as well, though. I didn't think about that. But that could just be the fail interaction too. We'll see. Where do I play the normal one? If non-successful, we do this. If successful, here. Play recharge sound effects. I want to play you with 0 delay, 100% volume, full pitch, and then at the position of this transform. Now it should play in 3D space. One of my release games has like 800 in 4 years. Yeah, I think Shroud of Gloom has like 1,000 plays or something in like, what, 8 months? Not 7 months, maybe? So I think 500 in 12 hours, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Cheers.
Let's do it. Dude, I've started setting my alarms really early to try and like fix my sleeping schedule. It doesn't fucking work, because I wake up by the alarm and then I fall asleep again, and then I still wake up at fucking 12 p.m. or a.m. 12 p... fuck. PM is in the evening, but 12 a.m. that's midnight, right? Yeah, so 12 p.m. is when I wake up. Cheers, Ayo. Why is the stand-up cooldown? Because that's how it works. There's a cooldown on it. Okay, let me see if the recharge is functional. Now it should play in 3D space, which it does. I don't know if it's... is it too loud? I think it is slightly too loud. Recharge, let's do like maybe 80% volume. Let's try that. That seems better. I also don't know how AM PM works at 12 in the day. Only my only confusion about time. Yeah, no, that one becomes confusing because you could see the argument for both, right? But I'm almost, because I know AM is the morning, right, and PM is the evening. But I'm almost certain that 12 AM is yeah, that's midnight, right? 12 PM is lunchtime or whatever. Should be. But yeah, we don't really use that in Sweden, so it takes some time to get used to it. You know, here most people run on a 24-hour clock. So either you say like, either you say like 11 in the night, or you say like 23:00 or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Submission to the Mini Jam 186 Evolution. Oh, voting period. 3 days left. 72-hour long game development jam. Every 2 weeks. Damn. Main focus of this jam is the mandatory limitation is announced as the jam starts. The theme is provided early so you can plan ahead. Just keep in mind that you may have to change your idea when the limitation is revealed. Okay, interesting how they kind of flip that. Because normally you wouldn't know the theme until it starts. But here you get the theme early, but they have some limitation. So the theme was evolution. That's an interesting theme. Very easy to overscope, I think. I can see a lot of like overscoped projects with a theme like this. Okay, limitation, special condition that your game must follow. Entirely open to interpretation. Limitation is failure to progress. Some good ideas here. Evolution, but failure to progress. That is interesting. Kinda excited to see what you did with it. Ratings will be done on enjoyment, concept, presentation, and the use of the limitation. Not really anything about the theme. Cool stuff. Simultree is an incremental game about running a life simulation. Run simulations to experiment with some entities that are trying to survive by eating fruits and reproducing. Unlock items and upgrade inside a tech tree. Compete in an online leaderboard. Fucking hell, look at you go. Many 3 days for the mini game jam. Everything has been made during the jam by Peepapoo. Except for the font by Daniel Linsen. Let's check it out. Yeah, Evolution sounds fun to work with. The jam doing themes. Oh, the jam I'm doing's theme is predictably unpredictable. Ooh, that's an interesting one too. Head scratcher by a bit of time and it makes sense. Yeah. No, I can see. No, I think it's a good theme. Ooh, this is juicy. Exit. Sad smiley. Nice. Simultree. This is looking very clean. Hejsan svejsan. What's up, Strom? How you doing? And we have settings. Look at that. We actually have volume sliders. Nothing I respect more than a jam game with a volume slider. I don't care about any other settings, but as long as you have at least a volume slider, I respect you. Got a bit of a CRT filter going on here. I think some filter is stuck now though. This changed the colors, right? Yeah, it turned blue. Oh, did I think I marked the game. That's a bit annoying. Why does that happen? I think that's a itch thing. I'm like marking the game. Maybe I can't play in full screen. That's fucking weird. Can we do this maybe? Because it seems to be working fine when I'm not in full screen. Like here I can't mark it. That's weird. We're gonna just pretend we didn't notice that. What's up, Gamian? I debated putting a volume slider in my pause menu at one point. I like the frowny face on the exit button. Yeah, me too. I think volume sliders are inherently POG. You should always have a volume slider. Looking at you, Five Nights at Freddy's. You scared me? Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. We did not play like this. I think it's fine. Okay. So what do we have here? Start a node, do nothing. Then I think do I need to choose between one of these? Let me try one more time. Is this fine? Nope. Ah, fuck it. It's fine. It just shows the game in blue every now and again. Apple, when eaten minus 300 to entity, plus 3 points. Give 10 points if all entities are dead at the end of simulation. I think this is to start the simulation. Are these like the rounds, maybe? Okay, no, I can't play in full screen. I'm just gonna keep doing this. Now I'm trying to get rid of it. What is going on, itch? I think this is itch being weird. Unselect it. There we go. I have a menu concepts, but so far it's only a start button. Yeah, settings. Yeah, settings are can be an annoyance to make, but you know, players do respect them. Typical browser moment. Yeah, pretty much. What's up, Rockerhead? How you doing? It's like a highlight. Yeah, I think it's me doing. I think what I'm actually doing is this. For some reason, when I click in the game, in full screen only, I think itch is doing this, but to the entire game, because this is a blue marker, right? And I think that is what happens. Not sure why though. Okay, entity 0, 1, food 0 out of 5, food delay 3 seconds. Okay, so then I kinda need full screen, don't I? No, I don't. I can still see everything. It's fine. So these are highlighted, so I think I'm supposed to click on one here. Start in entity count. I don't know what all of this stuff means. Simulation duration. Food spawn delay. Vision range. Food capacity. 1 point per node? No, okay. Do I have to just run it first, maybe? What's up, Runeson? How you doing? What are you playing? This is a game by Pipa Poopy that they made for a game jam this weekend, right? You should run it first? Okay. Oh, little Pac-Man guy here. Gave me 3 points. Okay. No entity left. 10 points if all entities are dead at the end of the simulation. When eaten... Oh, so yeah, food, that spawns the apples here. When those are eaten, I get minus 300 to entity and plus 3 points. So I ate 1, that gave me 3. My item gave me 10 points because it died. So that's interesting. Technically I get more by him just dying, right? Welcome back, Pedorgi. And also, thank you for the follow, Rockerhead. Appreciate ya. Thank you, Spec, for the link. We can pin this while we play it, if anyone wants to check it out. Doing quite well. I was looking around on Twitch to see if people would play my game, but the stream is looking too chill just to use it for promotion. Oh, that's kind of funny. So you're a fellow game developer? Tip for the old selection thing, by the way, if you put the game in full screen, it shouldn't happen anymore. However, if the game needs a full screen button for that. I do have the Unity full screen button, but the weird thing is that it's only in full screen that it happens. It's kind of the opposite, right? Because I agree that it feels like it should happen here, not in full screen, but it's actually the opposite. It's really weird. When are you gonna play One Shot? One day. One Shot, one day. One points per node. Okay, so now I have 13 points to spend. Okay. So I could make simulation duration. Does that give me... Does that make... No, that just adds the timer, I think. So an entity count, that would give me one more. That seems good with this item. Do I always start with the same items? Because then when both of these die, I'm gonna get like 20 points. That sounds pretty good. Food capacity. I think that's how much they can eat, is what I'm gonna assume. But then I'm gonna guess that the more they eat, the longer they survive. I think I want another one. And another one. We have a lot of points now. Starting food count +1. Sure. Food spawn delay -1 second. Simulation duration, maybe. Entity vision range. Sure. Oh wait, I can't get that one? Oh, 5 point. Oh, does the price go up whenever I get one? I see, I see. Clever, clever. Saving the best for last. Yeah, okay, that's confusing. I've never had it happen like that. Me neither, me neither. I played quite a lot of games on itch, but it must be an itch issue. But yeah, I don't know why it happens. It's kind of weird. Yeah, always with the same items, only 4 in the game and 3 fruits. Okay. Yeah, my game dev too just got motivation to continue developing my game after half a year. Ooh, nice. What are you working on? Point speedrun? Yeah. What's up, Sun Wukong? Oh, hi, how you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have you. Okay, let's run it. So now we have 3 of these guys. So I think this is why we want more vision, because these guys couldn't get anything. They didn't know where to go. And we can now see that the food he ate made him live longer. And now, even though he didn't die, when the time ran out, he stopped moving. So I didn't get my extra points here. That was kind of sad. So I think we actually... I think we want simulation duration. I think we want this stuff, because that's gonna make it a greater chance of them dying, and that's gonna give me... I get like more points from them just dying. Each time they die is worth like, what, 3.2 apples? Oh wait, starting food count, is that how much they have eaten before they start eating? Because that might be a bad one to get then. Ooh, Halo, Angel Ring. Use 5 points when an entity dies or when a new entity is born. Ooh, can I get them to like spawn more? Entities can reproduce if they have less than 25% hunger. Ooh, that's interesting. Now everyone should die, and that should give me, what, like 30 points or something? Oh no, wait, gives 10 points if... Oh, it's only if all die I get 10 points. Oh, I didn't read that one carefully enough. Oh, I thought I would get 10 for each one, but it's 10 if all die. So getting more could actually be kinda... That's kind of working against this item in some regard. Working on a bullet hell game with Flappy Bird-like movement. Ooh, interesting. Kind of roguelike with upgrades between runs and stuff. That sounds pretty cool. Do you have a Steam page? Are you gonna publish it to Steam? Finish it in 22 simulations? Wait, what is finishing it? I don't know what this button does. Is that getting to the end? Wait, how do I finish? Starting food is how much there's on the board when the game starts. Okay, okay. Food capacity is how much food they can store in their belly. Oh, so if they're full, they're gonna like stop eating. And I think this would be good, because if I get more of that, there's a pretty good chance of them having less, and then you can like reproduce even more. But also, time seems OP. I'm gonna get a shit ton of time, so that everyone dies, and then start making them reproduce. But that's gonna go against... I don't know what I'm doing here. 8 points per node, I can get one more. So this is that stuff. What's the banana? Unlocked banana, when eaten, minus 200 to entity, plus 5 points. I think getting more food. I think maybe going for food to get points might be better. You finish by buying all the nodes in tech tree? Ah, okay, okay. I think I tried to do one of these balanced runs here at first. I think that's bad. This is like trying to do a balanced build in Dark Souls, do you know what I mean? I want to try this one though. Do I have enough to get it? I don't! Entities can reproduce if they have less than 25% hunger. They can reproduce if they have less than 25% hunger. Movement speed. I wanna try that one. Sounds fun. This game made me hungry, I made food. No, sadly don't have the funds for Steam, but I have my own website and an itch with a browser version in both. Ooh, nice. 24, 34 points. Okay, that was the best one so far. Fucking hell. Where do I see my
flawless
amount of simulations? You said you finished it in what, 22 simulations? How do I know how many simulations I've had? This is just info on them. Points is good at the beginning, but not, but later is not that much. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing. I think just getting them to eat more, in some regard, is going to bring up the scores I get. So I think we're gonna see if we can make them reproduce, which getting more food capacity would kind of be good, because that's gonna make them more hungry, which means they might reproduce even more. So I think I might actually keep going here and see if we can get the bananas. Let's give it a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna get any reproductions here? Scheisse. I want bananas. Run it. Oh, is this speed? Ah, I see, okay, okay. 22? Not too bad, not too bad, not too shabby. Okay, so wait, what is happening? I think I'll need more food. Food spawn delay, minus 0.5. Oh, okay, okay. Birth certificate. Give 100 points if there are more entities than at the beginning of the simulation. Ooh, okay. Watermelon, 5 points. Entities speed divided by 2 for 2 seconds. Ah, so it slows them down. These are now way better than these. Yeah, I should have tried to go down far immediately. I think mixing here maybe was a mistake. Me trying to min-max everything here. And here going right or left doesn't matter. That's gonna give me the same stuff no matter what. So let's grab that one. I mean, I can't really grab that much else. I don't get any reproductions. I want them to reproduce. Unlock love. Entities can reproduce if... Oh wait, do they have to have less than 2500? Do two of them need to, like what? Get in contact with each other or whatever? In that case, just getting more entities might be good here. Because I think I usually have time left when they die, so we would have time to... If we reproduce more, we would probably end up getting more points. I mean, we're doing pretty good now with 37. 5 points when an entity dies, or when a new one is born. That one is good, because now that one would give me for each entity, compared to the tombstone, which only gives me if all of them are dead. This would give me 25 points. Yeah, I should grab that one. Let's see if we can get to that one. That's gonna up my score quite a lot. $68, okay. And then we grab this one, easy peasy. More time is good when they start reproducing, but at the moment they're kinda not doing it. So maybe getting more food capacity would be good. Because this is if they have less than 25... Wait. Oh, no, wait. Less than 25% hunger. That means they are almost full, right? I read that the wrong way. I read it, like I took it first as if they were 25% full, but that's not it. This basically means they are 75% full, right? If I'm not mistaken. They need to be at 75% full of food. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how I mean, it is what it says. I don't know why I misunderstood that one. That's why I wanted to not give them food in the beginning, like, oh, higher chance. That makes no sense. I don't know why I thought that. I played for your playtest, I really like the aesthetic of your game, looks really interesting. Thank you, man, I appreciate ya. Also, they need to find a partner, so better increase the vision. Ah, I see. Oh, so they need to see each other. Interesting. What's up, Bobby John? Welcome in. Chava Bro looks like an 18th century aristocrat from England. Who made this game, by the way? Someone in the stream, or did you just pick it up by random? No, this is made by Peepa Poopy. Yeah, Game Jam they made this weekend. It's good stuff. Like it seems quite polished. I like the very clean art style, but it works really well. It might be a little bit too clean when you're playing, like the just green background. But obviously this is a Game Jam game, like, you know, it made sense. But overall the art is really nice. Definitely, since there's quite a lot of stuff going on, you would kind of... I feel like at first it's slightly overwhelming, like a tutorial would have been nice, or just some tooltips or something. I mean, you do have tooltips though. You do actually have tooltips. But yeah, obviously this is Game Jam game, right? But this is really cool, man. What's up, Sandy? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Simulation 10, this is where you see it. Okay, so I need to beat Spectacular, which means Spectacular finished in 22 simulations, so I need to do it in 21. So I want to get these. Because this one is gonna give me a shit ton of points when they start like reproducing and stuff. But for that, it seems like I might need some extra vision. So let's grab at least one, because Have I even gotten a single vision upgrade? I don't think I have. Oh shit, wait, maybe I should have gotten another one. Because this one plus 1 plus 0.5. But I would not have reached those. I think this is fine. We're getting way more points now. 20 per node. We're not gonna be able to reach that one. Getting more food would probably be good, but they're not reproducing. And I have a lot. I mean, I only play like half the time. Food capacity. That is kind of bad right now, because I want them to be as full as possible. So you should maybe get more... Start in food hunt +5. Can I go backwards in the tech tree? +10. Let's grab that one. More food, I think is gonna be better than food capacity right now. Why, I still have 29 points. Food spawn delay -1. Should try and snag that one too, but I wouldn't be able to get it until the next one. I don't want to do food capacity right now. Start an entity count +2. Can I go back? I can go backwards, nice. Yeah, I need to get more food in here, I think. Hello, oh, 159. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So now... maybe try and snag this one. Now I did run out of time though, so that's good. So let's get more time. Will I make it to this one? Maybe. 15, okay. Yeah, we are definitely beating spec. Easy fucking peasy, man. How you doing, Sandy? Nice to have ya. Backgrounds are quite difficult in my opinion. I myself have no idea if I like the background of my game or not. It's just lines on a white background. It's difficult because you never want the background to take over too much either, right? What's up, Drums? Welcome back. Nice to have you here again. What a beautiful skill tree. Yeah, I mean the game looks, for like a game jam game, I think this looks really, really nice. Especially like the menus stuff, like the UI is actually really clean. I kinda like the CRT filter too. I feel like it works for this game. Wait, there's a victory condition? Yeah, I think they said that if you finish the tree, does that mean getting everything on the tree? So they die if they don't eat enough, and it looks like they randomly moving, so not just going for food. Yeah, because I think it also depends on their vision. Like, if they can't see the food, they can't get it. I want to get them to start, like, reproducing. But here's the thing. Oh, this is so interesting. There's a balance to everything. Because if I start getting more entities now, that means I have more entities per food, so they're gonna get less full and maybe reproduce less. Let's go vision. I'm still running out of time, so... I mean... I don't know if I'm gonna get birth certificate now, but getting that one, just in case it triggers, is probably good. If I ever have more entities than at the beginning of the simulation, so I want them to survive and reproduce, right? So I think I want more food. Just get more food in here. Start in food count +5. Yes, thank you. Food spawn delay. No, fuck, that was food capacity. I didn't want that one. It's fine, it's fine. Movement speed. You're gonna eat more, I guess. Okay, I need more points. Oh, reproduction. Does that trigger birth certificate then? I think it did. Now they are actually starting to reproduce. Let's fucking go. And I think this is gonna trigger too. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Almost. But that's only 10 points, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. To get as much reproduction as possible, I think I'm just gonna try to up the food. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. There's something just satisfying about, like, obviously incremental games, but also simulations are just cool, right? I didn't know you could speed the game up. Yeah, you can speed up by 8 times. 451. Okay, I'm definitely beating Spec. My main goal here is to beat Spectacular. He did it in 22 simulations. I'm at 15 right now. And I definitely did not cheat by getting hints from the developer. Just to be very clear here. I played so many games where I thought the background was parts of the main layer times. Yeah, and that can definitely be an issue. So there's definitely balance you have to strike with backgrounds, never make them take up too much of the attention. But at the same time, you also don't want them to look too pale either, right? I mean, it depends on the game. Sometimes you can. Like if you... Just let's be honest here, minimalistic games can work very well. I mean, in some way on my game is kind of minimalistic. I'm gonna wait with increasing the food capacity. I think that is the worst one to get right now. Fucking hell. Because I think that would technically make them more hungry, right? Which means they're gonna reproduce more, or less. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Reproduce. There you go. Can I technically show this on stream? Is this not safe for work? Okay. 16. Dude, I replayed it now and I got it in 14 simulations. Does not matter because that was your second try. I'm beating your first try, man. You know, we can't compare your second one to my first. That's unfair. Don't even try me, man. Don't even try me. Let's just up all of this fucking food. I'm gonna leave that one. So I guess... I mean, speed is probably good. That is good. That's good. Run it. Beautiful. Okay, this is it. Yeah, this is definitely it. 2,000. I think almost 3,000. I think, yeah, this is enough. Easy fucking peasy, man. I got no help from the developer. Me neither. I didn't get any help. I don't know what you're talking about. So does the birth certificate always trigger, or only if there are more surviving entities than at the beginning? Yeah, so I think you...
Spectacular one is forcing you to stand
wait, does
up
it
for 10
trigger...
minutes.
No, it doesn't trigger every... Does it trigger once, or does that trigger multiple times? I'm actually not sure now. Take this. Cheers, man. Well done, thank you, drums. Damn, 8 simulations. That is actually pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. Spectacular. 14. I mean, he cheated, let's be honest. He most definitely cheated. Cool stuff. Also getting the leaderboard and stuff to work as well. This is actually impressive, people. Good job. Is it open rating? Can I rate this? Or is it only for unable because you have not submitted? Okay. So if you were not part of the jam, you can't rate it, but you can always go and leave a comment. So, you know, if you have a Itch account and you enjoy the game, make sure to show some support, show some engagement there. Here's the game again in case anyone wants to check it out. We have an ad coming in about half a minute for any non-subscribers. We are now starting to do... Thank you very much, Spec. Appreciate ya. We're now starting to do 3 minutes an hour just to get rid of all of the ads so we can have a full hour uninterrupted. So thank you very much for your patience. I might run and get a little bit of tea during the break. So this is a good time to get yourself some water, some snacks, whatever it might be, get a bathroom break. Pretty impressive for 3 days. Did you sleep at all? Yeah, exactly. This is that. I could not make a game like this in 3 days. No fucking way. Good job. Good job. Impressive stuff. Many new faces, you should run your teaser. I think Wakacha would kill me if I keep running my teaser too much. I mean, we're in the ads now anyway. And we should be, at least. There was a guy that won in one simulation I deleted because it's not possible. Yeah, I wonder how that happened. I can do it in one simulation with cheat engine. Oh, okay, fair enough. Average time for leaderboard would be cool. Yeah, true. I mean, data is always fun, right? Okay, ads are running. As I mentioned, I'm gonna take a quick break and just go and get myself some tea. So, you know, if you need any snacks and water or anything, this is your time to go and get it. And I will see you very shortly. Thank you for your patience. An almost perfect time for the ads to be finished. We are back. Thank you very much for your patience. And also, wait, Strom, what the fuck? With the resubscription. Thank you so much, man. Absolute legend. Completely missed that one. Thank you very much for that Prime resub. You know I do appreciate you very much. Wait, you're doing this thing again? Wait, you subscribed the other day. Why is it? This is only with Prime subs. I don't know why this keeps happening. How is this working? How does this work? I still don't know. Do I still get 2 subs for this? Or is this just a double notification? I don't know how the fuck this works, man. But nonetheless, thank you very much for that Prime sub. What's up, Brainerd Games? Welcome in. Give me 30 minutes, I'll make you any game. I want an MMO RPG, which is a blend between The Witcher and Borderlands. And I also want full microtransactions and pay to win in it. Your time starts now. Now we have a timer going. I'll reach back to you in 30 minutes. Thanks, Chappy, for playing the game, and others for kind words. No worries, Peepa. Good job, like I said, it was actually impressive. Yeah, I only dev like 8 to 10 hours a day. Girlfriend was being mad. Oh, that's funny. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie. How did you get your game to be played, by the way? Subscriber bonus? No, sometimes we just... I just play people's games. It's always fun. I mean, am I more inclined to do it? Am I more inclined to do it for subscribers? Maybe, let's not be too... I mean, I can be a little bit shallow here. Like, am I gonna give some benefit to my subscribers? Of course I am. Of course I am, but, you know... it's always... I do enjoy playtesting every now and again. I like game high scores compared to doing a marathon. Code productivity machine fan gets me every time. Yeah, that was kind of funny. The worst thing is that I actually don't think that solution did end up working for me anyway, so it was kind of awkward, but it felt cool at least. Hello back, I am Rockerhead. See what you did there? Oh, you're watching Unity too? Nice, I do indeed. I think Unity is sick. I think it's a great game engine. We don't have to talk about everything around the game engine, but the game engine itself, I think is... I really like it. Given that 30 minutes later, it's Steam Next Fest today. Oh right, it's starting today, isn't it? Yeah, this is when I should have had my demo out, if I wasn't fucking overscoping my project. But wait, that means that you could technically start, you know, prepping for the game already. So you know what, in that case, we have to keep another theme and limitation that you'll only find out about later. That's how we're gonna do it. Give me 30 years, I'll make you any game you want. Any chance we'll be playing Dicey Buds today? Maybe, we can maybe do later. I do want to make sure I get some stuff done, so I need to sort out at least some of these sound effects. Maybe, and if not, maybe on Wednesday. I'm definitely up to giving it a go. Your game does look cool. I didn't even listen to your theme and limitations. Fair enough. Hey, that's cheating. You were away for like 4 minutes. You were supposed to stand extra 4 minutes. No. I was standing when I was away. Don't even read the fine print, man. Read the fine print. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Ash. We're gonna change this one. Ash is now going to be called. We're gonna make this more generic. We're gonna call this debris. So anything that sounds like it would have some type of debris. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but it's basically going to be if you do something with like ashes or sand or like fine corned things, then this is a sound effect that could work, I think. So this should now be, I think the sound effect is called debris poof. That's one we're gonna use. Pitched down, no, I think we're gonna do 100% pitch. Means that debris has now been implemented. We also made a bunch of neatly or creepy sounds, which I think is gonna be quite nice. Because I can spoil this, I don't know how many noticed, but I did have some little almost secret stuff even in the game jam version, where I know some people noticed this, but I had something called a jukebox. I have a random sound jukebox, which randomly between 2 minutes and 20 minutes. In between that time, there was always a chance that it would play just like a random sound effect, right? However, in the game jam version, I think we went a little bit too far with these. So this would be stuff like, in the game jam version, you could end up hearing like a distant woman screaming or like some random whispering noises and stuff, which, you know, was creepy. It did add a little bit to the game, but I think those are a little bit like too on the nose. But I think having a few random sounds that can play could really like mess with the player a bit. But I think we should do more like, you know, more natural sounds or whatever you want to call it. So we're gonna do little like, every now and then you might hear like a floorboard creaking or like a little door squeak somewhere or just some like little crackling noises, you know, stuff like this to kind of mess with the player. I think that could be pretty cool. Because I think that the stuff we did before was a little bit too on the nose. Do you know what I mean? Am I using that correctly? I think I am. On the nose. To a person's sense of smell, precisely. I don't know if I'm using that correctly. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a language nerd as well, so this happens every now and then. Exactly right, often the exact amount of money or time. I don't think I'm using this correctly. I'm saying it's a little bit... It is a bit too much, that's really what I'm trying to say, right? Like, these were a little bit too intense or whatever. I think doing them a little bit more... just almost unnoticeable but creepy sounds, whatever, I think that's better. I love doing sound effects, let's do it. Yeah, sound effects are fun, it adds so much. And obviously I also have very much the pleasure of having a very good sound designer who is, you know, we've started changing out all of our sound effects to self-recorded ones, which actually sound really good. I actually haven't heard all of these. Okay, this is nice. So that's a metal turning thingy. I think that one pitched up should be the sound effect when we change the light bulb as well. That's what I did before. We also have a new pickup sound. I think that can work. Zip close, zip open. Is this the old or the new one? Because I think we have a new sound effect for the inventory. I think this might be the old one. Yeah, that's the old one. Battery change we just added. We have duct tape. Ooh, sorry if that was loud, but that did sound pretty fucking good. Badge zip close, badge zip open. Are these the new ones? Yeah, I think these are the new ones. I think so? Yeah, no they are. No, they're not. No, these are the new ones. Because these are not as... Yeah, these are the new ones. Because the old ones were very harsh. You can hear kind of like, not peats, but you kind of know what I mean, right? Like, it sounds very... You can hear like the teeth of the zipper kind of... I don't know. And since you open the inventory quite often, I feel like this could get a little bit too much after a while. How do you test things that only come up later in the game? What do you mean? Do you mean like content that's not in like the beginning of the game? Or stuff like this, these sounds that should happen randomly? Because when it comes to testing something later in the game, I have a pretty nice system for it. Like, all I would do is just activate the room I want to be in. And then I made a bunch of like debug tools or dev tools. So if I press a little command, I can basically just start cheating from here, which is very convenient. So even if I now miss the first room, so I don't have the inventory or the flashlight, but from here I can just like equip flashlight and add the inventory with like all the tools I might need, as well as my little master key, which is a cheat item that basically can unlock any door in the game, whether it's the correct key or not. Which makes it easier for me to like quickly test something, right? So even these that literally cannot be opened in game, because you see it's entirely bugged, because you can't actually open this one yet. I can still open it with the master key. Sound is underrated, yeah, and definitely for a horror game as well. I think it's so, like, audio in general is so important for a horror game. My favorite thing was with random sounds playing is always playing a sound that's close but not exactly a sound that can be heard in the game normally. Like if you play the sound in Minecraft similar to a creeper is, but far away enough to make you wonder, wait, was that a creeper? I'm not sure. Exactly, yeah. And I feel like having these kind of sounds is like making the player think like, shit, was that a monster? Is he coming? Do you know what I mean? Do you ever do you wear a jeans where you got a zip sound effect? No, it's for the inventory. So you have the inventory is just a bag that you find, and this one has a zipper. So it's when you open and close this one. But I think the one we have now is it's a little bit like harsh. It's a little bit rough or whatever. I know I've had some people give me feedback on it as well, so I think the new one is gonna be better. It's a little bit more kind to the ears, I think. Floorboard squeak. Wait, I need to pause the music. That's gonna be creepy. Door squeak. sometimes in the long run. I feel like doing this one, but like really kinda low in volume. Maybe we randomize the position too. Ooh, that could be pretty good. We randomize it, so sometimes it's gonna come from like the left, sometimes it might come from behind you, to the right, or whatever. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, we have a wrong key effect now as well. That's good. I think that's gonna work. Because we have an annoying issue now where the wrong key sound is actually a... do I want to show this to you guys? No, I'm gonna explain it. The wrong... The sound effect we play when you use the wrong key on the wrong door is actually a door yank. So it sounds like, rather than you being able to unlock it, it sounds like this. Like that's how it sounds if I would use the wrong key. The issue now is that at some point, this only checks if I used a key where a key could have been the item interaction. So the issue is if I have something that you need a key for, but isn't a door, it's still going to play that sound. So if you try to unlock a little jewelry box that's this tiny, it's still going to play the same sound, right? And that's not gonna make sense. Or if you have like a padlock or like a safe door or whatever it might be, if you use the wrong key, it's always gonna play that sound, and it doesn't make sense. So I think we need like a specific one for the wrong key, which we have now. Just reverse the sound open to get closed. That's what most games do. Yeah, I mean, it would probably work. But it's gonna be better to have a custom one, right? Right? You should add new, final, new too at the end to know if they're the new ones. True. Actually, kinda big brain move, not gonna lie. So is there a different sound for opening and closing a zip? It is. It is slightly different. Because you have to keep in mind, in one, you go towards a closed section and you have the sound of it opening. The other one is the opposite. So usually it's like harsher when you close it, because you're trying to pull the teeth of the zipper together, right? Whereas when you're opening it, it tends to be slightly... And you can kind of hear the direction as well. Let me see here. Did I close that one? Let me keep that open. Boom, assets, projects, audio, new sound effects. So zip open sounds like this. Zip close sounds like this. You can hear there's a slight difference in how it sounds. And this is, to be very clear, this is the same zipper. It's literally us recording the sound of you opening it and closing it. And this is, you can kind of tell that there's a difference, right? Slightly different. And I think that's nice. Zero, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. That door is haunted, we're just gonna leave that door there. Yeah, exactly. Creaking floors and pipe sounds are a must for every horror game, yeah. The creaking floor needs dust/dirt falling sounds. That might be nice. So is this like 3D models? No, everything is 2D. It's just a flat 2D scene. But then obviously with the art and stuff, I try to kind of fake the 3D effect as much as possible, but the game is full 2D. I do, however, play sounds in a 3D space or with like spatial blend. So depending on how far away the object is, which is just the Z position, it looks the same or whatever, but... And whether it's to the left or right, it's going to play the sounds in the left or right speaker, which I think is pretty nice. It makes it seem a little bit more immersive in my opinion. Sure, but if you record opening a zipper multiple times, it's also going to be slightly different every time. True, true. However, I think I would be able to learn it. Like, if you open and close the zipper a shit ton of times, and I got to sit there and listen through all of them, I feel like I would be able to figure out which ones are you opening it and which ones are you closing it. I'm I might be overconfident here, but I'm pretty sure I would. Because we have had that issue before. When we recorded the first ones, after recording, we forgot which order we recorded them in. But like listening to it closely, you can kind of, no, this must be, yeah, that must be closing, this must be opening. You nailed the 3D look for sure. Thank you very much, Drums. Appreciate ya. Okay, what did we do? We added the battery change and the debris one. Did I do something else? I don't think I did. No. So let's change a few other ones. And you know, this is also just like the first iteration. It's possible that we might have to revise some sound effects later on. But I think it's a good start to just switch out most of these to our new ones. Just I still have some like, you know, public domain sound effects in the game, but we want to successively switch everything out so we have our own shit, just because it's cooler. Pick up sound effects. So this should be the new one. Yeah, there is in the sound effect new folder. That's one we want. 100% volume. This one looked like it was slightly louder, so I might lower it. Let's do like 80% volume. Item pickup. Let's do metal turn maybe. Just that one I already have one for. Metal turn, yes indeed. You should now be sound effect new metal turn, exactly. And then I think we can reuse that one for when you change a light bulb. Light bulb change. So here, I think we can use the metal turn sound effect, and then we just, yeah, we just keep like 20% more pitch or something. Maybe slightly lower the volume as well. Yo, anyways, I'm off again. I'll be sure to check into your stream from time to time. It was really fun. No worries, rock ahead. Thank you very much for dropping by. It was nice to have you here, and I'll see you next time. Cheers, man. Is everything 3 bits? Do you mean color-wise? No. It used to be, the Game Jam version only had, technically only had 3 colors. Which I don't know if that would be 3-bit actually. But it's 1-bit is black and white, or 2 colors, right? I don't really know how this shit works. But now, in game, I actually have a massive color palette. I have an entire 7 colors in the game. Depending on how you define color. I don't know about this pickup sound effect, actually. It doesn't have the same snap as the old one. I think we're gonna have to do something. We need to add something to this. Because the old one had a kind of like how do I explain this? Almost like a cymbal type of sound or something to it, which sounded kind of nice. This sounded a little bit too, I feel like this was slightly too arcadey or whatever. It doesn't have the same impact, kind of. But we can try to change the light bulb. Maybe if we lower the volume a bit more. 65% volume, maybe. I don't need pitch variation either, let's remove that. I feel like pitch variation is most important for sound effects that you might trigger like a lot of times in a row, right? I feel like that works. Yeah, we're gonna need to, I think we need to do something different for the pickup sound effects. But I'm gonna keep this one for now. Okay, metal turn, you are done. Let's see, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to add all of these, because there might be some spoilers in these sound effects. But we do have a wrong key sound effect that I should already have in, do I not? Oh, maybe I don't, wait. Where is this? Is that in my audio system, maybe? In my... No, it's in my audio library, isn't it? Yeah, wrong key sound effect, då järnt. That is not gonna cut it. We need a new one, which we are going to call sound effects wrong key. This is going to be the wrong key sound effects. Let's do 100% pitch. Maybe a little bit of pitch variation on that one. Let's try 100% volume as well. Let's try here. Oh, I forgot to change it in the library, because that was the old one. Wrong key sound effect, you should of course be wrong key. Let's apply that as well. As you change the light bulb, someone stepped on a rubber ducky. I thought each bit is a color element. I don't think it is, because I'm... No, it can't be. But just one bit. Oh no, because a bit is a 0 or 1, yeah? I think that's it. So one bit is two values, because a bit can be either 0 or 1, so one bit colors is either, for example, black or white. I think that's how it works. So I don't know what my game is. The Game Jam version had 3 colors. It had black, white and red. Now I have like a few shades of red and a few shades of grey in here as well. Like you can tell, like the lines on the floor, for example, these lines are not the same color as this. And the outline on the rug is not the same color as the inner detail or whatever. So I have a few greys in here as well. Nice. I don't know if that maybe was a little bit loud. Yeah, it's a bit loud. Wrong key. %70 volume maybe? Got everything working, all the shit that took way too long. Now I can make some moving platforms and buttons. Nice man, GG. Maybe still a little bit loud. Maybe 60%? That feels better, I think. Yeah, I think that's better. Would it be easier for you to code a way to edit and update the sound volumes in-game while testing? I think I can do that actually, to be honest. Now when you say, because this is all scriptable object, it's gonna read it from the scriptable object, right? So if I do this, that's probably a good shout, to be honest. Like, I can probably just change this now and do like super low pitch, and I think that would update. Yeah. Actually sounded kinda good pitched down, not gonna lie. Did that not actually sound kinda cool? What if we actually do lower the pitch a little bit? We do like 69% pitch. Nice. Why did I stop playing now then? I kinda like it pitched down actually. So this was normal pitch.
Svejsan.
What's up, Jin? Welcome in. We also have Japan in here. How you doing? Nice indeed. It did sound cool. I think it did. So this is normal pitch. And then like this is pitched down. I think pitched down sounds better, doesn't it? Let's do. I think 0.69 in pitch was pretty good. How you doing, Jin? Hope you're having a good Monday. I feel a bit better. Gonna head back to the jam game. Enjoy. Cheers. Nowhere Zero. Best of luck with the jam game. And thank you for dropping by. Yeah, I like this. I think pitch down is better. Pitch down sounds like an old printing machine. What's up, Senalini? How you doing? An old printing machine? Yeah. Maybe we raise it slightly. Maybe we do like 0.69 420 maybe. No difference whatsoever. Okay, what if I do 0.769? I think I want it lower. Let's do 0.69. Let's keep that for now. Ron Key is donezo. Well, yeah, we're gonna need to make some new system to detect the floor of a room. This is Scope Creep 101, but I have a bunch of new footsteps. So we have the footsteps on like a wood floor, but we now also have footsteps on a concrete floor and on a ladder. So we need to somehow detect what footsteps we need to play each time you transition between rooms. But I think it's gonna sound pretty good. Small detail, but I think it's gonna be pretty cool. But also, Scope Creep 101. Don't I have duct tape sound effect? No, wait, that's a item. Oh, do I not have one? Maybe I'm using a different one. That's weird. Sound effects, scriptable objects. Let's make a new audio sound effect. Let's call this one sound effect duct tape. Or maybe we should just call it. Maybe I should just call it tape. Just duct tape just sounds like a stronger tape. Like if I would pitch this up and lower the volume, it could work as any type of tape. Let's do sound effect tape. We pass in the duct tape sound effect. I think this one is pretty loud, so we're gonna do maybe 0.6, maybe even less, maybe 0.420 in volume. 100% pitch, probably don't need pitch variation. That means duct tape is done. Let's add... it's actually easier. Oh wait, we can do this. Zipper close, zipper open. So zipper open should now be called... Shit, I have way too many zippers here. Not badge zip open. Let's see, these are the old ones. It should be zip open. And let's do 100% pitch for now. And then zip close is going to be, you guessed it, zip close. Let's do 100% volume, normal pitch. Let's see how that sounds. Maybe I should do pitch variation on these actually. That might be good since this is a sound effect you hear quite often. Maybe we try adding like 5% pitch variation to the zipper sound effect. We are planning to add opportunity to play on the roof. I can't say for now. I can't say for now. Possible. Maybe pitch it down a little bit. Is it a little bit high pitched? What if we do like 0.69 in pitch? Stroke creep be light? Okay, wait, let me check that one out. Huh? Stroke creep be light? The creep fit Nicki Minaj and John Waters. I don't even know this song. However, I can't listen to it. Copyright. Sorry. That pitch variation is a cool feature, simple way to add variation to a sound. Yeah, and it's very necessary, especially if you have these kind of sounds that you play very often. Like, it can get very stale after a while, and very noticeable if you have the same exact sound every single time. So, on some simple things like doorjärns, there's a little bit of pitch variation that happens just to, you know, make it not sound the exact same every time. For your own ears, it's okay, true. Well, let me be in a room with less reverb. No, I think this is pitched down too much. Do scriptable objects save even in play mode? Maybe 0.85 in pitch? Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe even lower the volume a bit of this, because I've really noticed that the backpacks are, like, you're gonna be opening this one a lot. So the sound effect, we can't have the sound effect get like annoying. Maybe slightly too low, maybe 0.8. Let's do that for now. So now, did this save? Pitch 0.85, volume 0.8. It does, okay, so scriptable objects save even in runtime. That's actually really good. Zipper open close is implemented. Player footsteps. We have 4 of these. I think we're gonna rename these. Let's do player step wood 0. Sound effect player step wood 0. That is a mouthful, but it's very descriptive. Let's rename this one. Step wood 1. Rename step wood 2. Last but not least, we have step wood 3. A bit more descriptive. So now we can duplicate this one. We can rename this into sound effect player step concrete 0. And we set this one to player concrete step 1. Yep. Let's do that volume for now. We're gonna have to test this later. Now we can duplicate that one. This should be player step concrete 1. Be clip number 2. Step 2 should be clip number 3. And step 3 should be clip number 4. It's tough when I count as a programmer and Bjarne counts as a normal person. You know what I mean? So he'll start at 1, step 1 to 4, and I'll do steps 0 to 3. It just makes more sense on my end though, because, you know, I'm gonna use this in like arrays and stuff, which means that the array index of 0 is going to be player step 0, right? Okay, that should be all of the concrete footsteps. Might as well do the ladder footsteps now too. So we are done with them. So step ladder 0. It's gonna be interesting to see how we implement this. Ladder step 1. Duplicate. Step 1. Clip 2. Step 2. Clip 3. Step 3, you guessed it, clip 4. There we go, ladder footsteps are done as well. We still have some random noises. I don't know if I should have a prefix for these. Maybe not, because we might use them for something else too. Also, Sanalini, why were you curious about the roof? Did you have any specific thing in mind? Oh, I see you commented on my itch. The itch version of Shadow Gloom. Thank you very much. I mean, I don't know what the comment is yet, so maybe I shouldn't say thank you. Maybe it's maybe I'll go now to check and Sanalini is all like, what the fuck, this game is horrible. Oh, that's funny. What's up, not Chris? How you doing, man? Welcome back. Can I pick your brain on the Unity thing I'm stuck on? For sure, man. I don't know if it's gonna be helpful or not, but you can certainly try. Scriptable objects have become my new best friend. Scriptable objects are great, man. They are very powerful in certain moments. 101, baby. Ooh, wait, what? Is that your... Did you get that time? That is enough to put you on the leaderboard in the Discord. Speaking of which, did you guys know I have a Discord? You can join it right here. I have a screenshot. Post it in the speedrunning channel on Shadow Gloom, and I'll add you to the leaderboard. That should get you in like, I don't know, rank 4 or 5 or something. The world record is kind of mad. Whale completed the game in like 34 seconds, but 101 it should get you at least on like rank 4 or 5 or something. I have all these modular terrain pieces I've made, and I created some rule tiles in Unity and it works well. However, I can't bevel the edges of my modular pieces because they no longer fit correctly without a ton of trickery. So I'm wondering if you have any idea if I can bevel hard edges with a shader or something. I wish I did. I feel like I can't really help you though. I've worked with like the tile system in Unity once in one of my games, but that was quite some time ago, and so far the only shaded stuff I've used is the Unity Light 2D system. So I feel like I'm not in a position to to say too much here. However, if anyone in chat has any good idea of how that might be possible, then let us know. No problem, yeah, sorry man. I wish I could help you. By the way, I do love scriptable objects, yeah. And scriptable object databases. I mean, I think scriptable objects are, like, in the right situation, they can be incredibly helpful. Discord is banned in Russia, but I'll try with VPN. Oh wait, is it? Damn, I didn't know that. Otherwise, Annalini, I trust you. I can still put you on the leaderboard if you can't get on the Discord. I'll still put you on the leaderboard. Really good for inventory or items. Yeah, I use it for quite a lot of stuff. I use it for all my sound effects, my music and my ambience, which is something I started doing recently. I refactored my audio system, but I think it's pretty nice because this gives me a bunch of extra settings I can do. So, like this new sound effect we added just has a reference to a clip, the volume I want, a pitch I can change, and how much pitch variation I want. And like in ambience, I have some similar stuff here where I set the volume, but I also can choose whether it's gonna loop or not, and then I just find these through the scriptable object. I think it's pretty neat because it's hard to search for a... Before I just had an array of like clips or whatever to play, and that was like, I couldn't search in the array, so I had to like look through it every time. Now I can just search for the fucking scriptable object I want. And then, as you said, items as well, like all my keys in the game, for example, are just like scriptable objects with a reference to the sprite in the inventory, what type of interaction it has, what type of item it is, and the name and everything. It's really good, it's really good. Something where I did change it though, I used to have scriptable objects for my rooms, but now I just have a room script that handles everything. So there I actually went away from scriptable objects, but I still use scriptable objects for a lot of stuff. I was able to build a small music player in Unity recently with an audio visualizer shaded. Ooh. But my tracklist system isn't super nailed down. I should use scriptable objects. I am very happy that I switched to scriptable objects. Because now, whenever I want to play a sound effect, right? Or like here, if I want to play an ambience, you can see that each room has a reference to like a ambience or a song, or potentially some room ambience that it's playing. And if I want to change this, I just get all of my ambiences here. Before, I would do it by typing the name, so I would have to remember the name and be like, oh yeah, this one is supposed to play the door yank light sound effect. But that means every time I have to remember and not mistype the name of the sound effect, which was really fucking annoying. And if I forgot the name, I would have to go into my audio system and look through, do I still have the old one here? Yeah, old list, this is my old system. This was all of my sound effects, and I can't search through this. So if I wanted to know what I call the door yank sound effect, I would have to go through here and just... not jump scare, not cloth, door yank light, there we have it. It was fucking hell, man. Now it's so much easier. I'm very happy I changed to scriptable objects. It made my life so much easier. Try Telegram. I don't have Telegram. I know that is very common in Russia, right? I don't know how common it is elsewhere. But I know it's a big platform in Russia. How do the room change trigger? Collider? No, it's actually the exit that triggers it. So whenever I click on an exit, that tells my room manager that I want to switch room, which updates the current room, and then the room manager basically just deactivates the last room and enables the new room. So it's quite simple, but it works really well. And I also, whenever you try to exit, I also pass in a direction, which is the thing that partly changes the arrow, right? So if I hold here, it's a forward-facing arrow. If I hold here, it's a left-facing one, and this also changes the transition. So if I click here, you can see how the camera is like moving forwards, but if I click here, we go to the side instead, right? So I also pass in like a direction, and then the room manager handles like the programmatic animation of the room by just like moving the rooms left and right, zooming in and out. Welcome back, AO. I love the fade on the stroke. Is that camera vignette or a shader? Wait, the fade on the stroke? Oh wait, do you mean the fade out, fade in when I go between rooms? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean for the flashlight? On the door, the stroke is lighter. Oh, do you mean the color here? Is that scene light? No. So that is actually in my... it's in my sprite sheet. So this is the exit that's lit up, which is a pure white color. And then if you compare that to the frame color, this one, it's gray. So then what I do to get my highlight system to work, just you can see that this is like... you see how it lights up when I have it? Same thing with like this one or the lamp. The way I do this is that I apply a darker overlay on my entire game. Everything gets automatically set to like a darker color, and then on hover, or on pointer enter, I set it back to white again, so then you get the full thingy. Sometimes that can be slightly annoying, because like if you look at this scene, the main hall, even with the light on, is kind of like darkish, right? But then if you look at the actual sprite sheet of it, this looks a lot lighter, right? Because this is not how it looks in-game. Because in-game, what I do, right, is that I do this. Boom. I make everything darker, and then as soon as you hover on like the staircase or on this door, I just do this. Boom. I just make that specific object a bit lighter. Or boom. To give like the highlight effect. I think it's pretty clever, and it works quite well. Welcome in, Codrad, how you doing? Man, going between rooms is so smooth. It actually turned out really good. Shout out to Conrad, who actually gave me the idea for it. But then we do have light as well, near the top. Yeah, because if you mean that... like, the colors can change here depending on the light. Because obviously I do have a light system in the game as well. We also have new animations now, so we can actually go up and down. So if I cheat and open this one, we can go up and down too. Pretty neat. And I'm very happy with the reverb system too. Recently made it so like a smaller room like this has very little reverb, but an empty hallway has quite a lot. And the big main hall has even more reverb. So it actually kind of sounds like it's bigger, right? And same thing down here. Since it's stone walls, there's like a lot of reverb down here. I think that turned out really good. Very satisfying. Cheers, Conrad. Welcome in as well. It seems emissive. It's not. That depends. That depends a little bit on what the fuck emissive means. That even Swedish translation didn't even help me. Of pertaining to having the capacity to emit radiation or matter emitting. Well, that it emits light. Wait, what is emitting? I do have. Okay, this I don't know if this is what you mean, but I do have a shit ton of bloom in the game. So you can see that the white color kinda spreads into the opening of the door, right? But that's just post-processing. I don't know if that's what you mean. So this is a weird thing now. The reverb is even added in the menu. You can hear that these clicks sound different to these. So I think that's something I'm gonna need to change. Because I think that's weird. I think so. But yeah, like the bloom and film grain and stuff, we could just turn off. But I personally think it looks good. This is how the game looks without any like film grain and bloom. It's not a huge difference, but I personally think it looks a lot better. It feels more like everything is reacting to the light, right? Sound plays such a huge role in your game as well. It's all about vibes. Yeah, indeed. Very true. Like we really do need to nail like the ambience and all of that. Blur seems like the game is kind of shrouded in gloom. Yeah, I think it's turning out pretty nice. So far I feel like we've done a lot of progress lately, and I actually feel very excited about this game. Speaking of audio, I think we should add these creepy sounds. I want like random creepy sounds to be played. This game got potential, and I don't say that often. Thank you, Codra, that means a lot, man. I feel like it does too. We'll see whether, you know, we actually make it or not, do you know what I mean? But I feel like it does have some potential. Just like even with the Game Jam version, with how simple that one was, I did have quite good feedback from it, and I feel like we've taken it way further. Maybe to a scope creep level, but I'm happy I did. We got some ads coming up in about half a minute for the non-subscribers. As I mentioned earlier, we have now changed it so we're doing 3 minutes of ads all at once, so we can then skip them entirely for the rest of the hour. So thank you all very much for your patience. Appreciate ya. So yeah, I want some random floorboard creaks, squeaks, door squeaks, random crackling noises. I feel like this kind of stuff could be good to add. I know that Silent Hill did something similar. I know Silent Hill has a lot of like random noises that play to kinda add ambience and fuck with the player. So I wanna see if we can do something similar. I actually did get some ideas from playing Five Nights at Freddy's yesterday, even though that obviously is a very different game. But it did give me some ideas I want to try to implement. I only say that to you, Conrad, Clayman, Omni, Chase, Red Cabin, Irish John, Simple Gamedev, Booyah Grandma, and a few others. Well, now it doesn't sound... now it doesn't sound as special anymore. That was quite a lot of people, man. I'm joking. I mean, they are all working on really good games, so it's completely fair. Appreciate the stream, my lurk ends here. Valorant tournament at the moment, so my evenings are full of watching that. Ooh, exciting. Thank you very much for dropping by, Sandy, and I'll catch you next time. Appreciate ya. Cheers. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I barely say this to anyone proceeds to give me a list of like 20 people who say it to. Like, okay. Now you made me feel all special, and now you took it away, you little bastard. I'm joking. I know what you're saying. And like I said, they are very much working on 6 games as well. Yeah, I forgot about Giant. Yeah, I joined game looks fucking incredible too, not even gonna lie. Unironically, putting me in the same message with the goats, crazy, I'm flattered. I mean, your game certainly has potential too. I would very much agree. Are you public with your wishlists, Conrad? Also, let's do a few shoutouts. Let's start off with Codrad Games. working on a dope game called Road Blight. Go and check him out. And Mises, yeah, Mises game is actually fun, man. Like, I played it for like a few hours on stream, one of the early playtests or whatever. And that is it's actually fun, man. I had a lot of fun in it. Isn't it NDA? I don't think wishlist count should be. A lot of other stuff is NDA, but I do know a lot of developers that are open with their wishlist numbers, so that should be fine. I also think Code Red, wasn't it you who showed it on stream the other day, how, I think it was you, on each page in the like Steamworks dashboard, it actually says whether you're allowed to show this page or not. And I think the wishlist one is one of the few where it doesn't say that. Yeah, because there's nothing on the wishlist page that says you can't share this. Whereas I'm pretty sure if I would go to like another page here somewhere, obviously I don't show this on stream, but well, now I can't load it for that reason. Okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. If I go to my traffic stats page, at the very bottom, it says Valve Confidential. So this page I don't think I would be able to show. With that being said, I've seen a bunch of people show those side pages as well. So, I don't know, I think Steam can be a bit lenient, but generally speaking, I don't take a lot of risk. Like, I never show the Steamworks backend on stream whatsoever. The only thing I do is that I'm public with my wishlist number. Ads are over, welcome back people. I have like 50, nice man. Speaking of which, Conrad, not Code Red, but Conrad, I mean also Code Red, is another developer working on his game Hemomancer, so check him out as well. Yeah, if it says Valve Confidential at the bottom, can't show it exactly. I think it was you who showed it on stream the other day. Even if you show it, Valve won't really care. Yeah, just I've thought about that as well. Like, there's full-on tutorials on YouTube on like how to get your game on Steam, and they show basically everything on the, you know, Steamworks backend, which technically should be against the NDA, but they seem to get away with it. So I don't know how much Valve actually cares about it, but it's also for personal information. Like, there's a lot of personal information on the Steamworks backend, so I wouldn't show it for that reason as well. But most of that are streaming friends who are not going to buy it anyways. I mean, you could argue the same thing for me as well. Just like, let's be honest here, Twitch as of right now is the main like marketing strategy I really have. Like, most of my marketing is done through Twitch as of right now. So you can definitely argue that there might be like, people might be more inclined to wishlist than they are to actually buy the game, you know. I probably have quite a lot of supportive wishlists, do you know what I mean? Where's the wishlist conversion? 5%. I think it's like, isn't it like 5-10% in like the first day? And then, I never remember this. Like 50% in the first year or something? I might be wrong here. Dude, I paid $350 for a course on Steam. Damn. You are a little course buyer, Code Red. Have you not bought quite a few courses? I don't think I've ever bought a course. I'm too cheap, man. Courses are way too fucking expensive for me. Well, thanks, Chirpy, always gassing me up. Makes me forget that you are Swedish for like 5 minutes. Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, I never forget that you're technically, like, kind of Danish. My method is struggling until I cry. Relatable. What they censor... And they censor Steam websites and just explain what they click. Yeah, which basically, why even censor it if that's the case, right? Okay, should we add a few more sounds? I want a few more of these creepy noises. I think that would be good. Might have to refactor that system later, because I think that one is implemented with my old audio system, but can at least get the sound effects in here. We have some new ones made by Bjarne. We have some door squeaks and floorboard squeaks, random crackling noises and stuff. Because everything else we have implemented, right? New battery change, we have the duct tape, item pickup. We'll see, I think we're definitely gonna need to change the item pickup sound effect. We need to do something else with that one. It sounds too... It doesn't fit the game right now. It's too like arcadey or something. I think maybe we can kind of use the old pickup sound effect as a reference. It doesn't have the same like... I don't know, it just hasn't... it doesn't have the same oomph as the old one. Do you know what I mean? Audio production is my main gig. Oh, is it really? Sound effects are always a task. Yeah, it's a big thing, but it's important, right? And as we mentioned, like, I think especially for like a horror game, audio is so important. Okay, let's add some random sound effects. Should I put these in a different folder? Nah, I think we're just gonna try to remember the ones we do and add them. So let's duplicate this one. Let's rename this into... let's do door squeak. I definitely think we're gonna need to lower the volume on this one, because it was pretty loud. New door squeak 1. Wait, do I have another door squeak? No, I only got one door squeak, right? Maybe we have more coming. That should be the case. Door squeak 1. Yeah, that's the only one. Volume 0.8. I think we're gonna have to lower this even more. Maybe do like 0.5. We like halve the volume. We do full pitch. Maybe a little bit of pitch variation. Do I need that? Maybe not. That might be unnecessary. This is not gonna play very often. Okay, we have a door squeak sound effect. Let's add a... floorboard squeak. Oh wait, here I think we might have had multiple. Yeah, we have 2 here. So let's do 1, rename this into squeak 0. As I mentioned before, we count as a programmer here, so we go 0, 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. Full pitch, no pitch variation. Let's try 70% volume. I would argue it's important in any game. No, yeah, absolutely. I just think that, generally speaking, I feel like nailing the ambience in a horror game has a... I feel like that has a bigger impact on the, like, overall game. But that, I want to be very clear, it is not to say that getting a good ambience in any other game is not important or advantageous. Like, of course it is, of course it is. I just feel like the ambience of a horror game is more deeply connected to the genre itself, if that makes sense. I mean, for your game, you kind of have something similar. Like, you're making like a rhythm game, so I would argue that, you know, the music in your game is probably slightly more important than music in other games, but once again, that is not to say that another game can't benefit from having really good music. Of course not. Apple WWDC is today. I don't even know what that is. What's up, Luasoft? How you doing? What is WWDC? Definitely underrated thing in horror games. Really can bring the mood / scare to the table, yeah. Watching horror muted really takes most of the steam out of it, exactly. Yeah, like if I would have played... Like I played Five Nights at Freddy's yesterday, right? If I would have played that without any audio on, it would have been a completely different experience. So would any other game as well, let's be honest, but you know what I'm trying to say here. Floorboard Street 1. Boom, which is going to be clip 2. Okay, we have the door switch and we have the floorboard switch. I think we have one more of these random noises. I think we have some random crackling sound effects. So maybe we just call this one crackling. Random crackling, yes indeed. Let's try 70% volume. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be good or not, but... Okay, we have almost added all of the new sound effects to the game. Noise, noise, noise. I have a few more, but I think we can wait with those. I kinda wanna see if we can get these random sound effects to play. Just lower the timer for now and make them play like every 5 seconds, just to hear them all, if that makes sense. Is a conference by Apple where they showcase new stuff, basically an event? Oh, I see. I do have an Apple phone, but I am the type of person who I will most definitely use a phone until I literally cannot use it anymore. Let me have a look at the dev board. We need to do that at some point. I need to do this. I mean, I need to do all of this at some point, let's be honest. We have quite a few tasks, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I kinda wanna change the map. I don't know what you guys think about this, but I am kind of considering not doing the Binding of Isaac map. I don't know. So currently, let me explain this to you guys, and then I would like to see what you guys think. If we have like the main hall here, let's do a new layer. We have the main hall here. With like staircases. We have some room or some shit here. Something over here. We might have something here. We have a little hallway. You know, let's just say that the game looks something like this for now. Let's say that this is the map. So currently what I do is that I do it like Binding of Isaac. So I show the player which room you are in, say that you are currently in this room. Then I color that one in a different color, and then I show all of the rooms. I show all of the rooms that are next to you. Those I will display on the map, because if you can see the door, you know there's a room there. However, all of the rooms that you have not been in yet, or where you haven't been in the room next to it, what I do is basically that I just pretend this does not exist until you learn about it. So wait, we can actually change this. Let's do boom, boom. So I do current room. I do visited rooms. And then I do rooms neighboring visited rooms. This is how we show the map, right? Which is kind of dynamic. Like, it will update during the playtime of the game. Like, the more you play, the more you're gonna discover. Which I think could be good, because I think there is something to be said about not showing the entire map from the get-go, right? I feel like it adds a little bit of mystery. But you could do this in a different way. I played Repos, the demo for Repos the other day, and they actually did not do it this way. What they did is that they showed you the entire map for the floor you were on. They showed you every single room here. However, they did not show you like where you are. So you would actually kind of have to use it as a map in real life. So the way we could do this, if we want to do something similar, is that maybe we have like different maps. So to make the player still feel like they have to discover the map a little bit, we give them, maybe they start off with no map, like you do now, and then you actually find something like map 1. And map 1 shows you like the ground floor of the game. But it actually functions as a realistic map, which means that you can see everything on this floor. Maybe except nothing says that we still can't have like a secret room that we just don't show on the map, of course. But generally speaking, we cannot give them the entirety of the map. But instead, they have to use it as a normal map, which means that they have to kind of figure out where they are. Which sounds like it could be annoying, or it could be like, you know, it's gonna be more of a struggle. But since we have more unique rooms now, with like little hallways and a big main hall and so on, I think that's gonna help out. This will kind of work as landmarks, right? So it would be something like, okay, I know I was in the main hall, I went through a hallway, and I took a left. That means I must be in this room. I feel like this could be kind of fun, compared to this very like gamified map. And then to still have some mystery in the game, maybe when you go to like floor number 2, the map you had only showed floor number 1. So you would actually in-game have to find the map of the second floor. I don't know, what do you guys think? I feel like in some regard, you could argue that this one, the current implementation, which is like basically the Binding of Isaac map, that is the full inspiration, right? This is probably, you could probably argue that this is a bit easier. But with that being said, it's also, I would also say that it is, in some regard, less immersive, isn't it? It's also, I would say, less realistic. But then, of course, the second method, which we could do, would be the complete opposite, right? Like, this method would instead, like the negative part, or whether you think it's negative or not, it would be harder, right? We add a little bit of difficulty to the game, because now you actually have to kind of orientate yourself, you have to kind of, you know, remember where you are. I think there is advantages to this, because that also means that when you start learning how to navigate this space, you're gonna build a better like mental map of how the layout in the game is, right? And then the other advantages would be basically everything opposite to this. I think it would end up being more immersive and more realistic. But with the caveat of it probably adding a little bit more difficulty to the game. So generally speaking, between these methods, what do you think that you guys would prefer? Zayko, welcome in, how you doing, man? I wanted to make a map like in Cat and Claw, but might be difficult. I don't know how the map is in that game. Lurk for a bit, no worries, Conrad. Appreciate the luck. I think that would emphasize the immersion, like you need to understand where you are, like in real life. Yeah, I feel like it would be more immersive and realistic in some regard. All good points, honestly. I'm actually, ever since we played that game, I'm actually starting to kinda lean a bit towards this one, if I'm being honest. Should we do a poll? What map system do you prefer? Let's do gamified, as in what we call this, like dynamically adds. I can't type this much. Okay. So we have the map systems. Either we do a gamified map, which is this is basically a Binding of Isaac map. It shows where you are and where you've been. Does not show undiscovered rooms. Updates dynamically. The second option would be something a little bit more of a, let's call this a realistic map, which would basically act as in real life. You find the full map of this floor, because we're still not gonna give them all of the maps immediately. But it does not show where you are instead. Never updates. Then I'm a perfectionist, so I'm gonna add dots to all of these. So we can also say that we have a few different pros and cons, right? Like the pros of this, I think, is that it's easier. I mean, that is really it, right? I think this is easier. I think that's the main advantage to doing a more gamified map. Whereas the cons of this would be that it's less immersive / realistic. And then, as I mentioned before, this would basically be the complete opposite here, right? So the pros of this one, realistic, there we go, is that this would be more immersive and realistic, but the con is that I mean, not even might be, it would be harder. These are kind of the map systems I'm currently deciding between. So what would you guys prefer, a gamified map or a realistic map? Let's do a let's do a 3-minute poll. No, that's too much. Let's do a 2-minute poll. Cast your vote, people. Remember, it's important to vote. Your vote matters. This might be the most important vote you've ever voted. Yeah. I'm going to continue in UI work and thinking about whether to release our demo next week or not. Oh yeah, interesting. Have you... What are you currently leaning towards? I think either way is fine in the end, like, you know. But basically what I was doing, because I was in Seiko's stream earlier today, I was basically just repeating what I've heard other people say, right? Like, obviously I don't know too much, but I know that Steam does have some kind of push for demos 2 weeks before they release. And my thought process would basically be that if all you have to do is wait 2 weeks, like long term for the game is not a lot of time. I feel like it could be worth the shot. But obviously I shouldn't fully influence your decision here. It's more unique as well, which is always good. Yeah, I suppose that is kind of true. Because most games have some form of a gamified map, right? I actually don't know, what about like Resident Evil? Because I've looked a lot at like Resident Evil and Silent Hill maps. Do they show the player where they are? I actually don't know. Anyone who played either Resident Evil or Silent Hill? they show what you've discovered, like where you've been and stuff. I actually don't... Maybe they don't show where you are. Silent Hill map. What, circle? Is that where I am? I have no idea. Maybe they don't. I mean, if neither Silent Hill or Resident Evil does it, I'm kinda leaning towards that as well. And it seems like you guys are too. We definitely had most votes for a realistic map. I need to do some more research, but I'm currently leaning towards releasing the demo with the page. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine too. Because I also don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if your amount of wish lists affected it a bit too, like how high up in those lists your game would end up being, right? And at that point, maybe, you know, to take the full advantage of it, maybe you would have had to like push the release of the demo even more forward, maybe. I don't know if these are the actual... Can I get a video of this? Full map explored. Silent Hill walkthrough. Probably shouldn't watch this in case I'm gonna play the game. Can you... Oh no, this is only a proper walkthrough, like, guide. That's not what I wanted. Silent Hill 2 in VR chat? Is that an actual thing? Silent Hill 2, get to map, use map. Okay, what's this? They also have a diegetic map. That's kinda cool to see. Hello? What the fuck? Were you not loading? Fucking hell, man. Can I just get a Silent Hill 2 map? Maybe we should just do gameplay. $10, damn. I do want to try these games at some point, but it's also so... It's difficult for me to justify playing like a 10-hour game or whatever, right? Do we have a map somewhere? Why is the quality dog shit? Show me a... Oh, that looks like a map. That looks very much like a map. It's here somewhere. Did I go past it? I'm certain I saw a map here. No, I think it's a bit forward. Diegetic, nice. It's interesting here how they do the mix. They show you like the diegetic note or whatever. Okay, they do show where the player is. This arrow must be the player, right? Yeah, yeah. But then they add notes and stuff, which is another thing you could think about. Like whether should we Because it's not unrealistic to add nodes to the map the more you explore. That show maybe where you couldn't get through or where you still have something left to do. That would kind of make it slightly easier, but maybe it would be good to have those, because that would kind of be like a objective system, right? Could be something to consider. But also here, there's another thing you can, we could question, which is maybe the reason here why they show you where the player is because this map is way bigger. And there's a bunch of like streets and houses, right? So figuring out whether you are here or here, or here, or here, or maybe even if you don't have a compass, it would be even harder. But does this update? It might. So maybe the reason why they have to show it is because it would be easier to be disoriented here. Whereas like if we have a relatively small map like this, especially with like some landmarks in, you know, in the format of just differently sized rooms, I feel like that might be enough to make it relatively easy to follow. More work, but it would be fun to place items on the map to remind yourself. Yeah, true. It would be fucking sick if we had the player actually note stuff themselves. Have them like be able to put different items on the map and like save it. But that is a pretty big system. Might be leaning a bit into scope creep here. But it would be fucking sick. It would be cooler than automatically updating it. But this means we have to make some kind of well-functioning UI system. And maybe it wouldn't be that difficult actually. Maybe it wouldn't. Because what? We have... Oh my god. This is how you don't finish a game, by the way. Like, what do we really have? We have a transform. We have a rectangle of the map. Say that the map is technically a bit bigger, but we say like inside of here, that's the map, right? And here we have a bunch of... rooms. What you could do is just have a few symbols up in the corner, which is basically buttons, right? Where maybe you can put out like a exclamation mark, or like a question mark, or like a whoops, a little X or something, maybe a check mark. And what we could do is just make this into buttons. So if the player clicks one of these, then we say that, okay, the player has selected the X. Now we make this transform into like a clickable object. We check the position of the cursor, and if you click here, then boom, we just instantiate that symbol here. We make this into a button as well, and if you click on the X, then you remove it. So you can change it. The only thing that would be kind of difficult... No, would it? It probably wouldn't. I'm thinking of how we make this pixel perfect, to make sure that this always aligns with all of the pixels. But that's quite easy, because every time in my game the way it works is that on the X and Y position of the object, this needs to be either it needs to be an integer, as in like a whole number, as in 1. Or it has to be something with a half number. If we have uneven pixels, so like on the width here, all of these are uneven, that means it always needs to go to some form of half pixel position. So we just force it. When you click over here, we just check the position of the cursor. This is going to be something like, you know, say that the position is 0.9 and 1.33. Then what we do is we take this number and we check what is the closest integer to this number. That would be 1, so then we forcefully say that the new position will be 1 instead on the x-axis. And on this one, we check whether we have an uneven amount of pixels or not. Okay, so we need this to be a half number. In that case, we just look for the closest half number to this one, and we say this must be overridden to 1.5. And now we have it pixel perfect as well. Fuck, I kind of want to do it now. It doesn't actually seem that difficult. It seems like I could do a, like, you know, relatively rudimentary system for this to actually work pretty well. Then maybe to not make it too confusing, we would have to do something where... Or maybe you should you be able to put a check mark here? Maybe. As long as you can delete them, I think it's fine. I'm not gonna make a whole system where you can like draw yourself on the map, that would be the sickest, but that's... no, that's way too much work. I don't even know if I could do that. I mean, obviously it's possible, but with my skills is what I'm saying. But this, making them like select a symbol and place it somewhere on the map, that seems pretty simple. And it seems a little bit more fun than automating it. Like, if you find a puzzle you can't solve, we automatically put a question mark. It's not as fun, right? Welcome back, Conrad. I will write all of my password to the map and complain when you've corrupted my save and I lost all my passwords. Yeah, that is the thing. We definitely need to save this, but I think that should probably be relatively simple with easy save. Fuck, I kinda wanna do it, not gonna lie.
Hello.
What's up, Phytone? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. I kinda feel like we should do it now. Fuck, drums, you should have stayed quiet. You shouldn't have said anything. I'm joking. I think this would be really cool. We're thinking, for anyone coming in, we're thinking about whether to allow the player to actually mark locations on the map. I mean, what would this take me? A day? I'm trying to be realistic about time here. To get this system working in a pretty good manner, if we skip saving, for now at least, I feel like we could probably do this relatively quickly. I feel like it would add a bit to the game. Whoa, this is scary. What's up, Chesto? How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, we're debating the map mechanics. Right now I have like a Binding of Isaac map, so it updates with like where you are, where you've been, and the rooms next to the rooms where you've been. But it does not show you rooms you haven't discovered. I'm thinking about changing this to where the player finds like the map for the entire first floor. But we don't show them where they are, so it would be a bit more realistic. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then scope creep, we are thinking about having the player be able to basically mark locations on the map themselves.
Our U14 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it.
Time to stretch. Cheers.
I feel like this is a pretty good idea, man. I don't know, man, just learn binary already. Oh, I kind of think it is. It doesn't seem... This, obviously, like, this is something I've thought about before. But it doesn't seem as difficult as maybe I first thought it would be. Also, cheers, AO. Should we do it? Fuck, I kinda wanna do it, not gonna lie. And imagine, like, when you click and add the symbol, we have a little pen scratching sound effect or whatever. Fucking strobe creep, man. Fucking strobe creep. But it seems pretty cool, doesn't it? Do it. Kinda want to, not gonna lie. Kinda want to. Should we try it? What was I supposed to work on? Oh yeah, adding the random sound effects playing. But is it really strobe creep? Or... Yeah. Or just improv? Is that where you were going with that? Just the improvements. Okay, there we go. Go with your guts. If x equals 1 and y equals 1.5, 0.9 equals 1 and 1.33 equals 1.5. These must be map coordinates. Kind of. Vector 3 position. Because if we want the symbols that you place on the map to be pixel perfect, we need to be able to take a... We need to be able to take a vector 2 like this and somehow round it up to half and whole numbers, depending on if it should be evenly or unevenly... what do you call it? Positioned on the map. Why does it randomly say harder? Because the new map system we're thinking of would arguably be harder. Because what I'm thinking is that we are not going to show the player where they are, so they actually need to use it as a real-life map. Which is arguably harder, but more immersive, I think. In the long run, this system is likely faster than making your own icons and triggers for every event and placing them on the map manually. Wait. In the long run, this system is likely faster than making your own icons and triggers for every event and placing it on the map manually. Oh yeah, you mean like me doing it basically programmatically by, if the player found this puzzle, but they did not solve it, then add a question mark here. Yeah, in some regard, I think you're right. Because in some regard, I'm kind of making the player do the work for me, right? But I also think it's kind of more fun for the player, maybe? How you doing, Tattlebag and Blue? Keyboard's passed out, it happens. Improve creep, yeah. If the player is at this coordinate, show this image of the map with a marker. If player is in this different location, show image of different map. Different map sprites for every room. Should we try this? I kinda wanna try this. Should we solve the random noises first? Or should we just fucking strobe creep it away immediately? New map system plus map icons. Not too bad, I'm having a lot of deja vu today, how come? Okay, let me have one quick look at this and see how easy this would be to fix. While true. Ooh, I don't like while loops. Should I not just put this in an update function instead? I think I could. Like I will have dreams of the future years ago, and then they will come true. Very boring though. Oh, do I have my own... Oh, I have my own audio source for these. So what did I do here? I made a list of sounds. So that would be quite easy. We'll just make this a list of sound effects instead. We would then add using Sharpie.audio. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can quickly sort out this in a simple manner. Repeat sounds. I think we always gonna do that for now. Let's remove that. Min interval, max interval, coroutine, audio source. I don't think we need an audio source. Play random sound. If sound.count is not equal to 0, we get a random index. Sound as no. This should be sound effect. SFX is equal to sounds at the random index. If the sound effect is not equal to null, then remove all of this. Then we say audio player dot play sound effect, 0 delay, full volume, full pitch, and then we want a random position. Maybe we only do random on the X value for now. So we do, let's pass in a new vector 3 of X, Y, Z. So random position. Let's do 0 on the y-axis and 0 on the z-axis. And then we say that the... Oh, wait, how do I want to do this? This is fine. Let's do float random x is equal to random range between what? Between like minus 100. Oh wait, what? Minus 10? How is that possible? Oh, just you are in world position. Is that what I want? I guess that is what I want, isn't it? Yeah, just I'm gonna be moving these sound effects sources. So yeah, we do between minus 10 and 10. Because that would be at like the edge of the screen. Last exam tomorrow, let's go. Ooh. Exciting. Oh, we have more people in the UAE. Damn, I have quite a lot of viewers from the UAE, not gonna lie. At least 3. At least 3. That's quite a lot. I think this should be functional. Random X equals random range between... Let's see, floats, are those inclusive or not? I never remember. Min inclusive, max inclusive. Okay, so float, it's only integer where one of them is not inclusive. So let's do between -10 and 10. Then we set this to random X position. I think that should be functional. Oh, you don't live in the UAE? It's just a Islam Makashev quote. Oh, do you watch UFC? Where did I do this? This is in my jukebox. Sounds. So now these are null, so we need to add. We have the floorboard creak, squeak. We have the second floorboard squeak. We have a door squeak, and we have a crackling sound. Let's add all of those, and now we're gonna set the min interval to... I assume this is in seconds, right? Yeah. I'm gonna do 5 seconds and 6 seconds. We should be able to hear all of these. Let me pause the... Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Pause the music. So every 5-6 seconds one of these sounds should play. Might be loud, I don't know. That was one. I think that was the second. Okay, floorboard creaks can probably be louder. Oh, that's fucked! That's fucked, okay. Door squeak, probably a bit too loud. Probably a bit too loud. Oh, I should have made something so it can't trigger the same ones twice. I think. Maybe we move them to another list, and then when we played all of them, we move them back. Okay, door squeak. Door squeak 1. You sounded a bit too loud. Let's do like 35. No. 0.35. There we go. 35% volume. I think the floorboard squeaks can actually be louder. I feel like those are quite low in volume. Maybe 0.9. And maybe the crackling sound effect as well. Raise this one. 0.8 maybe. Let's try that. Down the pitch, on which one? The door one? Yeah, I love this guy. One time I made a site for a little brand of MMA gloves, and after 10 months this guy says to me that he's Habib's American friend. Oh wait, actually? That's kinda sick. Let me make sure that these can't play... Like, it can't keep playing the same one multiple times in a row. I think it's fine if they repeat, but it shouldn't be the same one twice in a row. So what we're gonna do, I think, is make a private list of sound effects, which we are going to call... let's call this used sounds. Maybe sounds played. On random sound. So what do? Whenever we play one, we need to move it to the other one. So now we say sounds dot remove sound effect, right? And then we go sounds played add. Is there a better way to do this? Like to move something between two lists? Or do I have to like remove and add? And then if sounds.count is not equal to 0. Okay, so if that is equal to 0, no, so we do this. We remove this completely. Boom. Do this. And then we say, we flip this around and we say that if we have no sounds in the list, then I would like to say that sounds... Can I not do something like add range? And can I pause in another list here? Sounds played. Is this correct? Add range. IEnumerable SFX collection. I think that is correct. And then we have to clear the sounds played, make you empty again. This should work, right? So if it's ever 0 when we try to play a sound, we get all of the played ones and we put them back in the sounds array. We then choose a random one and we play it, remove it from that list and add it to that one. I think that should work. Okay, we got some ads coming up in about half a minute. Thank you for your patience. We are gonna go through all of the ads now so we then can skip them for a full hour. I might go and get a bit more tea during the break, but I shall be back before the ads are over. Okay, let me see if this works. Pause the music so we can hear them properly. Oh, no. What happened here? What happened here? We have a null reference. Random sound jukebox 43. Sounds played dot add sound effect. This can't be null. Oh, do I have to initialize the list? I think I do. I think we have to do something like sounds played equals new list sound effects. I think that's what I missed, if I'm not mistaken. I found out how a door sounds. It's high-pitched plankton scream. Wait, what? I don't know if that's the that's the door sound we're looking for. Okay, wait, did I get another reference again? How is that possible? Okay, the ads are running. As I mentioned, I'm gonna take a quick break and just go and get a bit more tea, and I shall be back shortly. Thank you for your patience. And we are now back with a cuppa, just in time for the ads to be over. I'm starting to realize, after changing the intensity of the ads or whatever, 3 minutes is pretty much a perfect break as well. I don't know how you guys feel about it now. It's only the second day we're doing this. Basically, before I used to run 1.5 minutes of ads every half an hour, I think. Now I'm doing all 3 minutes at once, so we then can skip it basically for, I guess, 57 minutes, right? So far, I think it seems pretty good. It's not just enough time for me to have a bathroom break and get tea. Pretty perfect, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I think so far I'm feeling pretty good about it. Is this some bug or something? Wait, did I actually have another null reference? Oh yeah, I think I did. That fucking... Wait, let me turn off the music. That door switch would mess me up, not gonna lie. If it's the same as the Be Right Back, then yeah. Wait, what you mean? Yeah, the door, indeed. We need to see that we can empty the list and then get all... That's fine. Just a random little noise. That was a floorboard. That one might still be a bit loud. Yeah, I think the door squeak might still be a little bit loud. I almost feel like the other ones should be louder. Maybe we can actually go full volume on the floorboard squeaks. And maybe we only do... Maybe we only do like 20% volume on the door squeak. Because that one is loud. It sounds loud at least. The crackling sound effect, you can probably go 100% on this one too. Like you should be able to hear them clearly, but they also shouldn't be... They shouldn't take over too much. That was better. I think that's a better volume. Because it shouldn't necessarily sound like it's right besides you or whatever, right? It should sound like it's in the vicinity. This would fuck me up. Yeah, I think this is gonna be good. Now a good question is, how often should these play? We have a min interval and a max interval. It can't be too often. Like, this is obviously too often, right? Like every 5 seconds, we can't have that. Every minimum being every 3 minutes? Maybe? Every 3-4 minutes? Yeah, I feel like something like that might be fine. Should we see what ChatGPT thinks? Just out of curiosity. Made a system that randomly plays creepy noises in my game. Like floorboard / door squeaks, maybe like distant floorboard / door squeaks, etc. I have a min and max interval for when these, for how often these can play. What do you think are good values for these for the min and max time? Key with ambient creepy sounds is the subtlety and unpredictability. They should feel rare enough to maintain unease, but not so rare the players forget they happening. Here's a general effective range. No, no way. Min time 20 to 40 seconds and match time 90 to 180 seconds. This is far too low. This is way too often. I think this could work maybe if we had like a list of like 100 sound effects that are like very different and unique. So there's, you know, a lot of the time something is randomly playing. But especially now, randomly getting a door squeak sound effect every what, like 2 minutes or something? It's far too often. It's far too often. No, I don't think we can do that.
It's time for the daily Wordle.
Let's do it. I think we should maybe do minimum being like every 3 minutes, max being like every 10 minutes or something. I don't know. Feel free to let me know what you guys think. Just, it needs to be, you know, we want it to happen every now and then, but it can't, especially the less we have, the more important it is for it to be sometimes a longer pause in between, because otherwise you're gonna get used to it, right? Obviously we could add a lot of these, but I don't know. Feel free to let me know while I do the daily Wordle. So as per usual, I am going to mainly focus on the Wordle here, so you can feel free to guess in chat if you haven't played the today's Wordle, and we'll see how we do. Let's run it. I think I'm gonna keep going with audio. I feel like audio is a good first word. That is pretty decent, not gonna lie. A, D, and O, neither one in the correct position. Would be kinda mad if I just guess a word here and get it correctly, but I think that's too risky. We already have 2 vowels. Might be the only vowels. It should be a OA word. You know, something like... Oh, it can't be float, because we need a D in here as well. I don't think we should guess for a word now, though. I feel like we don't have enough. But I feel like getting these vowels in, Y and E, might not be necessary. I think there's a big chance that A and O is going to be the only vowels we need. So we want to do some word with a shit ton of consonants. Maybe see if we can get like A or O here or here, because I think those are... No, I think it's... Yeah, I think A and O, when we have this many, it's probably gonna be in the middle somewhere. So maybe we do something like... You know, something like crash. I feel like it would almost be better to get it, the vowel here or here though. So we would need to start with 3 consonants, like STR. We could do stray. Is there something else here? Strat, short for strategy. Probably not a word, is it? Strap, that's a word. Okay, we do have an R, and the A is not over here. Okay, we have quite a lot now. D, R, A, and O. Two, indeed. Odd. Odd. Almost feel like I should be able to guess this. It could be Drago. I drag on these nuts. I'm sorry. It could be.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I am super focused. How? I'm so focused. Oh, it should end in RD. Like something. OARD. Wait, right? Yeah, because float is like OA. I mean, it could be RD is relatively common. RD. We wouldn't have, but I don't know if I have a word here. Hoard? As in like to hoard things. Be a hoarder. Board, as in a floorboard. I think it could be one of those. Either hoard or board. Fuck, I should have gone with board. We're doing floorboards in the game. It must be board, right? Lord called Maud? Is that one? Board. It must be board. I should have gone with board. Fuck, why did I not go with board? I felt like, you know, hoard was a less common word. They're probably gonna try and make it more difficult, right? Okay, we still got it in the fourth guess. It's not too bad. I feel like I should have gotten that one in 3. Kinda unlucky, but hey, it happens. What's up, Songbird? Welcome in. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Tannel, welcome as well. Hope you're doing well. Without the Vin telling you to focus, perfect. Yeah, it's a very good sound effect, not gonna lie. I was trying to go with Horde. Oh, yeah. Should have gone with fucking board though. I should have gotten a 3 here. Need to get some 1s and 2s, man. But so far, I don't think this is... I feel like we're doing pretty good. Board was where my head went, but Horde is a good guess too. Yeah. I mean, that one is really 50-50, right? I think I was trying to, like, trick the system kind of thing. Where I was thinking that Horde is less common than board. And they're probably gonna try to pick a less common word just to make it harder. But that was a mistake. I thought the same about making a less used word, yeah. I'm happy with it. I'm happy. It's good enough. Good enough. Can I go back to my stats? Yeah. So far, we are definitely leaning towards like 4 and 5. At least 3 and 4, right? I think that would be... Get some more 3s in here. We're gonna add some events that were not started by the player. Something like there's a TV in the room and all of a sudden it starts playing. And the longer it plays, it loves the monster more. Saw something like this in another horror game and I found it interesting. Yeah, it's very possible that we're gonna do more of that kind of stuff. I have some similar stuff in mind. Because yeah, there must be... I feel like we need to have some random events or whatever. Partly to kind of maybe spook the player a little bit, but also just to make the gameplay interesting, right? I have some ideas, but that is a pretty good one. We don't have a TV in the game now. Maybe we should have a TV. Because right now, we're in an old house, but we're not... It's not gonna be a timeline where we like don't have electronics, so we should actually put a TV in. Damn, black and gray. We could even do one of those like static TV screens, like when you try to turn it on, just animate it, just throw the pixels around. That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. I think I might even add that to the... Let's add it to the dev board. Props TV static screen question mark. Oh, with a bit of light as well. Static screen with light so it lights up. I think that would look pretty sick. But I guess this is a feature. Good idea, good idea. You're way better at this game than me. Would have tried other. What was I thinking? I mean, it should have been. Just, what did I get in the beginning? Oh no, wait, we had the O in there. It should have been good still to get some words. What's up, fish? Work lurking. Have a great stream. Thank you very much for lurking. Appreciate ya. Best of luck with the work. Back from fueling my chaffing addiction. What's y'all doing? Let's go. We just did the daily Wordle. Noise generator goes room indeed. Can I drop you alert? Work stuff taking you over since it's Monday. Hope you have fun. No worries, Songbird. Likewise to you. Have a good work session and thank you for lurking. Appreciate ya. Yeah, we should make a TV. I kinda wanna see if maybe we can make a rudimentary system for the map. Basically what we're thinking is changing it to, rather than having a Binding of Isaac map, we're gonna do a more realistic map. So maybe you find like the map for the first floor, for example. And then what we can do is have it so that the player can actually... You know in Silent Hill and those games how the player makes... But that happens automatically, right? If you find something that's like you get a marker on the map. But we could make it so the player actually marks the map themselves. Which I think is feature creep 101. But also would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Add a little pen noise whenever you make a note on the map. I think it would be pretty sick. Does the TV play static? That's what I'm thinking. I think it would be cool, because we could easily do it with our color stream as well, right? Like, this is my palette. And imagine that we just do something like... Like, we have a TV screen like this. Maybe since it's probably gonna be an older TV, so maybe we make it seem like a little bit rounded. And then we just add like a... bunch of this stuff. Like, obviously it wouldn't be every other, because I don't think that's gonna look good, but... It would have to be more random, and then we'd like flip it around to make it seem like static. I don't have to do... I would actually have to look at like... I think I would need a reference for this, to be honest. I mean, it should just seem like messy, right? I mean, I think this could work. You do something similar to this. And then you just like grab this and like flip it horizontally and vertically. There's not enough change. Flip it back horizontally. No, I would need to draw new ones, but... I mean, come on! That's basically a static screen, isn't it? Saying the correct answer 5 times and putting something different, yeah. You usually start with radio. If you started with it, you would have gotten 4 letters already, but today you started with audio. Damn, true. TV, this also works like a chessboard. We should have a chessboard too. Should we have a chess minigame? No. I'll probably do 3 different frames. Yeah, that's probably true. But I think I would draw them individually. Just flipping them it's obvious. You can see that this is just being flipped. So I think we would actually have to take this one and like redraw it. Make sure that it's different enough. It's hard to make stuff seem random though. Yeah, I think I would need to start it over, because you can see like the pixels that don't move and stuff. It's obvious that I'm just adding more to it, but I think also, as you said, I think doing just... Like now, if I take the first one again... Let's say we take this one. We add a new frame. Boom. Maybe now we flip that one horizontally. And we make a new frame out of this one. We flip that one like horizontally and vertically, just to see what happens with more frames. Yeah, I think more frames is better, but I still think I would have to like draw them individually. Because you can kind of tell that the same shapes are moving around somehow. The QR code to your Twitch. Oh my god, that's actually genius. Just one of the frames, we actually have a QR code. That's fucking genius, man. That's a great fucking Easter egg in the game. Holy shit. Now you need a noise generator to generate a new texture for each frame. I mean, that would be pretty sick. Don't fucking know how to do it, but... Starting to look like a QR code, yeah. I kinda wanna do it, not gonna lie. That would be a funny little Easter egg, you just hide the QR code in the started screen. It kinda looks like it's rotating in a circle. Yeah, I think the best thing for me to do is actually to... Because now I'm being lazy, right? I'm just flipping sprites and stuff. Which, yeah, wait, you can actually see like a... does kinda seem like it's twirling around or whatever. But yeah, I think if I redrew, yeah, I suppose, redrew each frame from scratch, they would be different enough to where it would look good. In your DAW noise generator is just a couple of clicks. I hope it's in Unity as well. It probably is. It's probably just one of those things I don't have any experience with. I don't know if it is. Is it fully necessary though? Like if I have 7 unique frames that are not just like flipped and whatnot, I feel like playing... What you could do though, we could randomly pick the next frame so it doesn't ever become a full loop. That's something you could do too, to still have some randomness in it. I feel like that might be fine. I don't know. Damn, I always read it as Go Dot. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Godot. Almost certain. Zayko, who is a Godot developer, can probably correct us. But I'm pretty sure it's Godot. Unity has so many hidden secrets that you find later and say, I spent hours on this when it's built in. Yeah, true, true. No, it's not necessary at all, but it would be fun. Yeah, true. That is fair enough. And also, it would probably be a... what do you call it? I would imagine it being a good learning experience too. Just to be aware of how to do that stuff. But it all depends, right? Because at the same time, like, if it would take me 1.5 days to get it working, probably not worth it. If it takes an hour, probably worth it. Should we try doing the map thing? I feel like the map thing would be kinda sick. Definitely strobe creep. But I think it would be sick. Because we have implemented most of the new sounds now. We also... oh yeah, we do need to set the interval though. I think we're gonna say that the least amount of time between these sounds should be something like 3 minutes. So the most often it could play is every 3 minutes. That seems good enough, right? And then max sound interval, the longest it could go. What, 10 minutes? The Godot pronunciation is weird. I don't think either of you are right. Wait, actually? Wait, what is this? 3.5 minute video on how to pronounce this name? That is almost impressive how much content you can get out of that question. I don't know if something is up with YouTube for me. Oh, there we go. Everything is buffering so much today.
That engine. Some people didn't like how I said the Gato engine, which is totally fine. It's an odd name. Even feels kind of weird to say it. I even asked in the comments how you pronounced it, and you had a pretty good variety of responses like Godot, Gato, Godo, Gouda. So there's clearly some disagreement, and a quick Google search will give you a lot of the same variations. So I thought, let's figure this out. Once and for all, how do you pronounce? So let's start with the variations that are really common. There's Godot, Godot, Goda.
Yeah, I go with the second one. I say Godot.
Godot, and the one that I used, Gato. And I'll add a quick disclaimer here.
Gato.
However you want to pronounce it, it's fine. Except for Gouda, that's just wrong. Maybe eventually one pronunciation to rule them all will win out, but for now, you do you. But let's give this a shot, or at the very least get a little bit more guidance. And if we want to find out the correct way to say this name, we need to know where the heck this name comes from. Juan Linietsky, one of the creators of the engine, attributes the name to the Samuel Beckett play Waiting for You Know Who.
This is very similar. You probably have read or seen the play by Samuel Beckett, Waiting for Godot. This situation was like they were always waiting for Godot, you know, to have some feature or something. People.
Did he not say Godot?
Situation was like they were always waiting for Godot, you know, to have some feature or something. People always want more and more things, and this kind of this is why it's called like this.
And is also found in the documentation of the engine online.
Juan, here's a really good question. How does the founder of the engine pronounce the engine?
I don't really know. That also got me by surprise.
I don't really know, fuck man.
People started asking how you pronounce it, and I was like, I don't know, just like the play, I guess. And that wasn't a good answer. It seems because the play is different.
So I think it seems like what I would say here is that it seems like I must be correct and anything else is wrong, right? That's usually the case, right? I'm joking.
Yeah. But I don't really even don't know how to pronounce it myself in English. Everyone else is whatever they like, I guess.
So the origin.
But he did say it's a French name. Wouldn't the French pronunciation be Godot? I mean, Godot would probably... it would probably be that as well. Because if it's a French pronunciation, we can definitely know one thing, which is that there's no way you're supposed to pronounce the T at the end. If it's, you know, if the origin has some connection to French, the T is not to be pronounced at the end. Godot, yeah. Muted just a word, I always say Godot. Yeah, I think we say the same thing then. TV could be a bigger part of the game. In some room you'd find a remote and you'd be able to enter the channel numbers. In other rooms you would find numbers of channels, and on these channels would be always some hint or something. True. Because you could do one of those where, you know, if you're in like a hotel or something and they have like 1,000 channels and like half of them are not working, so that it's actually difficult to find the correct channels. I mean, it would definitely be brute forceable, but if you make it have like 1,000 channels, it's at least a bit too much work to try and brute force it. Maybe randomly have one TV channel that plays some fucking pop song. Creator of GIF says GIF and he's wrong, so true. It's God of War. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Cultural variation on the pronunciation, which is really the right answer when it comes to pronunciation. It depends on your cultural background. But I need a little bit more. I need some let's cut it out. But how do we deal with the fact that there are 2 English variations, beyond not caring and calling whatever you want? So let's go to the guy who actually wrote the play. And according to Beckett, the proper English pronunciation of is Gato.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Nah.
From Gato.
Godot's waiting for Godot. No Man's Land and Waiting for Godot.
So if it's good enough for Captain Picard and Gandalf, I'm gonna roll with Gato. But much like
I think they're wrong. I think it's Godot.
Name in the first place, we're probably waiting for a definitive pronunciation that will actually never come.
I'm calling fake news. That's what I'm gonna do. At least we know how to pronounce Unity, Legend. Yeah, that's true, true. You pronounce it Godot, not apparently to the video. According to the video, it should be Godot, right? Godot. But Godot sounds better, man. It sounds better. I'm gonna start saying Godot and just forcefully and stubbornly pretend like I think that's the only way to say it. Got him! True. Okay, every 2 to 10 minutes a random noise plays. I feel like that could be a lot. Maybe every 2 to... $15 minutes. Maybe. But that seems like what? A random noise? If it would end up being every 15 minutes, that's 4 times an hour. That seems like too much now. Go down. Every 10 or 15 minutes it has a 60% chance of playing something, but then it's the same thing. Now you could play the game for for a full hour and it never playing a sound. That seems too rare for me. Just keep in mind now, we're doing more natural or organic sounds. Like, it's not over the top stuff. It's like maybe you hear a bit of a floorboard squeak or something. Because 10 to 15 minutes, 60% chance. If that's, you know, a random 60% chance, if we just keep it like that and don't like increment to it, that could theoretically make it almost never play.
Gotta dump these at some point. Keep up the great work, Chirpy E.
Hey, cheers, man. Such that with the 4,700 bits. That's fucking mad, man. That's quite a bit of bits there. Thank you very much, Sachidat. Appreciate ya. I think you should have your fucking emote now, right? I know you've been wanting that emote. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, I'm looking for it. Nice. Wait, I don't get this. Wait, Subsidiary, do you actually get bits randomly? I don't. Why do I not get bits? And bot is taking 4,653 out of these bits. Yeah, it's still a little bit messed up. Oh no, bought 5k. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, because I think for some people you can get bits by watching ads on Twitch, I think. But I don't know if I don't think we can do that in Sweden. Should I do it with a VPN? I'm not sure. Yeah, the bot message is incorrect though. It does log it correctly, which is the important part. We would never watch ads for bits. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, thank you very much, Sachidak. I appreciate ya. And I hope you're doing well. Do random range 10 to 15 minutes, you charge up the chance value by like 25%. But it's still this sounds too rare for me. Because what that means is that you're guaranteed to hear 1 an hour. My game is probably gonna be like maybe 2 hours long. So a lot of players, like the guarantee would be to have 2 of these noises play throughout an entire playthrough. It sounds very rare to me. I think it should be more common. At least now when they're not too over the top. Before we had like, you know, the scream of a woman and like whispering noises and stuff. And that became, like, that kind of stuff you can't have too often, right? It becomes too over the top. But like a floorboard creak or like a door squeak or something, I feel like it's not really an issue if it could happen, for example, every 2 minutes. However, it shouldn't keep happening every 2 minutes. This would guarantee 4 an hour. I feel like that sounds fine. It could be, obviously, and it very likely would be more often. But at least every player should get it 4 times an hour. Yo, store page and build got approved by Steam. Oh, nice. GG, Jin. Exciting. Still not gonna publish a store page yet, but at least it's approved. Nice. GG. Also, the build, is that for the proper game or for the demo? Just out of curiosity. Are you doing a demo? I think you're doing a demo. In my grandma's house, there's sometimes a snap sound that happens like every minute. Damn. Yeah, and I feel like having these noises, if they're like small little noises like this, kind of organic, it might even just be like the house moving a little bit or whatever. I feel like it's fine if they play relatively often. But obviously it shouldn't be like every 60 seconds you have one of these random noises. That's too much. I also think we should probably change, rather than while true... Wait, how does this happen? When this breaks, would I have to start the I enumerator as well? Again? Is that how that works? I hate while loops, man. Because I probably only want this to happen during gameplay. This was for the actual game/build. I haven't done the demo page yet. That should be next week, I hope. Okay. Just the only thing I was thinking, I mentioned this, we were talking about this earlier, but I've heard that it might be good to wait a bit with the demo release, or at least schedule the demo 2 weeks in advance after the page is published. Because apparently Steam can like push your demo a bit 2 weeks before it releases. What's up, Bjarne? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Do it in the update function. So then, wait, how do I wait in the... Because... This I can only do in an IE enumerator, right? Cannot make it a for loop. But it has to keep going, right? That's the issue. Even if we run out of whatever the for loop is going through. That while loop should fuck up the editor, can it not? Probably. I have done so multiple times with while loops. That's why I'm kind of like, is there another way for me to do this? Also, Bjarne, I added quite a lot, or basically almost all of the new sounds. And it sounds good, man. The random noises are fucking creepy too, man. I think those are gonna turn out good. The only thing I would say so far is I think we have to do something else for the pickup sound. Or at least add something more to it. I feel like the pickup sound does not sound right for the game as of right now. I feel like we might just... Maybe it's not that it sounds incorrect, but I think maybe we need a little bit more of like a oomph kind of thing. I don't know how to explain this. But I feel like there is something missing, right? I'll look into it. Cheers, man. Appreciate ya. The charge sound is nice. I haven't been thinking of the demo as much because I have no idea what to make the demo be. Yeah, I mean, that's a very big question, to be honest. Can't find the emote. Wait, for the bits one? The bits ones are the Magi Cheer. Is that not what it's called? Oh no, Magi Woo I call it apparently. It's this one, this one, and this one. Those are the bit emotes. Time left minus equals delta time. Explaining VFX requirements is the worst. It's so difficult to find the right word. I mean SFX. Yeah, true. Especially someone like me. Because I imagine that Bjarne, who's like, actually understands audio, you could probably explain these with like the proper terms and stuff. Whereas for me, as someone who's not really, you know, I'm not like super knowledgeable when it comes to sound, audio, music stuff in general. It's so fucking difficult for me to explain what I mean, right? Very true. If time left is less than 0, or less than or equal to 0, play random sound. Okay, so we would have an update function. We would then say, not while. We can actually say if... No, let me not do that either. So we would say something like if time left is equal to 0, then we set a new random time left. Private float time left. And then we default this to 0, which I think it would do anyway. Oh yeah, true. Less than or equal to 0. In case it would go under. True, thank you. Yeah, I have no experience in audio. I tried to explain what we need with more bzz, more oomph. The audio engineer asked if I'm in reverb or treble or whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's like, I think Bjarne has tried to explain to me the difference between echo and reverb like 19 times at this point, and I'm still not like fully sure if I truly understand the difference. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I mean, I have like general gist of it, but I'm still not entirely sure. Okay, time left. If time left is less than or equal to 0, that's when we want to. But this would play it immediately, which I don't want. Okay, so maybe we set a time left at first. So it never... Because otherwise it would play immediately every time you start a game. So maybe we say that this should not happen in like the first 2 minutes. This is gonna be in seconds, right? So if this is the case, then we play a random sound. And then we need to... now we need to change the time left, right? So now we would say that time left is equal to this. Random range between min sound interval and max sound interval. Reverb is the clang of a sound, echo is just the repeating of the sound. But there is like a bit of an overlap, isn't there? Like, just, yeah, I think this was, like... If you have a echo in a very, very small room, it kinda sounds the same as reverb, in some regard, wouldn't it? Or something like that. As I said, I still don't fully fucking get this stuff. Welcome back, Mises. Good evening, my sir. How are you doing? Currently trying to see if I can get rid of my old scary while loop and put this in a update function instead. How you doing, Mises? Okay, so then we set a new time left. Right? And now I need to remove from time left. Which I think we only do if GameManager.currentState is equal to gameplay. So we pause this if you pause the game. Perkele, indeed. What's the problem with while loops? I might not be the best one to explain it, but yeah, I can actually explain this in a very good way. My main problem with while loops is that since I started game development, I think I've crashed Unity like 4 times. 3 of those have been me incorrectly using a while loop. That's my main pet peeve. It's just, it feels risky to use them, do you know what I mean? Probably because I don't fully understand them, to be very clear. Because I'm a little newbie. Leila Codes It, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? Codes It sounds like another developer. What have you been working on? Anything you want to share? If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Which, if you are interested, you can find on Steam. Did that not work? That did not work. Here's a little link if you want to check it out on Steam. It's a point-and-click horror game with this like 1-bit pixel art style kind of thing going. Still relatively early in the development, but we're getting there. We've been making a lot of progress lately. yeah, that's pretty much it. If it looks interesting, feel free to wishlist the game on Steam, probably the #1 way to support the development. Silicon Orchid, welcome in. Layla codes it as well, how you doing? What have you been working on? Do I follow you? I don't think I follow you. Do I? I don't. Let me throw you a little follow as well as a shout out to Layla codes it. Sage Sharpie, do you have a trailer? I mean, if you put it that way, I do have a little teaser. Should we run the teaser? Fuck it. Here's a slightly outdated teaser. There we have it. I really need to update that one at some point. But it's difficult during development because, like, the last time I updated the teaser, it took me 2 days until it felt outdated. Do you know what I mean? We were working on Blend and getting the characters into Unity and then fighting with the characters to look at the player. Ooh! So you are a fellow game developer? Do you have anything? Do you have any links or anything you want to show? Nice, thank you very much, Silicon. Uploaded a new version of the pickup, added a bit of thumb to it. Let me know if it's closer to what you're looking for. Nice, I'm gonna check it out. Thank you very much, Biana. Hello, fellow Unity sufferer, indeed. I am, yes. Do you have the? Is the game up on Steam or itch or anything? Do you have any links? If you do, feel free to throw it in the chat. The third tourist, okay. Possessed by a demon, hunted by a cult. Sneak, scheme and deceive your way through a deceptively sunny town in this no-guns stealth adventure. Damn, that sounds kinda cool. Ooh. Looks sick as well. How long have you been working on this? Steam page launched around March. Story-driven, first-person stealth adventure. This sounds sick, man. You play as Bryce, a city girl with an unusual problem. She's possessed by a demon lord. To win back her freedom, she must track down his lost lieutenants. That means sneaking, scheming and deceiving your way through town, breaking into homes, manipulating the unsuspecting, and doing whatever it takes to stay ahead. Sounds pretty sick, not gonna lie. Can we get it up here? We can indeed. There we have it. Let me wishlist your game. Here's the link again, in case anyone wants to check it out. Thank you very much for the raid, Layla. I appreciate ya. I've been on it full time for about 14 months. My husband, Silicon Orchid, has been working on it in some guise or another for much longer. Nice! So are you two the main developers? And also, Layla Codesit, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Just the two of us? Nice! Okay, we have some ads coming up. We're gonna run all of the ads now so we can get rid of them for a full hour. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I mean, that must be fun as well, working together, I imagine. I have a fly-through video to share if you'd like. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Will it be more Gamba today? We might, I mean, if you want a bit of Gamba, we can do a bit of a Gamba. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I mean, yeah, I'm technically a two-man team as well. You have me, and then I have my sound designer, as I'm now gonna start calling it. We have to make this team a bit professional, you know. Bjarne, who's a moderator in the chat, is doing all of the audio. Is the sound? I don't think there's sound. I kinda wanna try Blend at some point, man. Are you guys doing all of the models? Oh yeah, sorry about the ads. You know what, we can check this after the ads. We can have a look after the ads are finished. It's a tough life. Yeah, I'm a sound designer too. Indeed. Björk. Are you working part or full time on your game? I am currently full time. I quit my job in August last year, and I made the first version of this game in October. And since then, I have basically been working full time on it. Full scope creep over here. This game started as a very simple game. I said I was gonna complete it in 2 months, and I have spent like 8 months on it now, doing a shit ton of refactoring and like endless polishing, and even today we came up with new scope creep features. But yeah, I am very much enjoying it. I've said this before, I don't think... I mean, obviously I'm not financially successful, like, at least for now, I'm burning through my savings, but at the same time, I don't think I've ever been as happy as I am right now. I am really enjoying my day-to-day, just, you know, streaming and working on this game is quite fulfilling, to be honest. Okay, let's... I think some people are back from ads, so let's continue the video here. I thought we might as well do it when the ads are over, so people don't miss it. Sounds just like us, we are living off savings, but both so happy. Yeah, indeed. No, I think it's worth it. Like, I've said this multiple times before. Even if I end up at, you know, at the end of this, if I quote-unquote fail, and I don't make it, I'm not able to make a living from this, my game doesn't sell well, whatever it might be. Oh shit! At that point, like, if I have to go back to having 9 to 5 or whatever, I still don't think I'm gonna ever regret this time. Do you know what I mean? I don't think I'm gonna look back at this and be like, oh damn, that was a bad decision. Because it feels like, you know, not to sound like fucking... Not to... You know, I feel like I'm making this sound too dramatic or whatever, but in some regard, like... You know, for once I really took some time to do something for me kind of thing, do you know what I mean? Every time I think finally last exam, now I'm going to start developing my game, I remember that I'm going to work as a chat and product manager for a friend at the same time. Oh damn. You're going to regret it ending, but not the time spent. Yeah, exactly. Like, of course do I want to be successful doing this? Of course. I mean, let's not be silly here. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I don't want to be successful doing it. But even if that's not the case, I don't think I'm ever gonna regret this venture. You know? Yeah, what I was saying before is that I really want to try Blend at some point. I've only worked with 2D so far. But I could see 3D modeling actually being quite fun. Do you guys make all of the models? Out of curiosity. Oh damn, we have like a full day and night cycle going on here as well. Fuck, this looks sick, man. Look at that. lights and stuff look really nice. We figured that even if what we're doing isn't particularly successful, we'll be no worse off than being sat in someone else's crappy office. Preach, man. Fucking Spec with the 5 gifted subs as well. Paying forward the gift they got from Trash. Let's fucking go! You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much, Spec. I appreciate ya. That means a lot, man. Speaking of me not being fucking doing this successfully, that does help. That does certainly help. Thank you very much, Spec. Absolute legend. Yeah, but I understand what you mean, Silicon. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Fuck, 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you, Spec. What are we at? I think we should be at... I think that doesn't update immediately. I think we should be at almost 160. Damn, nice. Thank you very much, man. It means a lot. It truly does. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it's... what is it? $25 is the threshold I set, and I think his sub is technically $4.99 or whatever. It's kind of mad, but yeah, sorry, man. We'll see. I might. Should I change it? Well, we'll see. I'm considering it. It's a mixture of assets. We use store-bought modular for much of the buildings, but adding in our own stuff too. Nice. So are you both doing a bit of everything, or are you kind of dividing up the work, so to speak? Or are you both like Swiss Army knives in this project? You can make basic low poly stuff look interesting with good lighting. True, I've said this before. I would argue that like very simple assets with great lighting, I would even say this, like bad assets with good lighting is always gonna end up looking better than good assets with shit lighting, right? I feel like that's fair. I'm started getting into Blended 2.5 weeks ago. I made 3 characters so far. Nice! Do you stream daily? Not currently. I do... currently I do 3 days a week. So I stream Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. I did stream yesterday too, you know, bonus streams every now and then. But currently I only stream 3 days a week. I do try to, you know, put some effort into like the content creation part as well. So the main reason why I have some extra days off is so I should have time to like edit stuff. I definitely don't do enough of it. I mean, I did recently release my first devlog, so that was nice. But, you know, I probably have enough content for like 2-3 more videos. So that's the point of my days off. Whether I always use them correctly is a different question. I do end up doing a lot of work on the game as well. But that's good, because as someone doing a pretty linear game, I don't feel like I can show everything on stream. Because I don't want to ruin the experience for the viewers, right? I don't think I have any chances to earn a living wage from my first game, but it's fun and I'm learning a lot. Yeah, and I mean, that's still valuable, right? I'm a Swiss Army knife with a Swiss Army knife. Both Swiss Army knives, good way to put it. We'll need to outsource music when time comes. Unlikely to do any voice because of cost. Yeah, I think voice is... The way I've seen it is that I think voice acting stuff is risky. Because either it's gonna be a, you know, big cost to get like professional people doing it. And I also think that if you don't do that, I think it is very easy to get it to sound very amateurish or whatever. And I think it could hurt the game more than not having it. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of my point of view on voice acting. I don't know if it's correct or not. Like, obviously take anything I say with a grain of salt. This looks realistic though. But that's kind of how I see it. I feel like bad voice acting would definitely hurt the game more than not having it at all. Just doing those just like random noises instead of voice acting, like while the text is being shown or whatever, I think that can work really well in my opinion. Damn, this is pretty fucking big too. Now, of course, I don't know if you can go literally everywhere, but... Cool stuff. It's looking sick. I'm excited for ya. Here's the link once again, if anyone wants to check out the game, make sure to wishlist, follow all of that good stuff, support our fellow developers. Silicon Orchid makes the buildings and deals with the LOD. Do I know what LOD is? LOD. I'm not sure I do. Level streaming and general performance stuff. I have focused on the AI systems, the UI, the game management systems, story, dialogue, etc. Nice! And now Blender. So we split the load, but we also pair together when others get stuck. That sounds nice. Level of detail. Oh yeah, I've heard of this before. Yeah. We talked about that when I was looking into 3D modeling a bit. Just out of curiosity. Thank you very much. No guys, I have voice actors. You can audition people on Casting Call Club for free. You can choose who fits and who doesn't, and it actually doesn't take that long for them to redo lines, so you can tell them to redo a lot of times. Thank you for watching. No worries, no worries. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate ya. Wishlist your game too. Thank you very much. It's something you Unity peasants need to use. Okay, Mr. fucking Unreal fanboy. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm joking. By the way, thanks for taking the time after your stream to have a look at our game. Really appreciate it. No, of course, of course. We're gonna support our fellow developers here, you know? I think that's a given, you know? To be honest, we needed two, as Nanite is not even close to complete. I don't even know what that is. And Silicon Orchid, thank you very much for the follow as well. So do you stream too, or is that divided to Layla instead? Or do you also stream the game development? Or do you stream together? To be honest, oh, I read that. Unity 6.2 handles LODs for you. Oh, they do? Should I follow the incident? No, no worries, man. Oh yeah, Unity has some peasant version of Nanite nowadays. Come on, man. Come on, man. I cannot have this in my chat. Ah, shit, I mistyped it. Okay, you'll survive for this time. I'm watching you, Wakacha. I'm joking. Manage your voice actors properly if it's for multiple games. Yeah, I don't know. I was considering voice acting for a little bit. I probably wouldn't have too many lines, but I don't know. Voice acting just scares me. It really does. I don't know if, you know, my opinion here is grounded in reality, but I just really fear that a, like, subpar voice acting would hurt the game a lot more than not having it in the game. That's kinda how I view it. But as I said, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Maybe it's not that hard to get... But the thing is that I imagine then that the difference is that if you want to make sure that you get quality, you're gonna have to pay a lot more for it, right? Voice acting can be okay or overdone. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it's it's almost easier for voice acting to be overdone. Like, especially if it's not like a professional doing it. Because it's... I feel like for like an amateur as myself, if I would try to do voice lines, I feel like I would probably lean into doing it like a bit too much or whatever instead. And that can, as you said, like overdoing it is not gonna sound good either. Just to be real, I don't care what engine someone uses. Just joke to start with people pissing on Unreal. No, I get it, man. It's completely fine. Rule of thumb, if South Park can do it, so can you. But I mean, South Park has fucking good voice acting though, like... You know, those guys are actually fucking good. I don't know if I am. Right, I need to make dinner and feed the dogs. Thank you so much for your time again. We'll definitely be hanging out again. No worries, thank you very much for the raid again, and have a great dinner. Cheers, appreciate ya. I actually prefer amateur voice acting. Professionals just sound too fake for me. But do you think that's the case, Japan? Because I feel like, is this not one of those moments where... I feel like this should be one of those things where you only notice the bad ones. That's when you get that thought that like, oh, this sounds fake. But if it's a really good professional doing it, and they actually nail it, you probably wouldn't think that, right? I feel like if it ends up sounding too fake for you, is it not maybe like that actually is a professional who did a bad job? Do you know what I mean? If you know the game My Summer Car, that's a good example of okay voice acting. I don't know if I've heard that one, or seen that one. If it is South Park, I will hunt you down, Zoomers. South Park is very good, not gonna lie. We had the 46 people audition for our game as voice actors. There's a wide range and sometimes bad voice acting. It's just funny, not gonna lie. They took their jobs. Yeah. I found out the other day all episodes of South Park except one on not 2D. They are made in Maya. Damn, I didn't even know that. It's probably easier though. I wouldn't be surprised if they at least get quite some advantages from it. The first season of South Park wasn't so good and no one remembers it. It was funny. And that was the USP. Like Hitman, yikes. Does Hitman have bad voice acting? Cheers, AO.
Our U14 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. The old episodes were made with felt and scissors stop motion. Damn, yeah, that's very cool. Sir Wilhelm in Dark Souls 3 is peak voice acting. Is it, or are you being ironic here? I don't even... Wait, who is this? Is that in the main game? Did I hear him? Sir Wilhelm. I don't even know if I remember this. Did I meet him? I don't know if I did. Oh, DLC? Okay. You already know the drill now, indeed. Nope, I can't stand good voice acting, but I'm a sound snob, so maybe that's it. I think normies would be fine with it. Interesting. But if you're a sound snob, would not bad voice acting be worse? If we are talking about voice actors, I kinda think it depends in what language they have to talk. Like English, I'd rather have a good actor than anime cringe. Yeah, I mean the medium can definitely change it as well. Like, I never again want to hear Resident Evil 1 level voice acting. I don't know if I've heard that either. Sir Wilhelm's speech.
Well, you look to be unkindled. No bell tolls. And yet you've slipped into the painting. Oh, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frida will guide you.
Well, this sounds good. I feel like this is one of those that it doesn't sound too overdone, you know? But it still sounds good. Do you know what I mean?
There is one thing you should know. Inside the cold painting,
I mean, also
curiosity could
kind of nice voice, to be honest.
Stray from the withering flame, and the snow will swallow you whole.
Fucking raspy. But my inner Tom Waits fan is going haywire here. Voice acting horror. The raspier, the manlier, indeed. Can we? Oh wait, is this from the movie? Or whatever? No, it's from the game. Oh.
What is this? Stop it. Don't.
Yeah, immediately you can hear it. This is what I would consider overdone, right? Like, it sounds like they're trying a little bit too hard here.
What is this?
Yeah, this is overdone. This is what I would consider like it really sounds like they're trying too hard to get like this proper fucking voice, you know? And I feel like I would probably guess that almost leaning towards underdoing it is probably a safer bet than overdoing it, in my opinion.
Stop it. Don't open that door.
That is actually horrifying.
What is this?
What is it?
Blood. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Oh wait, is this what you like, Japan? I sometimes wonder if pushing the quality of visuals or audio players' expectation gets raised, they assuming it's not really an indie game anymore. If the underlying game isn't fun or there isn't much there, it may get reviewed more harshly. Yeah, that might actually be a good point. Yeah, because I do think for the general, at least for like an indie audience, I do think they are more lenient, right? I think that's fair to say. Like, if I'm playing a game that I know was made by like just a guy somewhere, I probably cut him a bit of slack, right? Which I might, maybe in regards to stuff that I wouldn't accept from a AAA game or whatever. Scariest part of the game. See, I would take this over modern voice acting any day. It's so stupid, I love it. That's mad. Pull up the video named Mega Man 8 Terrible Voice Acting and watch after the 20-second mark. The voice actor actually flubs his line and they kept it. Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that too.
What is it? What is it?
What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
That wasn't too bad.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking...
That's horrible.
That was too close.
Yeah, no.
Almost a Jill sandwich. Don't scare me.
Yeah, this is too overdone for me.
What do you make of this?
Came from, but you cannot let it fall into Dr. Wowie's hands. You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. White?
Immediately, Mega Man.
Okay, that's actually kind of funny.
That's a good...
You can hear him trying to stumble on the fucking line there.
All the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy immediately, Mega Man. Immediately, Mega Man.
It's like the hesitation before he says it. Oh, it's kind of funny. It's not overdone, the game just doesn't blend it together well enough. Do you think so? In regards to Resident Evil? I think this sounds way too...
That's what I was going to say.
But just take a look at...
But just take... Like, it sounds too much. Like, it doesn't sound like a normal human being would talk. That's kind of why I feel like. I've got a feeling we're going to see a whole bunch of small team Unreal Engine 5 games coming out soon, which look amazing because of Media Stand's assets and Night Lumen, but aren't really fleshed out with gameplay. Yeah, no, I think it sounds logical. I would not be surprised if that actually could have in some regard, a disadvantage. Because if you see the game and it looks fucking fantastic, you might... As you mentioned, you might like raise your expectations instead. Yeah, I feel like it made sense. So the question is, should you as a indie game dev kind of make your game slightly shittier to not have that happen? I don't know. To me, that's what all voice acting sounds like. So, but this is like just emphasizing the thing I said before, that like it's a safer bet to just not have voice acting. I feel like it is. Unless you do it really well, of course. But that's the thing, like I feel like almost anything except like nailing it is gonna sound bad.
This. It's Forrest.
No.
Oh my God.
It's awful.
I'm going to find out what caused Forrest's death.
I'm gonna find out what caused. Like, it's too much. I would no. Like, I think this would have sounded better if they just spoke like a normal human. Like, if they didn't try so much. Like, if they just... Like, what did he say here?
Forrest's death. I'm going to find out what caused Forrest's death.
Could you not just say, I'm gonna find out what caused his death or whatever? Like, if you just said it as a normal person, I think it would have sounded better than this. That's my opinion. This was also like 1996. Yeah, that was probably fair enough. We'll fix it in post, no need to worry. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you do probably have a point. You can probably make it a lot better with like post-production stuff. Yeah. ...1996 Japan, they had no idea what normal English sounded like. To be honest, they still don't have many good English speakers in Japan, so... No, and it made sense, like... Obviously the language is very... It's like complete opposite to English. So, it's, you know... It's too expected. You can't like compare a, you know... fucking Germanic language speakers English to someone whose native language is Japanese, right? The issue with the writing is that they didn't record in the same studio together. Yeah, that probably has a big impact as well, I would imagine. But I would still say these lines are way too overdone in my opinion. Like, everything is too emphasized.
It looks like he was killed by a crow or something.
Like, what is that? Like a crow or something. Like, it's... I think... Yeah, I would say this is too much for me. It goes to the point where it starts sounding like cringe instead. Do you know what I mean? 100% agree with your Resident Evil voice acting, yeah. From what I understand from the Silent Hill documentaries, they actually did hire English voice actors, but they forced them to over-dramatize the lines in unnatural ways. Like in the movie Lost in Translation. Sometimes not having voice acting is way better. I'd rather read this cringe. Yeah, no, I agree. I think here, having like the whatever, like Zelda Ocarina of Time, like sound once you are, while you're like typing out the characters, I think that would have been better. I think I would have cringed way less playing this with that kind of stuff compared to these like over dramatized lines.
Whoa, this hall is dangerous.
But also, not saying necessarily that my opinion here has to be the correct or the only one. Like, if you don't agree, that's completely fine. But just speaking from, you know, in my opinion, I would rather have had just random noises while text is being typed out. I'm so triggered when people read everything in the YouTube video. It makes me rage quit YouTube. Wait, what do you mean read everything? You mean like in the game or something? Just then you're not gonna enjoy me gaming. I'm the type of person, I will read fucking everything, man. I've said this before. I talk to NPCs in Skyrim. Like, I will stop my adventure to speak to someone on the fucking side of the road, and I will actually listen to what they have to say. It's fucking mad. Also, gotta remember, voice acting was very new to video games at this point. No one really had it 100% down yet. Yeah, no, and that is an important thing to remember, right? Like, this video is 16 years ago. So, you know. Like when they turn the voiceover off just to read the voiceover in their own voice. Okay, yeah, that I wouldn't do. I love it when people read text in a video. I want to hear my chappies reading a woman's voice. Okay, we'll see about that one. And then they do that high-pitched voice for female characters. I mean, that apparently is what Wakacha wants me to do. Solo Dev by Schedule 1 uses mumbly sounds instead of actual speech. And he hasn't done so bad out of it. Yeah. I don't even... Have I seen that? I've seen a little bit of gameplay. Schedule 1.
What's guys, and welcome to the store. We are going to put the product here. We've got 10 bags. We can... Going to be building out a skill tree. I'm sure the more that we meet people, the more options we're going to have. I think this is Uncle Nelson over here. How we doing? You're looking a little shady. He's got some red eyes. Morning, buddy. Lovely day.
Okay, wait. Sorry, man. All good, but I can't hear the noises. Yeah. No, I would not really mind that. Rather this than overdone bad voice acting, I would say. Even if it's just like random noises or whatever. Because this becomes a little bit like Sims-like, right? Don't I have a name for the language in Sims? It's like... I think there's a name for it, right? Simlish, yeah. $95 million last time I looked. Yeah, I did have a look before as well, and it's fucking... I think they are pretty sorted, innit? Like, yeah. That is what I would consider a pretty clear success, right? Okay, shall we see if we can get this to work and then maybe get a rudimentary system of the map working? I feel like that could be fun. So we're having some new scope creep ideas. Thinking of making, instead of having this like Binding of Isaac map where you like find new rooms as you go on. So like this would be like if you go into this room instead, that means that this is now a visited room, this is the current room, and since this one is connected, we are now gonna find this room you haven't been in. This is how I did the map so far, but I think we're gonna make it more realistic. So we're gonna have the player actually find like the entire map for floor 1. However, we're not gonna tell the player like, boom, you are here. Instead, the player is gonna have to actually use it like a proper map, but to help them out, we're gonna make the scope creep system of the player being able to like place notes or little symbols around. Stuff like this, like check mark, X, question mark, exclamation mark, like just have them place this stuff around the map. Any good ideas for other symbols could be nice. I know I did some here before. I don't know if the 1, 2, 3 A, B, C, D things are gonna work, but this is like what I suggested. Yeah, I think it could be cool. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, it doesn't actually seem like this would have to be too difficult. Obviously, this is scope creep, but I feel like doing a pretty simple system where we just have a few buttons in the corner of the map. If you like click on this one and then click somewhere, boom, then we just like instantiate that symbol. And if you like click on that symbol again, we remove it or something. It doesn't seem like it should have to be that difficult. I'm not gonna make it so the player can actually draw themselves. Because that's gonna take me quite some time, I think. That would be a bit too much work. But at least being able to just put down these little symbols on the map, I feel like that would be at least getting a kinda simple system going. Doesn't seem like it should be too difficult. So let's do this. Let's try making a... I guess we should try making a map. I had another playtest that gave me a good idea too. Whenever you find the next map, we should just do it so that when you open this map, when you open the map in game, we just show the other one like this, behind it. So if this is the floor 1 map, now you can like click on this one to switch to floor 2 or whatever. But this does mean that let's make a very simple map for now. Because this is kind of gonna make my life easier too. Because instead of having to programmatically update the map all of the time and have a bunch of logic to it, the map will literally just be an image. So it's kind of making my life easier too. I don't know how... We can probably have the main... Let's figure out what a normal room size is on a map like this. It must be enough for the player to be able to put down a marker, which might be something like a question mark. I feel like this size could work for the general rooms. Right? But then this time, we can now quite easily make connections too. Just do this to show like where stuff is connected. Maybe? Should we even fully connect them? Maybe that looks better actually. To just remove the pixels. I think it might. What do you guys think? Left or right? Does this connection or this connection, which one do you like the most? I kind of feel like the left one looks more right one looks more realistic, right? That's more like how you would draw a map. This looks like a very tiny corridor. It looks, yeah, I think I prefer this one, right? Yeah. I think splitting up the map into different fragments would be good. Yeah, we could do that as well. I know at least we're gonna split up the floors. So you would have to find the map for like floor 1, floor 2. And maybe some floors we don't even have a map. Maybe we just go, fuck it, basement, no map of the basement. You'll just have to try and do it by yourself, kind of thing. Is this even? Can I do a... it doesn't look like it. That, my dear friends, is 9 pixels, and so is that. So let's make the room either one smaller. That might be fine. So then we can get a double door connected in the middle like so. Obviously this does not have to be perfect now. Well, this is weird, because I have a corridor here. And then a main hall. How do I make the main hall? That should be bigger. Maybe we do something like this. Oh, but technically the lower main hall is only half of this, right? Because then, oh, and then you have the staircases, but then the door is actually here, so the hallway is technically... This should be the hallway. That's technically below this section, since... Yeah, the hallway is under this room. The main hall should still probably be a little bit bigger, but actually not that much. It should just be like... How do I explain this? It should be deeper. Has anyone checked the next fest yet? Any interesting observations or changes this time? I have not seen anything, to be honest. I know it started today, right? I don't know if I have to move you here, but that might be... Is this gonna be weird? Because this is technically how it is. Maybe it's fine. And then if we say that we have a room like here... What we could do to show that something isn't a room is to do maybe something like this. That should work, right? Like, that's not a space you can go to. Okay, so this is where the upper main hall would be. This is gonna be like this. And we should make you... maybe a bit deeper. This is the main hall. And here I suppose we could maybe even show the staircases. Don't know if that really looks like a staircase, but this looks like a ladder though. Does that not look like a ladder? What if I do this? Still kinda looks like a ladder. But I think it's fine. It's fine for now. Should we show that there's like a trapdoor here, or no? Because that might be the type of thing that we should let the player show. Or find, mark, whatever. I don't know, we're just testing stuff here. This is why we do play testing as well. To find out whether this is gonna work or not. Let me just do a very simple one that shows how the current layout is. Which is, the base floor might be something like this. Oh, what happened here? How did this happen? How big is a room? A room should be 18 by 12. 18 by 12. Oh, are you one step too... Yeah, you're too far down, okay. So this is like the current floor one. Technically we have a door here too. But now this is gonna be a bit weird, because this is not gonna like fully line up. Is that gonna be... Does that look weird? It does look kinda weird. But you know, this is not gonna be the final layout, so who cares? Sorry, let me catch up with chat. I'd prefer some preset landmarks in some rooms as well though. Yeah, and I think that's why we do this kind of stuff. Like, this is the main hall with like the staircases. This kind of becomes like a... And the same thing with the hallway. Like, the fact that we have some different shapes does give us some type of landmarks, right? Maybe we should have doors be like this. Like, if there is a door, then we do this. And if there isn't a door, like here, then we don't do anything. Like, none of these have doors, but here we have doors. Then here we have another like landmark thing, or whatever you want to call it. We have the... This should be like the main entrance. Maybe we even do something like this to really show it. I don't know. That could work. As I said, like, most likely I'm gonna end up revisiting the layout at some point, so this does not have to be perfect right now. This is kind of the layout we have so far. I think this should look pretty good. Has anyone checked? I read that one. Yeah, started today. I think I'll try some demos now. Ooh, exciting, man. I know some people who joined this next fest. I'm currently doing this sort of thinking about building layout work, except I'm doing it with 3D modular walls and floors. Building layouts make you have to think harder than you'd expect. True, very true. I think the color should be lighter. I can't see anything when it's zoomed in. Wait, which color are you talking about? What's up, one man? Welcome in. Is this the new map? Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something like this instead. And then we also have scope creep, so I think we're gonna make it so that the player can actually like put notes and stuff on this one themselves. So you can go like, boom, question mark. Scope creep 101. Color for the stats and things. It's hard because I don't have a... I mean, the way I could do it is if I do this. Why is this not working? Oh, do I have something marked? If I do this, then I can do this. Otherwise, maybe the stats should be the same color as this one. Maybe. That's gonna look a bit... maybe we do this then. If we only do it for like the stars. And that could work. Just the thing is that in between these colors I don't have a color in my palette. And I don't know, I'm scared that if I do the map white, it's gonna be too bright and not look like it's actually a part of the document or whatever. Maybe it would be fine. I mean, we can check how my current map looks. Oh wait, I need to find it. I think this is white, isn't it? Maybe white would be fine, because it doesn't get highlighted. Because this is the color I'm using now. Oh no, wait, I think I might have done custom colors here. Did I? Is this part of my... Yeah, this is part of my palette, and this is... Okay, so the color I'm currently using is one on the edge here. That would be the white color. I think the edge of this one is actually part of my palette. So these are the 3 grays we can use. Or maybe not. Wait, this might not be. That is not. This is the fill-in color of the dark rooms. It's the dark gray. Last year I spent a while researching how to possibly procedurally generate building layouts. I figured it may save some time in the long run. I exploded my head instead. I'm not surprised, man. I am not surprised. That seems like a big undertaking to... Just even doing something as simple as like a binary Weissach map generator. Like, I think I would struggle a lot doing it. Now I am a little bit of a rookie as well, but... You know what I mean. Like, making sure that it can't, like, generate stuff that, you know, like it can't generate 2 rooms on top of each other, it can't generate rooms you can't reach, there needs to be doors in the correct places, and, like, all of this stuff. And still making sure that it's, like, an interesting layout. Yeah, I would imagine it being really difficult. How about using one of the reds for the important landmarks in the map? You already use it in this part, right? Currently I don't. I don't use any reds. Like, I was thinking about using the reds for the markers the player puts out, but we could use one of the reds here. I mean, I did use it before to mark the room you're currently in. And we would kind of have to move the map, or move the stairs, like, over here or something. Wait, what? Oh. But I wonder if that almost stands out too much instead. Because I don't know, like, when we say landmarks, like, do you guys have any other ideas for, like, how I could show a landmark? Because I feel like the easiest one to do, that kind of made sense, is that the landmarks kind of become the parts that are actually a part of the overall structure. Like, we have a massive door here, we have a small hallway, we have a big room with staircases. Because I don't know if we can start doing like furniture and stuff. Because also, you wouldn't really have furniture in a map, would you? You wouldn't do like, oh yeah, there's a little circular table here, and there's like a right here, there's like a cabinet thing over here. I don't think we should do that, right? I don't know what else would be good like landmark kind of things to show. Possibly one thing you could say is probably the trapdoor to the basement. That one we probably could show. Because that would more be a part of the actual structure. Procedural generation is the best. My first Godot project was a plan generator that simulated geography such as tectonics, wind, irradiance, rain, etc. Damn. I mean, here's the thing. I think that procedural generation is fucking sick. I think it's cool and stuff. Like, it's also really just fascinating to be able to press play and just see something be created by like a you know, a algorithm of yours or whatever. Like, I think it's really cool. I've done some, like, I think you would technically refer to it as procedural generation, but it's very like very simple. Like, I have a like, you know, random number between this and that, then activate this object instead. Feels like it's... I don't know if that classifies as procedural generation. Probably not. It's more like a randomized map. Like, or like the room you came to in an old deck builder of mine, I randomized like whether you would get a enemy encounter or like a shop or whatever. But that was very simple, right? I haven't done any like proper... Like generating something like this, like a fucking map with connections and stuff, I wouldn't even know where to start. I do want to learn it though, that's for sure. Anything that doesn't have a practical use will be useless. Yeah. But even some stuff with practical use, if it's not a part of the proper like architecture, I don't feel like it would be on a map, right? So like on the second floor, I feel like you could show maybe like the fireplace, because that fireplace is like, you know, technically a part, like it's built in, right? So that would be here. So in this room we have like a fireplace here. And like showing something like that, I feel like is also kind of fine. Because that feels like a part of the actual architecture of the house. We got some ads coming up in about half a minute. Thank you very much for your patience. We're gonna get through these ads and then skip them for the rest of the hour. Procedural building generation is easy enough to spew out some rooms. There are guides for making procedural dungeons out there, true. But when you start thinking about having certain types of rooms and they start having to be logical places, and then you probably need to have circulation space, corridors, yeah, this is where I feel like it could get really tricky. Ended up going down the rabbit hole looking at university white papers. It's far too much of a complicated problem when you properly think it through. Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like as well. Like just instantiating some random rooms, I could probably get that to work. But like all the connections and like if you have something like a corridor here that's like smaller, how to actually make that connect properly, that seems difficult, man. Because I was thinking for a while whether I should like generate a map, so I can just build the rooms and then we generate the map, but I'm like, I think that would take me more time than me just hand drawing the map. Just like, I'm almost done now. And especially if I'm already, like half the time was spent on deciding like the style of the map. When that's done, you know, I should make a new floor very quickly, right? I wonder how we should do this. Just technically, this area is not a part of this floor, right? Like, this would be the lower main hall. I wonder if we should do something like this. I kind of think we should. Not sure, but I think I'm gonna do it for now. And there's probably a room here. There is a room here. And we know, according to the doors we have, that there must be a room here as well. I'm only gonna do the rooms we pretty much have as of right now. And boom boom. Yeah, there must be... Wait, can there even be a room here? That doesn't make sense, unless I have a room here too. Do I care enough right now? Probably not. Probably not. Technically this would mean that we would have to have a room here. To be fair, right now you can't actually get into either of these rooms. So in some regard, nothing says we can't have something like this. It's possible. I think it kinda made sense for like a manor type building. This is already getting pretty big. I don't think the map should be this big. I think this is starting to be... I think there's too many rooms for one floor, in my opinion. I feel like maybe like the lower floor should just be like these rooms or something. We'll see. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Yeah, multi-level buildings. That's why I'm always picking up bits of my brain. Yeah. There's time for me to go. Hope your rest of your stream is productive. See you next time. No worries, Silicon Orchid. Thank you very much for dropping by. It was nice to have you. And yeah, best of luck with your game as well. And I hope to see you another time. Cheers, man. Bjarne, are you still here? I think this is fine. I mean, I suppose you could even show different levels on the same map. Probably not. I think we want... Yeah, because you want to find them separately. I don't want to give the player the entire thing. Do you think we can sort out some type of like... blyerts sound or something? Or like pen... just general pen sound? Because I feel like that would be pretty cool if we add this like... marking system. So like, when the player puts down like a question mark here, we have a little like... like you're actually drawing the question mark. That would be kinda cool, wouldn't it? Kinda sell the fact that you are... It kinda sells the realism of it, in some regard. Is that a new map? Do you mean this one? No, this is the current map. I've actually done it pretty much how the map is right now. Only difference being that this is floor 1. And this is floor 2. But obviously this stuff could very well change. Very possible. Maybe? Should be no problem. Noise. How about an arrow? And like you press up or down to see what floor it is. Wait, what? An arrow for what? As a marker? Press up or down to see what floor it is. Oh, do you mean if we showed... I don't think I want to show both though. I think we want to do this. So you either look at map floor 1 or you look at floor 2. But we still need to display it somehow. So I don't know, maybe if we should write out like floor 1 blah blah blah. And then maybe have some buttons up here where you can select the markers. Because we need some type of UI for it, right? Oh my god, you know what I just realized? We could even have a pen in the game now. So maybe you can't put any markers on the map, but if you find a pen, then you can do it. Could be a way to introduce a mechanic later on. Four connected, contiguous, transparent, boom. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should be filled in now. You are indeed. Nice. Okay, let's use this for floor 1 for now. As I mentioned, this could very well change later on, but I think it's good enough for now. Probably don't need a circle. X and check mark, feel like that makes sense. Question mark, kinda like that too. Exclamation mark. What other symbols could you do? Stroke creep, yeah, this is mad stroke creep going on here. So I'm meant to move where the second floor is. And you put like an arrow, press up to see the second floor, press 1. And floor 1, press downwards arrow. I meant move where the second floor is. I'm still not sure if I'm following here. Move where the second floor... Oh, what? Oh, are you talking about like fast travel? Is that what you mean? Don't do a drawing tool unless you've done one before. Yeah, no, I think a drawing tool is way too difficult. That feels like stroke creep. I think what I'm gonna do is a kind of simple one where you would basically click on the question mark to select it, and then if you click somewhere on the map, we just instantiate that symbol on that position. That seems like it should be fairly easy to do. Doing some stuff where you can like draw and erase and stuff, this feels like it could be a whole... Yeah, that seems like it's too much. X, check mark, question mark, exclamation mark. Oh yeah, I need to download the new pickup sound as well. Download. Making a map in my game where the player can place markers, like a question mark, check mark, or X, etc. as a way of noting stuff they find or whatever. What are some symbols that could be useful? Keep in mind, I'm working with like 3 by 5. Now, let's say at most I think we should do like 5 by 5 pixels, right? So on the map, that would be this big. I feel like that's the biggest marker we can have. Match 5 by 5 pixels, so the design cannot be too intricate, right? Very complicated or detailed, exactly. Now, just in the map, just started displaying now, shut up, no worries. Wait, so just on the map, move where the second floor is, I put an arrow, press up and down, see the second floor. Oh, do you mean... Oh, you mean for switching between the maps? Yeah, that's what you mean, is it? The markers should just be sprite instances. I think, should it not be a prefab? Because I think we're gonna need to have some logic to it as well, so you can like remove them. So they need to have like... I think we have like an interactable interactable script on the markers. Can we not like instantiate that game object at that position? And then maybe have it so if you click on it again, you remove it. Could also have something like a... Maybe you have to find a eraser as well. Now if you click on that one, you can use the eraser. Question mark, check mark, X, dot, slash bullet. Star. We could do a plus sign. But that's basically just a flipped X, isn't it? Would you use that for something? I mean, I would imagine that the player would use something like a question mark for something they think they might need to return to. Exclamation mark could be used for like something that might be dangerous. X for maybe something you can't do. If this seems like, I don't think we can do this, let's just put an X here. Check mark is like, okay, I think I'm completely done in this room. Let's just put a check mark there. What would I use a plus sign for? Star? I don't even know. There's no way I can make a star like this, can I? A star would be... How the fuck would I make a star? No. I don't have the amount. I don't know why I would use it for either. Important, must revisit special item. I feel like you would use the question mark. Arrows. Go this way, came from here. Would you use arrows? I mean, arrows we could definitely do. Just like this. But what would you use that for? To show that the trapdoor is going down and I feel like that might be unnecessary. What? Oh, like this? I feel like this looks like a man. It could be red as a star. I'm not sure if we, like, I don't know what you would use. What would you mark with the star? Like, must revisit? I feel like that's probably, if you must revisit it, it probably means that you don't know what to do there yet. And then you would use the question mark, right? and just having like a dot or something. What, I don't know. I feel like these seems more like obviously usable. Do you know what I mean? Skull danger. Partly difficult to do, and also would you not just use the exclamation mark? I feel like that one shows danger in a way. Flare your triangle, marked location or checkpoint. And a flare would be like this. I think I'm gonna stick to these for now. I feel like you can do quite a lot with these. Right. What? Oh. Right, it's easier to make all of these the same size, then I always know how to center them and whatnot. As long as they always have a middle pixel, but... Oh, they don't really, actually. Fuck it then. Yeah, we could do different colors as well, but I don't know if that's necessary. Key? Well, we're doing those for now. Let me quickly throw in the new pickup sound as well so we can check that one out. So wait, if I replace this file, is Unity going to... I guess it should automatically update it for me, right? It's definitely better. It has more of that umph to it. Scheiße. Yeah. I definitely prefer this. Nice. Okay. So let's try this. We have a map here. Let's hide this one for now. Open map. Rooms. What happens if I turn off the rooms? Does that break my old system? No, that seems functional, so let's keep that for now. Uploaded a song as well if you want to check it out. Let me do so. Do you have a name for it? Man, we need to start naming the songs. I already have the issue of having to name all the variables in the game, which is like the biggest difficulty in making a game, not gonna lie. Scary Plimplon, I mean that's pretty good. It's descriptive. Let me see. Music ambience, Scary Plimplon, download. Did you have any specific situation or context in mind for the song? I remember your sound effect variable called S. Oh yeah, in the loop I think. Zapu, welcome in man, thank you for the follow. Okay, let me maybe end credit or something. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Scary Plimplon. You should go into music. Let's add it here as well. Audio, music. Duplicate this one. We're gonna rename this into Scary Plimplon. I feel like I want to do Plimplon. Volume. Most of these are put at like... Oh, it changed quite a lot. Either 50% volume. Error song is even lower. Let's try 50%. Loop, probably. Most likely. Audio library. So right now we use Gloomy as the theme song, that's the main menu. We have a credit song, a victory song, and a default ambience. Let's try throwing this into the credits. Scary Plimplon. There we go. We should now have that one in the credits. Let's save this. If we go into the credits, we might as well update them. Sup bro, welcome in Zapu, how you doing? Hope you're having a good Monday. So let me get my... That is not what I meant. Give me a second. Supporter... list. There we go. Is this fully updated? It... yeah, should be. So let's copy these names. Let's jump over to the credits. Rolling credits, credits. We have some new supporters. So let's grab this. Boom, boom, paste. Should be good. And Sharpie, quick question in your Steamworks page. How did you set up the controller support for Gloom? I ticked off Xbox controller and PlayStation controller, but not Steam input API. Is that enough, do you think, with the Unity input system? I mean, I think if you handle controller support yourself, you shouldn't need to use that native system, but then how you actually get it to say that you have controller support, that might be, it might be somewhere else. Because I think there's like different systems here, right? Because Steam also has a way to like give your non-controller support game controller support. So like I even had Cage play my game with a controller, even though I haven't added controller support in Unity. But yeah, with that being said, I haven't added controller support myself, so I have not really touched any of that yet. I think in the... let me see here. If you go to dashboard, I think you can just like tick off features somewhere. Because if you have your own system implemented, you might not have to do anything on the page I think you're on. If you go to... Scheiße. Not gonna lie, it's kind of mad to try and navigate this stuff. I think you might be edit store page. Basic info. Is it not here? No, that's place. Here, supported features. I think you can just... if you have your own system, you might just be able to check... No? No controller support here? Never mind, you might be in the right place. Oh no, there is a wizard you can use for controller support. Dashboard, into the game, edit store page, basic info, and almost at like 60% down on the page you have a wizard for controller support. You can go through and just like tick off what type of support you have. I hate the Next Fest game hover cards are not showing the short description. Oh, they don't? Am I right? I watched some vids and code a bit, but right now I'm more procrastinating than coding. I know how it is. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Handlish Benz, welcome as well. What game are you making? I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can check out on Steam. We do have a Steam page up. So if it looks interesting, very much appreciate those wish lists. Yeah, it's a point-and-click horror game. Originally started as a game jam game, but now trying to turn it into a full release for Steam. So now we have some puzzles and stuff for you to solve, some spooky moments, all of that good stuff. With a, you know, somewhat unique, like pixel art first-person perspective here. Still relatively early in the development, but we're getting there, Current goal is to have a demo for the Next Fest in October. Whether or not I'm gonna hit that, that's a different question, but that's the plan. Well, I meant the questionnaire in the controller support for the store page. Yeah, that's what I meant. They have you do a wizard / questionnaire to tick off what's supported, so I only ticked off PlayStation and Xbox controllers. Yeah, but that's probably... but don't you use like the universal controller thing? Because there is such a thing in Unity, right? But then it also depends on, because they might have specific questions. I don't remember, it was a while since I did that one, and I didn't have any controller support at that point. So I should probably revisit it at some point. Just I'm thinking about maybe doing Steam controller support instead, maybe. Because there's also something about like whether or not you have icons for it, right? If you have like a pop-up thingy, like a tutorial tip. No one talks about how annoying animating handwritten text is. Still worth it because it looks better. That does sound annoying. Oh wait, do I not have... oh no, it's fine, okay. Ooh! Damn, we're starting to have a lot of supporters, man. Damn, that's nice, man. I've already forgotten how the old one sounds now. The one we had in credits. But yeah, this sounds really good. I think I'm gonna need Bjarne to make me some OST. Yeah, he's doing a great job. Maybe for the credits, though, it would need to start a bit earlier. But yeah, I really like it, man. Would be nice to shorten it with the intro so it starts when the text starts. Yeah, exactly. That would be sick. Really nice piece. I posted a little micro composition in the Discord channel if you want to check it out later. Ooh, nice. How long is it stationary? Before it starts scrolling down? We can probably check the actual animation, right? Isn't that displayed in... Where is my animator? Animator. Can I not see that here? This is... seconds, right? So what is this like? That should be 3 seconds, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 3.5 seconds before it starts scrolling. I think. But this I could change though. If we wanted to. Like, I could move this half a second forward or backward, if that's the case as well. So yeah, we have a pretty much immediate fade in. Kinda, I mean it's a slow fade in though. But it basically starts immediately. Noticeable after, yeah, just less than half a second. And currently at like 3.5, that's when we start scrolling. Just move the keyframes around a second in. Oh no, but now it's way more than a second. Because we scroll down like half the credits, right? Before like the song kicks off or whatever. I mean, I see that there are like background noises here, right? Building up to it. How long is that? Oh shit, I might... But yeah, I mean, if we want to move the frames around, we can most certainly do so. But that's very easy if we wanna push it a bit here or there. We don't just increase the fade time, so fade would be 2 or 3 seconds. But are we not... Would that not be a lot? Because I think I would... If we're talking about moving this, I think I would have to move this like here now. I mean, maybe it works, we can try it for sure. Maybe this was a bit much, maybe. We'll see. Hey, Sans Veisan. What's up, no Jule? Yeah, even that is not enough. It would be like here, maybe? Right now the intro is 11:56, which is a bit long, so maybe 6 seconds. 6 seconds could probably work. So right now it's almost 12 seconds, so 11, that would be here. Because yeah, this would feel too long, right? I think so. 6 seconds sounds like it could work. Just what would that be like? No Control Z? How you doing, No Jule? Okay, 6 seconds, that would be like here. Maybe we can even move it back a little bit. right here. I feel like that should work. So that means the song would kick off at the same time as the credits start, like going down. Yeah, I think 6 seconds could work. Was that like 1.5 seconds more than I had before? Didn't I say what? No, I had 3.5 first. It's almost double. But I feel like we could maybe make it fade in. Like just actually start the fade in even a bit later. Because the only thing, if it's too slow at first, I feel like people are gonna fucking nope out of here before the before the credits even start. Which, I mean, most people are probably gonna do anyway, let's be honest. Finishing up for a demo? No. I still have quite a while left until I can do a demo. But I did a lot of weird stuff early on in my game, which I know that people have reacted to. Like, for example, I already have like... I barely have any of the proper content done for the game, and I already have 10 achievements in the game. I have a full functional menu as well as credits and everything, which you could argue is like, you know, me doing the work a bit prematurely, but I also think it's fun. Upload a new one. Okay, let me check here. Did you? Oh yeah, you overwrote the last one, right? I don't need to do this. I think you did. Okay, let me download. How's your game going, Nojul? I think that should be fine. Okay, let me quickly import this new song. Music, Scary Pling Plon. Let's pull you in here, and then we're gonna replace the file. Let's see how this works. That seems good. That seems pretty good, right? Seems like I was a little bit slow now. But it should be the way my animations work as well. Because it is at 6 seconds, but they might have one of these like curves to it, so it starts slower where it's like not really noticeable. I think we can move this back a little bit. Let's just like fucking trial and error this shit. Almost. I think it could be even sooner. Okay, intro is 578. Okay. So where are we now? Oh wait, mine is counted in... Which is what is 578 when mine only goes to 60. That's 80%. But nonetheless, I think that the curves are gonna mess it up anyway. Where was I before? Let's try this. I wanted to release some assets throughout the development of my game, and... Actually, I missed it now. For that, I'm in the rabbit hole of making a website for myself. Ooh! Interesting. Is it up yet, or are you still working on it? Should I automatically kick the player out of the credits when they finish? Because now this is a loop, right? Which might get a bit weird since these are most likely never going to fully time each other again. Not that it really matters, I suppose. I mean, it's not gonna make or break the game. Also, to any of my supporters, just a reminder that if you, for some reason, would like a different name in the credits, let me know and we can sort that out. I did make like a name override system, so just let me know. Okay, let me start this over. That's very perfect, isn't it? I think throwing out is good, the song isn't really loop friendly. Yeah, that's kinda what I was thinking too. I think at that point it might be better to just forcefully push them back to the main menu. My credits have gotten longer now too. I feel like we could almost slow down the speed. Maybe. It might be fine. We'll see. It's gonna change over time anyway. Oh no, we didn't even get the fade out now. Wait, what happened? What happened there? Oh, just you stop. Okay, yeah. This is because I made the credits longer. So you... let me just record a new one. What am I moving here? Rolling credits, anchored position. Need to make sure that you go all the way out, and then we reset. But you can't go that far either. And now it might be a little bit too quick. Wait, I don't need to build, I should just play it from here. But then we can't listen to the music. We want to listen to the music, right? Oh, the speed seems kinda fine. Oh, it might start getting quicker though, depending on the animation curve. This might be a little bit too quick. It depends on how long the credits are gonna be, but... I could see him being slower than this. But as I said, we're gonna have to fine-tune this multiple times, so... Oh, now you can see it slowing down there at the end. I don't like that. Oh, is that because I changed the curve by... Wait, how do I do this? Fucking hate these animation curves, man. Should have done... Maybe I should do programmatic animations here. Just use do tween instead. Just this is what I want, right? It should be linear at the end. I don't mind if it starts rolling a little bit slower, to like ease into it. But the ending should be linear. But yeah, Sharpie should yeet you out the door, yeah. I think Steam has a solution for my demo release date. Your earliest possible release is 2 weeks after your store page has been visible as coming soon. Well, oh, then you don't need to worry about it no more. You're basically forced to do it. Yeah, so then you could set both, like, to go live at the same time. Or, well, you would schedule the other one at the same time, right? Yeah, that's fine. And in that case, you can do it, because then you're still gonna get a push too. So the bad thing in that case to do, because now we know you might as well see if you can take advantage from the potential Steam push, right? So what you wouldn't want to do is set the store page live and then just release the demo after 2 weeks. Like schedule it so it's going to release in 2 weeks after you get published. But yeah, that's kind of funny. I think I knew that now when I read it, like I have definitely read that. My girlfriend compared it to those horrible UI UX design memes, so definitely homebrewed. Oh, that's kind of funny. Hey, looking great as always. The game too, cheers man. How you doing, Fish? Yeah, the song sounds fucking good, man. I like it. How many songs do we have in the game now? We have quite a few, don't we? I mean, of course, this is iteration as well, so probably not gonna end up using all of them. Is this... Yeah, this is only songs, but this is an old one. We have 6 songs, nice. I like the song, yeah, it's really good. Can I hear the old one again? This is actually kind of mad, but... Now with this one, it's kind of hard for me to remember what the old one actually sounded like. Credits... Where is my... Oh, I don't even have my audio system here. Because that's a singleton, so we would get it in here no matter what. I think Gloomy was the one we used? No, Sorrow was the one we had in the credits, right? I think this was the one. Yeah. I mean, this one was good too. This was the newest credits, or the one before this, right? Yeah, I think so. Gloomy is the new main theme, I think. Yeah, it is indeed. This was the Game Jam main theme. I mean, the thing is, all of these are fucking good, man. I think the best way to do this is that I'm just gonna fucking let you decide where we use each song. You are the sound designer at this point, so I'll just give that responsibility to you, and I don't have to think about it. Fucking perfect, isn't it? How's the map coming? So you're working on that? Yeah, indeed. We are just about to start implementing it. Basically. See if we can get at least some relatively rudimentary system going. I mean, to display the map would be really easy. That we can do in like 1 second. Just that is now just to add a image, right? Then if we're gonna get the node system to work, that's a little bit of a different question. But I feel like it shouldn't be that difficult. I might be wrong. I might be a bit cocky here. That's very possible. Because now, if this is floor 1... map... Open map, open map. So here we just do let's do a new empty one. Call this floor map floor 1. Sure. On this one we add a image, which we need to cut out, I just realized. I still don't know if cut out is the correct terminology here, but it kind of makes sense, so I keep using it. Boom. Map, floor 1. Let's get this stuff too. This is what I'm thinking that the player should use to like mark stuff. Let's do marker X, marker check, marker. Can I put a question mark here? No. Question mark. If anyone knows another good marker for the map, feel free to let me know. But I found it hard to come up with another like useful one. I'm gonna head to bed, take care. No worries, Bianne. Thank you very much for dropping by, and good job with the sound effects and songs. It all sounds good. I don't know if I said, but I did add the random noises as well, and it sounds good, man. Have a good night. Appreciate ya. Marker, exclamation. Boom, apply. Map, floor 1, native size. So this is the center. Can we put the map in the show position? Show position minus 30.5, and that is this one I move, isn't it? Nope, it's not. Wait, show position. Yeah. What do I move? Oh, this one. Boom, there we go. Oh shit, I can't get my pixel filter thingy here. Why? Is that because of the order in layer maybe? Let's do 99. There we go. Easy peasy. Does that look centered enough? It doesn't have to be perfect. But that should be pixel perfect. And then maybe what you could do here is add a little UI text mesh pro. We throw in the special lit regular. The font is actually called Special Elite, but I named my lit version of it Special Lit. Pretty clever. Come on now. Come on now. I think that was pretty clever. And let's do like can I get a proper like map of building? Can I get some reference here? What would you actually say? We could have a compass on it. Greenwich Apartments. Oh, we could do landmarks like this as well if we want to. Something to consider. Because you say Greenwich Apartments, so does that mean we have to... Okay, level 5. Anyone have a good placeholder name for the building? Main floor. Main floor is the ground floor, right? Is this a US-UK thing? Fountain building main floor. Security map. University of Houston Technology. Floor 2. Okay, maybe we just do floor 1, 2, 3 or whatever. Do I want to do that? No, I think I want to do like ground floor, upper floor or something. Maybe. What are some common ways to refer to the different floors of a building? Let's do including basement and maybe an attic. This is for titles on different maps. Because I know this, I think there are quite some differences between like UK and American English here, how they refer to stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a colon and 3, yeah. So you can make silly faces. Lower basement, sub-basement, underground level, cellar. Cellar sounds more spooky than basement, doesn't it? Yeah, I think so, right? Cellar sounds more spooky than basement. Ground floor, first floor. So yeah, this is what I mean. First floor in the US, this is often synonymous with ground floor. But isn't this the thing where, if I'm not mistaken, first floor could be like the second floor in the UK? I think there's like some cultural differences here, if I'm not mistaken. I think at most we would probably have like basement, 2 floors and an attic, maybe. Obviously this could change, but that's kind of what I'm... Oh yeah, so ground floor is common in the UK and many other countries, but you would say first floor in the US. Main floor, especially if it's central or most used one. So maybe main floor would be better. Because this could be confusing depending on if you're from the UK or the US. Whereas main floor, I feel like... But then the question is... Oh, then I could call this the upper floor. Right? Like main floor and upper floor. That would work for basically anyone, right? G is common for ground level. Where? Just out of curiosity. Because on an elevator, at least in Europe, it's usually E, right? For the ground floor. I think that's the case. UK has ground and then first. Yeah, that's what I mean. So I'm wondering if it's better to say, would you use main floor in the UK as well? Okay, we got some ads rolling in about half a minute. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll see, I might go and get myself another cuppa during the ads. And then see if we can sort this stuff out. I should be back before the ads are over. Thank you very much for your patience, as always. B1 would be below ground. B2 below that. Okay. Commercial buildings ground is common, residential first floor is common. But main floor, I feel like that would work everywhere, wouldn't it? It feels like something that sounds the most... This sounds like it would be the most universal. Like whether you're from the US or the UK, if I say main floor, I feel like everyone is gonna take that as the ground floor or like the... Yeah, the entry level floor, right? And then if you only have one more floor above that before the any potential attic, then I feel like saying upper floor is the same thing. That would make sense for everyone. So I think we might do... cellar, main floor, upper floor, attic. I feel like that's gonna make sense for everyone. But if the main floor isn't on the ground level, it isn't the ground floor. But wouldn't the main floor most times be on ground level? BS and MF. Oh yeah, bullshit and motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me quickly run and get some tea and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. And we are back. You get TF for the factory in top floor? Yeah. It's actually chirpy, that's why many places have main floor versus ground floor. Wait, what do you mean? No, but I was saying that most of the time those are gonna be the same, right? So if I say main floor, most people are gonna understand that that's most likely gonna be the ground floor, if we call it that. Am I understanding that correctly? Top floor usually is only specified when it's an accessible roof. Okay. Usually called AF. Oblomov, sorry if I'm butchering your name, thank you for the follow. We'll just do BE12. I'm kind of thinking if I should actually spell it out. I'm kind of considering just like fully spelling it out rather than doing the shortenings. So we would do something like whatever we call this building, like colon main floor. Not fully decided, but I think I want to do it this way. What's up, P. Gawley? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Because you said most places have the main floor on the ground floor, but some places don't have the main floor on the ground floor, which is why it's differently named in different places. But is it not fair to say, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but isn't it fair to say that in most places, I would imagine main floor to be the ground floor? Code Red James with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? How was your stream? Can't go wrong with Chirpy. What's up, Ijoyan? Welcome in as well. What have you been up to, Code Red? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Feel free to do so. Gas VRW, welcome in as well. Nice to have ya. So for anyone coming in, if you don't know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which, if you are interested in, you can check out on Steam. I'm currently trying to see, we've been doing some new sound effects today, and now trying to make a new type of map. I've kind of changed my mindset about how we're gonna do the map, and I think we have a good idea cooking, but we'll see. Welcome in, Conrad. And also, of course, if anyone has not checked out the great Code Red James, he's yet another developer on Twitch, whom you should be following. It's actually obligatory. I don't think you can hang out in this category without following Code Red. And he's currently working on his game Roadblight, which does have a demo out, and it's insanely fun, so go and play it. All of that good stuff. Rolling channel points here. Yeah, Code Red basically stole everyone's channel points yesterday. Kinda mad. If it's residential, ground floor is usually referred to as first floor. Yeah, but that would be US, so that would be confusing for English people, like British people, because that would mean the upper floor, or the first upper floor, or whatever. So that's why I'm trying to think about this in a way where I can name it so it works for everyone. Yeah, the worst thing is that Code Red won all of these points because it didn't trust in me. That's the thing that makes it feel kind of bad. Never believe in Chirpy unless it's about his game. I think we're gonna do a new Gamba later on, because I know some people wanted to do Gamba, so when we introduce a new system, we might do a Gamba whether it's gonna work or not. Could do it, could do it. In chess? Do you play chess, Code Red? Main floor is probably most universal. That's what I'm kind of thinking too. I feel like main floor, whether main floor has to mean ground floor is definitely that might be a good argument. But I feel like most people are gonna probably understand. Like if you have main floor and upper floor, I feel like everyone's gonna understand it. Whereas if we do like first and second or ground and first floor, that could be confusing for some people depending on where you're from. Yeah, more ways to lose points. I'm 300 rated? Damn, that might even be worse than me. That's actually kind of impressive. I'm messing. Do we have some placeholder name for this place? Something Manor maybe? Should we do Blight Manor? Blight Castle, main floor. Could work. Sounds a little bit spooky. We could do that. How many levels are in the building in your game? Like, the thing is, I'm not entirely sure, because we still have some, like, placeholder stuff going on. I mean, the main hall, the room we're in right now, is probably going to end up in the main game, because I do want some bigger room like this. But all of the layout, like, is not fully decided, so it could change. But right now, what I think would be most likely is that we're probably gonna have, like, a basement, maybe 2 normal floors, potentially an attic. Because we're not gonna make a fucking skyscraper, right? So I think that's most likely what we're gonna end up doing. That's why I feel like just doing upper floor would work. Because it would be an issue, we can't do upper floor if we have more than one. Unless we do upper floor 1, upper floor 2. I guess that could work, but... in that case we might have to change how we think about it. But most likely we're only gonna have 2 normal floors, or whatever you wanna call them. That's why I'm saying the only people to focus on that difference would be pedants. It's easily understandable whether you what's meant when you look at the layout of whatever it is. Yeah, that's what I mean too. I feel like this should work. So I think we're doing Blight Castle main floor. Is this text a bit big though? It might be. Should I get a pixel art font? Something that should be a whole debate in itself as well. Maybe we make the text a little bit darker too. Ooh, that's very dark though. Oh yeah, this text actually reacts differently to light, I think. For some reason. Something to do with the shade, I think. Just try to match it. Maybe do something like that. I don't really love that I can't put this in the upper corner. Maybe I need to get rid of this one, so I can push it up a bit more. I think that would look better. I mean, I guess we could center it too. Is it better centered? Maybe it is. Floor title maybe? So you can do main floor for main, LF for lower floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. In descending order. UF for upper floor. Yeah, that's true. Then add as many as you need to maintain logic. Yeah, we can definitely do that in case we end up getting like even more floors. I still think I want to spell them out though, compared to doing like MF. I think I want to fully spell the floors out, like actually do main floor. I think so. Or you could just take the standard from another game. Probably true. When start game you have an option, are you British or American or other, and then based on that it will be ground floor, first floor. I mean, kind of 5-head strategy, not gonna lie. That would be one way to certainly solve it. I think this is fine. Let's do this for now. So basically what we're thinking is, instead of having the Binding of Isaac map, where you like discover the rooms as you go, I think we're gonna make it less gamified and more realistic. We are going to give... The player is going to find the entire map for this floor. But we are not gonna tell them where they are. So they actually have to use it as a real map. But then, of course, we also have a bit of scope creep going on. So I think...
RE14 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
So I think what we're gonna do to add even more scope to the game is to make it so that the player can mark stuff on the map themselves. I like that use of a map, not telling a player where they are on the map. Yeah, I think in some regard I kind of think it made sense for my game. I did actually kind of get the idea from yesterday. We played the demo for Repos, a kind of similar game. And they actually did it that way. They did not tell you where... They did show you the entire map where you were, but they never told you, like, where on the map you are. And I think that's kind of fine, as long as we have some, like... what do you call it? Some kind of landmarks, like the main hall being bigger. I feel like you can kind of use that to navigate yourself. I think you should just piss off anyone who isn't a programmer and make the main floor 0. True, that's actually a fucking big brain strategy, not gonna lie. I would avoid marching. Why? How so? To be very clear, I think we're gonna do a very, like, rudimentary system for marching. It's not gonna be like... I'm not gonna make an entire, like, paint version. But making it so you can just, like, stamp different markers. I think that could be useful. Very small percent will use it, do you think so? If you stumble upon a puzzle that you can't solve, as a way to remind yourself to go back to that later, couldn't, like, stamping a question mark or something that be kinda useful? Because what we would be doing, I would imagine your map would be similar to Resident Evil 2 Remastered. The map is red if you have something to discover in that section. You could do that way as well. But now I have to do the work. If I implement a marking system, I get to play it to do it for me. Isn't that fucking genius? Just, doesn't Resident Evil also have markers? Oh no, maybe that was... I just searched for Resident Sleeper. Holy shit. Am I fucking Twitch brain dead or what? Or maybe it wasn't this one. Because you have the Silent Hill map. They have, like... They show different markers, right? But I think these are automated, right? So if you discover something you can't pass, then they add an X there. I think that's how that works. Which, you could make this automatic too. Like, if the player interacts with a puzzle but they don't solve it, maybe we just leave a question mark there. You could do that as well. I think making things automatic would be best for the player. But that's so much less scope creep, isn't it? That's not an entire system I have to polish. I mean, in some regard, you could argue it might even... In some regard, it might add more work, too. Because now I have to put out all of these, right? And make the logic for how to enable them. I mean, that would probably be fairly easy. Just do something on interaction. I don't know about showing if a room is completed or not. Also, do I want to do that? Do I want to show the player if they are completed in a room? I like the automatic for things that are set in stone, like a door that you can never go in, for example. I don't know if I want that. I'm not sure if I want to have any door in the game that you literally cannot go through. There should probably be some, like, secret stuff, which is very difficult to figure out how to go through or whatever. But I don't know if I want to have any rooms that are just completely blocked off. Maybe they should be seemingly fully blocked off or whatever. It should seem like that's the case, but I feel like there should be a way to get through. Ooh, damn, maybe with the overlay this is gonna end up being too dark. Shit, maybe I do need to make the map white. If you find a puzzle, maybe show it in a box. That makes sense. Wait, what you mean? If you find a puzzle, maybe show it in a box. I'm not sure I'm following you. Hey Chappy, I've been watching you for a while, but honestly I still don't understand what's the main goal of your game. Like, why are you solving all these puzzles and stuff? What is it for you? Do you have a story? Now you're asking me a bunch of questions, yeah? Who said I have the answers to these questions? I mean, to be quite honest, as I have mentioned before, I am not fully like finalized on the story, so there are some stuff here I can't say too much about as of right now. I have some ideas and stuff, I do have a first draft written, but I'm still not sure. No, this is fine. It doesn't need to be brighter than this. Oh, I do want a non-lit layer though. This is fine. Yeah, that would be an example of a use case for an automatic marker. So, do you guys think automatic is better? Because I suppose this is the... Because, I mean, both can work, right? Because Silent Hill uses automatic ones, as far as I know. Project Zomboid uses manual ones. Obviously, they have a different reason for it as well. Like, the game is fucking massive. Box equals room, I mean on a map. If you find a puzzle, maybe show it in a box. Oh, okay, in one of the rooms. Okay, yeah.
Cheers.
So then how do we show the puzzle? I mean, I think I might have enough to make a small puzzle piece.
Time
potentially. Potentially. Cheers, AO. And welcome in Cornbread, how you doing? I mean, I could probably make a small puzzle piece, to be honest. Can I not even do this? Could be a way to show a puzzle. Stretch, let's do it. Just had another developer streamer check out the newest build for Frog Games, super cool. Ooh, nice man. Man, that maps look so good. I think it turned out pretty good. It looks better than the old one for sure. I think actually hand drawing the map is gonna be easier for me and save time in the long run. So yeah, what I was thinking at first is that the player would like... We would have buttons for these markers, and we should have the player basically click on the question mark, and then like, if they find something they might want to return to, you would click here, and that would like instantiate the question mark over there. But now I could make this into an automatic system too. That means I have to do a bit more work, because I need to set up all of these and set up the triggers for when to show them. But it is what Silent Hill does, so maybe that is better. I don't know. What is this? You're coming in here minimizing my strobe creep. I had a perfect plan for some juicy strobe creep here. Maybe. You could also just not do it at all, but I think it would help the player navigate and learn the space a bit more. As you click on a new puzzle, you hear a scribble sound that says map updated. Then question marks appear on that room. Yeah. We could do that. Then if you find the puzzle, we do like... Ah, fuck this. Oh shit, did I... Okay, there we go. So what we do is that if you find the puzzle in here, we maybe add like a question mark there. If they complete it, I guess we remove it. Because I don't know if I want to put like a check mark. Unless we would do check marks to show that like, oh, you are completely done in this room. But that is also a thing that I'm not entirely sure if I want to do. Do I want to tell them that they're fully completed in a room? It could be nice. I mean, it would make the game easier, right? Now the player doesn't have to wonder whether they are done in that room or not. But yeah, I think I prefer maybe just removing them. I envy you, I have a full fleshed out story and puzzles. And I need to figure out... Wait, what? I envy you, I have full fleshed out story and puzzles. Oh, not figured out fully yet. Okay, I see what you mean. You have the story but not the puzzles. I mean, I don't have all the puzzles either. I am doing a little bit of like... You know, we're kinda winging it as we go. People get stuck a lot in future, add checkmark. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, in case they would start getting stuck and going back to old puzzles. Yeah, this is the thing we would have to playtest at the end, right? Like, no matter how we do it, we're gonna need to playtest it and see what people think. But now I have to decide exactly how to use these. If we're gonna do it automatic, I need to kind of define exactly what a question mark means. Or like, am I only gonna use question marks? Silent Hill did like circles and question marks. I don't know exactly. I think or crosses mean that you can't go there. Same thing here, I think that means you can't go here. I don't know what the circles represent. Objectives, maybe? Maybe I could use question marks or exclamation marks as objectives. Like if you find a note that says you need to go down in the basement, maybe we put a question mark by like the trapdoor to show that this is... But question mark feels like danger. That, to me, exclamation mark, sorry, I keep saying it incorrectly. A exclamation mark seems like danger to me. That looks like, oh shit, be careful here. So I don't know if that's a great use either. I mean, we could also do this if the player finds a puzzle, and then maybe use question marks if it's something they might want to return to later. Like, say that this door is locked and they can't get through now, maybe we add a question mark there. Maybe. But this needs to make sense for the player. Well, the check mark should be gaslighted that tricks you and runs you around random rooms showing you completed. Then, damn, you really like the caps lock, man. Rooms showing you completed them even when you never been in them before, and players to decipher whether the check is truthful or not. That sounds like an easy way to piss off playtesters. Or players. Don't you think? I feel like that would perhaps be too much, because if we show someone a question mark, they are probably not gonna look around in that room no more. And now if they get stuck, because here's the thing, although this is a puzzle game and stuff, generally speaking, we don't want players to get like properly stuck, right? And we should also keep in mind the main focus isn't puzzles. I mean, it is in some regard. It's divided between puzzles and horror, right? That is like the gameplay. But it's not a pure puzzle game. I feel like in a game like this, of course, like the player being stuck for a little bit is not the end of the world. But if they get properly stuck, it's probably a bad thing, generally speaking. I think for a game like mine, I think it's better to lean towards puzzles being too easy rather than too hard. I think that's the better choice in my opinion. Yeah, question mark seems dangerous as well. I feel like it does. Maybe if you encounter a monster in this room, maybe then we could do like a question mark here. But now I'm scared, is the player gonna take that as like maybe you're just not supposed to go here? Or if they are supposed to go here and then that like diverts them away from here? Maybe we just go fuck it, no markers whatsoever. Resident Evil 2 map. This is not the game I'm thinking of. Because didn't they have a... Or maybe, no, I think it is Silent Hill I'm thinking of. I think it is. Map building. Let's try that instead. Just isn't the one where they do like proper notes and stuff? Which, I mean, I could do too, to be honest. Like, we could do actual notes. Nothing says it has to be like a symbol. Like, say that you find a safe. We could do this as well, right? Yeah, it is way more to localize, that is true. We'll probably have 2 items, puzzle and lock, that should cover most bases. And okay, what exactly are you thinking for lock? What does the lock represent here? What's up, Lulflute, I think, sorry if I butchered your name, but welcome in, how you doing? Lock means locked door or cabinet, but as in something you could open if you have the key. The reason why I'm being like slightly pedantic here is because I know that just Silent Hill uses X's to show locked stuff, right? But I think they do it for locked stuff that you literally cannot open, right? Like, I think these are full blocks. Like, there's no way you're getting through here. Need key or whatever, yeah. A room they need to unlock would be a lock. Maybe they have to find the key, yeah. I mean, I could maybe... Do I have enough to literally make a lock? That's not gonna read well though, is it? I don't know about that. I mean, it kinda works. So this would arguably make the game a lot easier, because this is basically introducing objectives into the game. Like proper, this is what you're supposed to do, in some regard. Not like right this second, but... Could also do something where, I think one of either Silent Hill or Resident Evil does this, where they like change the color if you have the key. Maybe that should be the opposite then. You do this, and then if you have the key, we'd light it up. But that also, question is like, how easy do we want to make it? That is like a legit discussion we could have. Like, I mean, there should be some challenge to the game, right? But we also want to minimize people getting too stuck in the game. It's a difficult balance. But for example, that power grid thing would be a puzzle, yeah. Could draw key as well instead of lock. It's kind of difficult. I mean, unless we do it big, but we're gonna keep the same sizes on these, like it would be something like this. Like the in-game keys I have, I think look like this. Or maybe like this. It's pretty big, it covers like half a room. What would be question mark? I was thinking that question marks should have been puzzles too. Because sometimes it should feel like this is a little bit too... How do I explain this? A question mark could work for anything, whether it conventionally feels like a puzzle or not. A question mark could just be like, I wonder what to do here. Because otherwise, I mean, theoretically, we could end up, like, every room might have a few ones, so we would have to draw a line of, like, when we add these type of markers. I feel like one good one is, like, if you open the wire puzzle, for example, and you don't solve it, I feel like adding one of these there kinda makes sense. Like, if you find the puzzle and you don't solve it, but then how do we define what a puzzle is? It's like... You could argue that finding the key to something is a puzzle too. not every puzzle is a close-up puzzle. Should this only be for close-up puzzles or for all type of puzzles? The Dark Controller looks more like it's already been accessed. Okay, so maybe in that case we should have done the opposite if we are gonna show that they have the key. But once again, we would make the game a lot easier displaying that information, because now as soon as they get a key, they're just gonna look at the map, see where to go, right? There is a question about whether that is the best thing for the game or not, right? Maybe there's a feature based on difficulty selected. Yeah, I mean, I do suppose we could have difficulty levels. Maybe having like hard difficulty would be not getting any icons on the map. Could work. What's up, Addy? How you doing? Hope you guys had fun playing those games yesterday. Which was your favorite? I mean, probably Final Fantasy Freddy's, to be honest. It did kind of fuck me up. I didn't play that many. I ended up playing 3 different games yesterday on the bonus stream. But I would say playing Final Fantasy Freddy's was quite valuable. It was interesting. I had never played it before. And yeah, I, in my own way, did enjoy it. If puzzles is the main part of the game, it should be more difficult. Yeah. But this is, I don't know. Because it is a main part of the game, but it's also not the main part of the game. Also, AO, you don't need to use caps lock. I can read your message without caps lock, just letting you know. I keep seeing your caps lock and thinking you're yelling. Yeah, same. And if anything, I actually think it's harder to read. If I'm gonna be honest. How about just put in the red along the doors, keep it minimalistic? Yeah, you can do that as well. I think that is what... How about just put in the red along the doors? Chap. I think that is what one of the Resident Evil games do. Like, we could keep it like this, but if you try to pull on a door and you don't get through, then we do this. Or maybe this. To show that, like, this is a door you tried going through, but it was locked. It would definitely be more... It would look cleaner, most likely. So I wonder if we... Or should we show those immediately? No. No. I don't want to tell the player that this is a locked door unless they try it, right? It should be like, if they try to go through here and it doesn't open, then we display to them that this is locked. That would really break down to whether the map itself is intended to be a puzzle. If it's simply informative, then simple is better. Should maybe have a toggleable options called map hints? Yeah, could do that as well if we don't want to make like a proper difficulty level. Yeah, this is interesting. You have to consider how it affects the game, right? That's the main thing. I'm trying to not be too impulsive and just say we go with this. To actually put some thought into like, how is this gonna affect the player experience, right? My bad, got so used to it. I test everyone like that. Oh, no worries, AO. If there are too many locked doors and you find a single key, it could get really frustrating trying to find what it unlocks, so yeah, would end up taking away from the rest of the game. That is a good point as well. Would you say, for example, say at the first you don't find a single key, like how would this work in the game right now, right? What would happen is that you go through here, you try this door, that one is locked. You go through here, this door is locked. Like now it's kind of fine, right? When you find the first key, okay, boom, you open that door, this door is locked. You find a new key, you only have 2 to choose between. It's not that bad. say that you now unlock this door. Now you get here. And this changes things, because now you might have a locked door here. That is locked. This is locked, and this is locked. And then you go to the upper floor, and you realize that this is locked, and this is locked, for example. Now the player has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different doors to try it on. That could be an issue. Sometimes it is fine, because yeah, exactly. Sometimes I do describe it with the actual key. Like for example, there is a key called the basement key. Fairly obvious where that one is going. However, we can't always do that. Because I can't say living room key, right? Because you don't know what a living room is. Like, you can do it sometimes, like attic key, basement key, like front door, like entrance key, like those are fairly obvious. But otherwise, it's kind of hard to say how this is gonna work. You know how Resident Evil solves this issue? I think they show you which key you can unlock, or which door, don't they? Like, if you have the key, don't they change the color to this one to show, like, you can now unlock this one? If I'm not mistaken. Loop off of the key should have a special shape that matches the keyhole shape. Okay, this is difficult. To be very clear, do you guys know how small my keys are? Do you guys know how few pixels I have to actually play around with? There's not a lot of shapes I can do. I mean, the one in the inventory is bigger, but it's still like, we can't do a ton with it, right? And now, how does this fit with the lock work? Well, so you click on a lock, and what, do I open a new scene where you like see the lock? Because now we're adding an extra click every time you're gonna try a key on a door, which might actually make it more annoying to go through, in some regard. Where are my bloody items? Like, this is my key, right? It's hard to do a lot of shapes here. Yeah, I could do some, like, I don't know, fucking triangle thing. But there's not too many shapes I can do with this. Yeah, I think having the keys describe what they go to is generally a good thing when we can, but it's going to be, like, there's no way I can do it for every door in the game. Like, if it's a specific door, like if you can say something like trapdoor key, or basement key, or front door key, where like the door or thing you're unlocking is special, then it's easy. But like all of these normal doors in the house, like each one of these, just keep in mind the player does not know what is on the other side. So we can't say just like kitchen key, because they don't know where the kitchen is. So these, it's hard to say it with like describing it through the keys. Do like that one Mario Party minigame with keys with different head shapes. Yeah, I mean it could work, but it's I think it's too difficult with this size. Should have a different symbol / color per room, and it should show on the map and the key. So, I mean, symbol, it's hard to do with the limited amount of pixels. Colors, also, this is my color palette. Don't have a lot of colors I can use. We're gonna have this many keys in the game overall. I mean, it's probably gonna end up being quite a fair share of keys. Because we can't have the player have access to the entire building right away, right? I do think there is a line where, like, you know, every single key or every single door the player tries to interact with can't be a locked door, right? That would be over the board. But it's probably gonna end up being quite a few keys in the game. Carpal tunnel features are the best to add, as many clicks as you can, so I can claim handicap benefits, because I ruin hands. Yeah, it's like me making this game. I clicked so much that I had to buy a vertical mouse, because making this game was literally hurting me. About the brightness of the color. Yeah, these are... I can make 7 keys then. No, because I can't use black, because you won't be able to see it. So I have 6 keys. So I have 6 colors that aren't black. You can have a general key that can go in a general lock. That's true. I technically already have that. I do have something called a basic key. I mean, even as my system works, it's fine, because I can assign the same key to multiple doors.
Cheers.
However, that's kind of a issue with balancing instead, because we have to make sure that players can't get soft-locked if they need to get through something with a basic key. What's up, Beast Studios? How you doing, man? Cheers.
Time to stretch.
So that would need to... Yeah, we would need to like really make sure that the player can't get soft-locked if we have multiple keys, or one key that goes to multiple doors. Because that, it does kind of sound like a recipe for soft locking. That's what I'm a little bit scared of. Like right now I kind of do it. Like this door uses a basic key. And like one door here somewhere uses a basic key as well. But the thing is that you can never get to both of those at the same time. Which is, by the point you've unlocked this one, or like, yeah, when you have the first basic key, you cannot reach this one, and you can't proceed without unlocking the first one. Should always go the classic route of having the character think as a hint, like this seems like it would work upstairs or some shit. I think a lot of people don't like that, because I feel like that might be a little bit too... That's like... I don't know, it feels like it might be too much. Not sure. I mean, you could hint it rather than saying like, oh, this is probably to that door. You could just hint like, might be in this area. Ah, this shit is difficult, man. There's a lot to think through. Some notes can be the puzzle itself, like a pin, but yeah, I already have some of those. So it's not, I do want to make sure that it doesn't get like... You know, I don't want my game to be a Find Waldo type game where every single time it's about finding the correct key, right? That shouldn't be the entire game. But, you know, it's also, there is going to be a fair share of keys, right? I feel like it's almost inevitable. How you doing, Beast Studios? Keys can be for small boxes with items and other smaller things, doesn't have to be doors. True. However, I don't know if this helps us. If anything, it adds even more keys into the game. Though, to be fair, those keys can be quite easy to make descriptive, because then you do like, oh, jewelry box key, or like chest key, or whatever it might be. So those we can do descriptive, which makes it easier. Unless you want them to get softlocked and try again, like in Blueprints. Yeah, but then we're basically changing this into a roguelite, right? Or roguelike. Which is a whole load of other questions. I don't think that's gonna work as well in my game. Because there's nothing procedural, so you're gonna just do the same thing again. I feel like if they have to start over because they get softlocked, they're just gonna quit the game. Undroppable keychain that all keys get added to. Yeah. You could do that, for sure. like in the inventory, rather than having different keys, you would just have a keychain. It at least solves the issue if you have, like, say that you would end up having 2 different keys in your inventory and you don't know which door. Let's say that, like, this one is open and these 2 are open. Maybe that one is open too. Now you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 doors which are locked that you have access to. So if you have 2 keys, that would mean maybe you would have to go around using both keys on each door. That we would get rid of. So now it's only 1 item per door you would have to use. That could be a way to solve it. We should still tell the player which key they use, just have a little pop-up like... If you don't have the key, we say something like, you know, none of your keys fit. If you have the key, then we might say something like, you used the basement key, or whatever it might be. Yeah, finding other methods of locking areas besides keys eliminates the need for so many keys. Yeah, and like we are going to try to do that as much as possible, because there are a lot of ways you can do. You could have doors locked by a numpad. You could have them locked. It could be an electrical door where you have to connect the electricity to open it. It could be a what do you call it? A boarded up door, where you need to have like a crowbar to open it. Yeah, it could be a chain and you have to use a... what do you call it? The thingy-majiggy? One of those to open it. Bolt cutters, that's one. Like, there are definitely things we can do, and I think we should try to do it as much as possible. But like, inevitably, we are gonna have at least a few keys, right? One thing you could do as well to actually make it easier is to most of the time have the player find the key close to the door where the key would go to. Because most likely the player are going to try the key on those doors first, which means we should kind of eliminate the chance of them running around to every single door in the game, right? Just whether they theoretically can try it on 17 doors doesn't really matter if they are most likely going to get it in 2 tries, right? Slightly slot in the inventory. In the end, you'll have a massive keychain, and it turns into janitor simulator. Kind of fired. Keychain sounds like a cool idea. Yeah, we should definitely do it. We'd have to slightly refactor how the keys work, because now it would be like 1 item that has like a... We would instead have 1 inventory item that has like an array to the keys that it contains. And then each time you try that on an item, we loop through that array to check if any of those keys work. Oh, but that's gonna trigger failed interaction on each loop. Yeah, we would have to do something very specific. We would have to like hardcode something for that item specifically. But we could definitely do it. Special button that shows all the keys you have. You probably could do something where in the inventory, you know, this is basically what the inventory looks like, right? In some regard. What we could do... How do I grid? Maybe you could do something where we have like a pointer. We can click on this one, like kind of a drop down menu thing, but drop up menu. And then it pops up a menu and we just say like, these are the different keys that you currently have. Could do something like that. Although, can't really make a... this pixel art size, man. If I want to make a proper like arrow, it would be something like this, maybe? That's too big. This is like half an item. Could I just do it on hover as well? Like when you hover this item, then you pop up that kind of as a tooltip, displaying all of the keys that it contains. Could work too. If you click the door, it checks if you have the key on the chain. Key chain could be an item you unlock later. True. There's some ads coming up in about half a minute. Thank you guys for your patience. Chain and bolt cutters, rope and knife, electrical and fuse, yeah. Just finished animating my hand. Written letters for my game's intro and I misspelled the word. Damn. You could use the keychain as an interactable and click in on it to inspect each keys. And also you could add a drawing/hint on each. Would make figuring out the keys an extra puzzle in itself. Wait. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you're on ads now, Loot. You're going to inspect each key's handle. Oh, okay, I see. But this is also... the handle thing is difficult. Because in that case, I'm gonna have to redraw, like, fully sized sizes or sprites for each key or something. Because in this size, there's no way I can make a bunch of unique shapes, right? I just don't have the... I don't have the amount of pixels to do it. I think you shouldn't be able to do any electrical puzzles until you activate the big main generator. That depends. I never said you need to activate that one immediately. But yeah, obviously, like, if you have an electrical puzzle and you don't have any power on, then you shouldn't be able to solve it. Array of bulls has key 1 lol. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know. Can I? I mean, no matter what, I'm gonna have to hardcode something new for this. Just it's not. This is not functional with my current interactable system. So I'm gonna need to. Because my item interactions just check for a scriptable object, which is the, you know, the data object for the inventory item. But no matter what, if we're gonna do something like keychain, I'm gonna have to make some custom code for it. Time to scale from 300 pixels to 4K sprites and add a key system. Yeah, exactly. That is not happening. Yeah, she's difficult, man. I think it's worth it. Do you mean to upscale the game? Hell no, that is not worth it. No way. Proper AAA game studio experience. Yeah, no way I'm... fam, it's way too late to... Oh, the cheat chain you meant. Okay, I thought you meant the upscaling. I'm like, that's not happening now. We're way too far into this game to start changing the art style now. Imagine the fucking amount of work I would have to do. I spent a full day just making this scene, holy shit. I've also come to know that I think I'm actually the best at low-res pixel art. Ads should be over, welcome back people. Yeah, I mean we should have like a cheat chain. Even making a keychain though is kind of difficult here, right? Like, how would I make a keychain? The keychain doesn't like fully solve this problem, but it definitely helps it. But I think what we should do is to try and make as many puzzles that are, or as many locked areas as possible that are not unlocked by a key. I think that is like the best strategy here. I don't even know how to do this, man. This doesn't look like a keychain. That looks like a dream catcher. Usually I can't even find references because my pixel sizes are so fucking small. Pixel art keychain. I promise you that the majority here... Okay, this is not really what I was looking for. But yeah, most of the time even the references I would find are way too big. Okay, how do I make this show what I actually want? I'm not talking about literal keychains. I don't even know how to search for it, man. Could have the keychain be another inventory? Like the backpack, but only keys. But then then I have the same system as now, right? Now you still have to try each individual key. So at that point, I feel like why even change it? Passcode door with each number hidden in the different room. Yeah, can certainly do stuff like that. The thing I meant is you click on the keychain and it opens up a pop-up like the map. So it would give you much more space to draw symbols and something to differentiate the keys. But then how do I show it on the doors? Because I don't think we want a system where you have to like inspect the lock of the door. Because imagine now, if we do that. Right now, to open a door, you have to click on the inventory. You have to click on the key you want. And then you click on the door. So it's 3 total clicks to open a door. If we're gonna do that, plus a lock inspection system, we now have to... What do? I click on the door, I inspect the lock, I click out of the inspection, so that's already 3. We open the inventory, we click on the keychain, we click on the specific key with the matching thing, and then we click on the door. We have now more than doubled the amount of clicks you have to do to just open a door. That feels like it would get very tiring after a while. Doing the similar things though, like it's a good way to represent where keys goes, right? But I think it is difficult in my game to do it in a way that's gonna make sense. It's easy, click inspect the door. This looks like a triangle-shaped pink key. Finally, you have a key on your handy janitor keychain. Because that's the one thing I kinda like about potentially doing a keychain instead, is that this actually minimizes the amount of clicks you need to do. I don't know how much we should worry about this either until we have like a more content built and we see how the playtesters fare. There's like I think one way to actually make it easier too is that most of the time the keys you find, just make it so that the player probably doesn't have that many options, or so that it will most likely be very close to you, right? Holy shit, we got into a huge discussion here. This started out about how to do the map. I haven't even come to that conclusion yet. So what this would be is, for example here, this one is open, this one is closed, not that much to choose from, you go in here. You have one key. You have one locked door. You find it in this room. What is the player going to do? Most likely start off trying this one. Okay, that worked. In here you find another key. It doesn't work here. There's one more door you can try. Which is here. Like, if we design it in this type of way, it's not really an issue, right? Because at no point now are you like overwhelmed with decisions. And even if you get to a point where like most of the level is unlocked like this, what we can do to still help out the player is that, for example, when you're up here, this is a locked door. Say that you find the key in this room. Well, where is this going? Most likely the first thing the player is gonna try is to open this door. Right? Can we brute force it? No. So I think we can also, like, I think it's a fair point to think about, the fact that if we try to design the progression through the game in a good manner, I don't think this has to be a huge issue. It's more so that if you find a key in one corner of the entire house, it has a non-descriptive name, not telling you where it goes, and then the actual door you're supposed to use it on is on like another floor in the complete opposite side of the house. That is kind of when I feel like it could become a big issue, when now the player might have to go around and try it on like 8 different locked doors throughout the house. But this is something we could just try to make the design so that this doesn't happen, right? Like most of the time, either it has a descriptive name, so it says basement key, now the player knows where it goes, or we made sure that most of the time you would find the key close to the door that you're supposed to use it on, maybe even in the same room. At this point I feel like it's kind of fine, right? I don't think this has to be a huge issue. It could be, depending on like if I do that type of thing where you find it in one corner of the fucking world and you have to use it in another. But as long as I don't do that, I'm not sure this has to be an issue. At the same time, always finding the key in the same place where you're gonna unlock it is probably gonna get stale after a while, because it kind of becomes find Waldo, find the key to progress type of thing. But that's where, as we mentioned as well, I think one of the things we would do to make it more interesting there is just to have more variety in how we lock things. So doing like one door that's like chained, closed, whatever, and one that's like boarded up, one that's I don't know, has a fucking brick wall in front of it, one that's locked by a numpad, you know, those type of things, to get that variety and not make it just like find Waldo, get the key, find the door. If once you have a key in your inventory, it will automatically open the correct door, making it one click. That would definitely minimize the amount of clicks. But now I feel like we're starting to move into inconsistency instead. Because now the question is, if you have the hammer and you click on something where you need a hammer, should that automatically, you know, do something? Should that smash it automatically? Now I feel like the player, now you can just brute force the entire game by just picking up items, clicking everywhere. You don't need to like think about your actions. Because I feel like the player should make decisions, right? And sometimes what happens at that point, if everything is instant click as long as you have the item, now we have a new question where what if it has multiple interactions? Like, for example, a door right now in the game has both an interaction with a hammer and with a key. So now I need to find a way to figure out which one should override the other and stuff. Otherwise, like, it could certainly work, but I don't know. I value consistency a lot. So if my item system is that you're supposed to select the item and then use it on something, I feel like we should stick to that. To be very clear though, I think all of these are, you know, good questions to ask. I think it's important to think about why we made certain decisions. Cool game dev trick is to have the player find the door, then the key, yeah. But also that, just generally speaking, that's good with a puzzle, right? You want to show them the puzzle and then have them find the solution. It never feels as good when you stumble upon the solution, right? But with that one is also one of them things where the best way to make that work, if we're talking about the key door scenario, is to have a descriptive key. But we only have, like, right now I can only come up with, what, 3 different instances where I can use a proper descriptive name. It would be something like front door key, basement key, and attic key. Those are the ones you would, like, inherently understand where they go. It sounds like it's something you should just keep in mind when designing puzzles. Yeah, I think it might be the case. Thomas Brush covered the key thing in Game Twisted Tower. The proper game design thing is to find the door, then the key. Yeah. No, and I think that's generally speaking a good thing. But I don't know, the question here is more so like how should you signal to the player where the key goes? And also, should you do that? Like, sometimes maybe it's not a bad thing that the player has to be a little bit lost and look around. Maybe they stumble into something else they can do and so on. Because if every time you find a key, we immediately show the player where you're supposed to use this, I feel like that's a bad decision too. Now we're making the game very, very simple, right? I mean, sometimes I feel like the player should wonder, where does this key lead? Do you know what I mean? I don't feel like that's always a bad thing. Especially not if it's for, like, secret or Easter egg stuff. For main progression, there's more of an argument whether that's a good thing. Keychain could be for marking big areas you can explore, like basement, attic, courtyard, greenhouse. Yeah. You could also have type of master keys, like maybe the basement key wouldn't unlock most of the doors in the basement. But at that point, why even lock them? At that point, why not only lock the entrance and then have the rest of them unlocked? That makes more sense, right? If you're gonna have something like those type of, like, reusable keys. Go the saw route, you need to... I think no. I got through half of that sentence and I think no. That's a little bit too much, I think. I might even do that, actually. Sorry. To me, the bigger issue with the one-click is that it's way less immersive. Yeah, because it feels like you're not making actual decisions. That's my main pet peeve, whatever, with it. Tongue-in-cheek comment? Yeah, I know. This is all good. You're definitely right, consistent with interaction is much more solid despite requiring more clicks. I think so too. I think generally speaking, I really value consistency. I think consistency is very important in games. Of course, sometimes you can break consistency, but a lot of the time. Like, same thing with, like, how I use my colors. I try to really remain very consistent with it. And ironically, I just showed a portion where I'm been inconsistent. Like, generally speaking, I never use fill-in colors. Like, the different grays I have are not to fill stuff in. They are only for different amounts of details, or whatever you want to call it. But, like, I never do this. I never say that, you know, this wall is gonna be gray. And I think like having these type of limitations is pretty good, because it makes the game overall more consistent. And especially when it comes to art style, I think that consistency is something that just makes the game look better. I think inconsistency in art style is one of the like top tier things that makes a game look a little bit more amateurish, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Easier to learn the flow of the game that way? Yeah, exactly. Because that's the kind of weird thing. If we do something like that where something changes, I now kind of have the responsibility to teach the player how this works. It's much easier if everything works the same way, right? I thoroughly enjoy the run around and try to figure it out yourself method in puzzle games. I don't like when it's too obvious, which is why I lock it. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that the difficult thing here is that we don't want to make the game too difficult, but it can't be too easy. If every time you find the key, you know exactly where it's supposed to go, I feel like that removes the puzzle aspect in some regard, right? But we also don't want to have the player be stuck trying a key on like 27 different doors. So there's a balance somewhere, but like I do want the player to explore, right? And if like we're not gonna do a fucking Skyrim compass that shows you where your main objective to go is at all times, right? I feel like that would kind of ruin a game like this. I also like when you find a locked room and need to find alternative ways inside, going into a duct to find a hole to squeeze through to enter the room. Yeah, I think that kind of stuff is good as well. Like maybe there is a door that literally cannot be opened, but then you find another way to go in there. Right? Or maybe, you know, you could even do fun stuff like, even with the map you could do some crazy stuff. Like you could partly have rooms that we don't show on the map, but you could also do this, just to fuck with the player. Just have a room that seemingly does not have any door into it, right? And all of a sudden now the player's like, what? So how the fuck do I get in here? And then maybe later on you realize that like you have to enter this room from a fucking little vent or something in this room, or like drop down from another floor, you know, that kind of thing. If it's cut and dry, it becomes too linear. Yeah, exactly. And you open it from the other side, true. Maybe it's one of those Dark Souls things. Like this one is locked from the other side. Every fucking door in every Dark Souls game. Yeah, I think all of these might be... I don't know if we have to do all of these, or whether we can just design the game in a way where this stuff is not needed. Potentially show unlocked doors, or locked doors, could be a good thing. I don't know. The real question here was actually whether or not we should show markers on the map. Like, if we don't solve a puzzle, should we do like a question mark here? Showing locked doors I'm kind of fine with. I feel like that could be nice, because that doesn't tell the player anything they don't already know. Because what I'm imagining is that we do this. When you start, the map looks like this, but as soon as you try to unlock this door, if it doesn't open, if it proves to be a locked door, then we do this. Now the player can double check, oh right, I did have a locked door over here. Also helps them if they end up having a lot of keys. Because now or if they find a new key and they don't know where it goes, well now they can check the map and be like, oh yeah, wait, on this floor I had these 3 locked doors, so it's probably to one of these, right? And this doesn't feel like it makes the game too easy, because, as I said, we're displaying information that the player already knows. I don't think I want to display it all from the get-go. Like, you shouldn't open the map the first time and it looks like this. I think they should be forced to find whether it is locked or not first. Something is blocking the door. It's just a paperclip from the other side, yeah. No, I do think doing some of those where the door has to be opened from a different direction, I think that could be kind of fun. Batman Arkham Asylum had a few of those puzzles. Damn, I barely remember that game. I did play it. I actually think I enjoyed it quite a lot, but it's been a long time. When did that game release? I think it's the only Batman game I played. But I think that one's pretty fun. 2009. 09, you were fucking right on the dots, whatever you say. Right on the mark. What is an expression to use here? You were correct. That's what I'm trying to say. På pricken, exakt. There we have it. Hit the nail on the head, true, that's a good one. If you had an initial area with a locked door that stays locked until you find the key later on in the game, it would be very satisfying to have something that tells you the key you just found is the one that opens the door you could not open earlier. Yeah, I think that is true. I also think that I can only really think of one way in my game to do that, and that is using descriptive names. But it is kind of difficult because I can't think of that many descriptive names. Like, going down into the basement, easy, we just call it the basement key. Exiting the building, entrance key or something, you know, works perfectly. But how do I describe... I mean, this could be like East Main Hall key, you could call this. But like a door like this one, when it's just like, oh, this is random room number 1, random room number 2. I don't know how I would describe this door with their key name. But some of them, as many as we can, I think we should do that stuff on. Speaking på huvudet. Game loop, search every room and hope to find a main door key to leave. Yeah. Do you wanna see my actual game loop? My core game loop. I did make one for my pitch deck. This is what I'm thinking. I think this makes sense. This is what I'm thinking is my like main, my core game loop or whatever. Basically, exploring, finding puzzles, either solving the puzzles and unlocking new areas where you can continue exploring, or failing and continue exploring until you can solve it. That is basically the core game loop. And then throw in a little bit of spooky stuff in between. Do you wanna show unlocked doors? Pretty much point and click, yeah. See, indeed. No, and that is like, obviously my game is a very... Although it's not the most classical point and click game, it's very obviously a point and click game, right? Or just start making it intentionally unintuitive, like finding a massive key that opens a tiny chest. That would actually be kind of funny. I mean, like, ginormous key, and then it opens the most tiny lock in the entire game. We could try doing the locked thing and see how it feels. Like showing locked doors on the map. That would be fairly easy. Let me start off doing this. Hide position, boom, boom. Oh wait, there is one thing I need to do here. So I'm gonna do this in a very, very simple, rough way first, and then we're gonna see if we can make it better. Also, can I get a non-lit layer of my map? That would be kind of neat. EP Sleeper, going to sleep. Bye bye. No worries, Phyton. Thank you very much for dropping by today. Nice to have you here as always. Extra shout out again for gifting me Five Nights at Freddy's, which we played yesterday. Absolute legend. And yeah, catch you next time. Have a good night. You found an obsidian key that weighs 70 kilos, run around the mansion and gain strength to continue and escape. Another thing that I actually makes my game less of a conventional point and click game. I don't have a lot of text in it. I feel like a lot of point and click games have like text for each fucking interaction you do, which is something that I think is quite unnecessary. It's something I have spoken about before, but I think that's the case at least. The example I usually take is if you select a screwdriver and you use it on a vent and the vent opens up. My argument here is why do I need to tell the player that you use the screwdriver to open up the vent? Why do I need to say that? Does the player not understand that is what they did? I feel like that's intuitive. That's my argument, at least. I don't know if it's the correct one, but... What happened here? What? Oh, Oh, I see. Material, none. And then we add No, not non-interactable. I want non-lit interface layer, and you should be in front actually. Let's call this non-lit layer. You could probably be a child object of this one. Then we call this the map, whatever. Maybe the layout? Let me see if this works. Oh wait, I have to go into... Oh no, wait, I can turn off the lights here. Boom. Nope, that is not functional. You should be able to very slightly see the map, similar to, like, if you look at the hand, even when I don't light it, you can still kinda see it, right? I tend to want to do this on all of the UI elements. Because they're closer to you, you might be able to still see them a little bit. For some reason this is not working. Why? Oh, just you're still a lit material, of course. Boom. Is a point and click escape room game? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, still not working. Why? Because we have this component. I remember playing Pippi Longstrump point and click back in the day. Wait, actually? Wait, I think I played one of those games too, now when you say it. I'm pretty fucking sure I did. Did I not? I'm pretty sure I played this. I'm pretty sure I played this shit. I actually think I did. That was a fucking throwback. I definitely think the keychain should be another menu like the backpacking map. Why? It feels like what do we actually add? Not saying that you are incorrect, by the way. But what's the purpose of it? Because it's basically what we're having is a second inventory, right? Like this is making the keychain into a second inventory. And now I have to take up more space here too, which we are kind of already lacking. Just like at the bottom of the screen where we have all of this UI, I don't really have more space. Because it gives more room for key shapes. But how does the key shapes help you? Because I'm not gonna have you inspect the locks of the doors. Because now we go back to what I mentioned before, we now have 7 clicks, I think, to unlock any door. You would have to click here, inspect the lock, click out of it, click to open the keychain, select the key you want, and then open the door. That's a lot of clicks to open one door. I don't know if the, like, for some games I can definitely see the like key symbol, key shape thing working really well. I struggle finding a way to implement that in a good way for my game. Yeah, and there we go, now it's semi-interactable, or semi-lit, as I call it. However, the text isn't, so we need to do the same thing with the text. Floor title, you need a non-lit layer. Which means you need to be this one instead, right? Can I just add non-lit in? No, because that one affects a image, doesn't it? I think I might have to select the color myself here. Maybe we can get the color in play mode and then copy it. That might work. So we take this one and we just make you way darker. Well, actually, you shouldn't be darker, you should be... Maybe we just do opacity. Change the opacity. So that would still be way too bright. That might be fine. Maybe slightly, ever so slightly darker. Ever so slightly. Oh, do not exit play. Maybe we do like 0.08. That looks pretty good. Okay, so 0.08. 0.08. Floor title unlit. I used to play it in my local library, damn. Do you have any journal for lore? Like if you discover something about a house, you could add it to a journal. Could do something like that. I don't know, the way I'm thinking about it now is that we might do lore more with like certain documents you might find, or you know, with little, maybe you find some notes here or there that says something, and maybe some stuff is just visual, like make it a little bit more ambiguous and stuff. Kinda the Dark Souls way in some regard is kinda how I'm thinking about doing it. Like they have like item descriptions is really how you get most of the lore in Dark Souls, right? And certain stuff like in-game objects, like, you know, a broken down statue here or whatever it might be. I think that might be kind of the way I want to do lore in this game. So use like documents and notes to kind of, for the more direct lore tidbits or whatever. And then maybe do some like environmental storytelling or whatever you want to call it. Been fun taking my son to bed. Have fun. No worries, Addy. Thank you very much for dropping by. Always nice to have you here. And have a good one, man. Okay, let's see if we can make the locked, visualizing locked doors work in a very, very simple manner. I think we could. I think we could. Like what I'm imagining is that on this map we do, let's just add a UI image. Can I enter hex values here? I can, look at that, fucking perfect. Now I can get the exact one from here. Let's take like that one, which is... Oh shit, now it just shows... I mean index 2, that's not what I want. Show me the actual color. This did not help me. It doesn't have to be perfect. Width 1, height 2. Boom. That is a way we can show a locked door, right? Why does that not look centered? Oh, I see. Do I have a weird position down here? Yeah, you should be like 171. That should be fine. It's good enough for now, we're just testing stuff. Let's call this just locked door for now. And what I'm thinking is that this one would be like uninteractable. And that door represents the right one in the window room. This one. So we have a closed door here. As in normal interaction, we just play the door yank sound effects. Here we could activate object on click. This is not how I would do it in the end, but it's a good way to just see how this would feel in game. So whenever you interact with this one, if you don't unlock it, then we activate the locked door thingy here on the map. However, if you do the interaction unlock, then we are going to deactivate an item on click on objects, and that will be the same one. So now it should turn up red if you try to open it and it doesn't work, and as soon as you unlock it, we should remove the red parts. Let's see how that actually feels in game. I think it could be a good idea. It's gonna add a little bit of work on my end, but I feel like that's kind of good information to show the player. Potentially. If anyone has a reason why this might not be a good thing to do, feel free to let me know. Do you like my little toast here? I still need to change that system as well. We need to do something where we check how long the text is. And basically change how long we display it. Depending on how many words we have or something. What's up, Moonies? How you doing? Thanks for having your chat that's relatively active. Was testing some chat features. No worries, man. I do get paid for it though, right? Right? I think that's how that works. How you doing, Moonies? This is a very weird shape for a house. I think we need to make this symmetrical, right? At least the main floor should probably have like a symmetrical shape. Obviously this is placeholder stuff, just to be clear. The exact layout is not like fully determined. So now we are in this room. Everything looks as per usual, but if I try to unlock this one, and I realize, oh no, this one is locked. Now if I look on the map, that one is red. It's also unlit, which might be an issue, but... I might like that actually. And then if I unlock it, it's no longer red. Question though, I suppose, is, should we have a different color for something we know is unlocked? I mean, I can't really do a different color. I mean, I could do a different shade of grey. Or white to show unlocked doors. Or remove the grey to show that they are unlocked. Yeah, that could be a way to do it. We could have this be like unknown, like this is a door you have not interacted with whatsoever. This means that the door is locked. You tried opening it, but it was locked. And then maybe this means that the door has been unlocked. That could be a way to do it. And then like here, if I don't have a door, which I don't, we just leave it like this. Yes, I pay you in coffee smell. Is this really what I signed up for? It shouldn't be symmetrical. Houses are never symmetrical. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Especially something like a big building. They can be symmetrical, right? Like the actual inner layout I don't care about, because that should definitely change. But I feel like the outer shape of it, especially in, say that this now is some type of like big manor or something, I feel like that would generally speaking have a pretty symmetrical shape, wouldn't it? Because there are always add-ons to buildings every now and again. Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. No houses... Are you just copy-pasting ChatGPT into my chat? Is that what's happening here? No, houses are not typically symmetrical. While some classically styled homes might feature symmetrical facades and floor plans, asymmetry is common and often desirable in modern design. But this is not a modern design. This would be like a classically styled house, maybe not home. I mean, we can probably have a look. Maybe you're right. It depends. I mean, there's both. This looks very symmetrical, right? This one, on the other hand, isn't. This also isn't. That looks symmetrical. That one is. I think for a building like this, I think both can work. I don't think it's uncommon for a building like this one to be symmetrical. It's so easy to distract you. Tell me about it, man. I don't even know what I'm working on half the time. To be clear though, I have many times said that, you know, if I truly cared about being distracted every now and then, if I really didn't want that to happen, I wouldn't be streaming in the first place, let's be honest. Now if you click on a symmetrical house drawing and then click on related house drawings, they will all be symmetrical since they are related. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, because I was checking out new ones here, but that's not true. No, this one is symmetrical. This one isn't. This one isn't. This one isn't. Not necessarily true. I think it's a pretty fair split here. And like here, this one is asymmetrical, but in the more options, we have a symmetrical one. This might actually be good to look at, to be honest. Fucking tiny images, though. I don't know if I want to do something like this. Like have these really long... This wouldn't be a wing, would it? Is this a wing? Would you consider this like the east and west wing or whatever? No. Would you? I don't even know. Something like this I could see. Just the issue here is that in my game, if you would go all the way up here, to get back into like the general area of the house, it would be like clicking the back arrow in the game like 6 times. And I feel like that's slightly awkward. Okay. What do we have here? First floor plan. Ground floor. Okay, so this is the US then. Ground floor, we have a big hall. Some staircase thing here. Schoolroom, clock room, library. Old kitchen. On the other one, you clicked it kind of were. Imagine having a clock room, yeah. Kind of mad, dude. What is that? Is that a room with a clock? Is that literally what it is? Is that what a clock room is? Oh, wait, what? Oh no, did it say cloakroom? Oh, I just misread it. Now I get it. I want to have a clock room. I think clock rooms... I'd rather have a clock room than a cloakroom. Come on. Who the fuck wants to have a cloak room if you can have a clock room? Oh. That's kind of funny though. But I would argue that a clock room is better. I would rather have a clock room. That is objectively cooler than having a cloak room. A cloak room is just a fucking... That's a slightly fancier wardrobe. But imagine having a clock room. And yeah, I thought the clock room was where you were supposed to punch people. How many clocks do you have? I have a full room, exactly. I don't know if I should say how many clocks I have. If we're counting watches as clocks. I might, you know, this is chirpy law, I might or might not be a little bit of a watch nerd as well. Fun fact of the day. I have my few little quirks. Fucking language nerd, obsessed about game development, and I might be a little bit of a watch nerd. I might have a slightly too big interest for Tom Waits music as well. It's probably another one. Yeah, we'll see. In that case, I think whether it is symmetrical or not, I think both are fine. So how would I make a system like this in a good way that minimizes the amount of work I have to do? That's really the question here. I make a separate door script on each door and have a reference to a random game object that it should activate when locked and deactivate when unlocked. Maybe. Regarding watches, have you seen the new Frederic Constant? I don't think I have. Fuck off. Screw you, man. Screw you. Get banned. Piece of shit. That's outrageous. That is outrageous. Fortunately, I didn't have autoplay on. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I tried to deserve it. I did try to do the same. I think doing layers here where we show the next map kinda slightly behind but above this one, and maybe doing it kinda diegetic, so clicking on that one would switch to the upper floor map. Could be a interesting idea, maybe. Maybe we do it diagonal, like this. Or should I have a UI element to switch it? You could also do it where, like, clicking on the map changes the map, clicking outside of the map closes it. That could be another way to do it. Also, this is not gonna be called Blight Castle. I feel like Code Red would actually sue me if I did that. You wouldn't? Road Blight Castle. That's pretty Giga Brain, not gonna lie. Immediate fix. Now we can't do it because I'm pretty sure his one is not called Road Blight Castle, so that should be fine. This is the type of thing I really shouldn't do now, in some regard, because if I ever decide to change the layout, I'm gonna have to reassign so many thingies. Unless I can make like a really good system to kind of optimize this, but I'm not sure if I can. Not skill issue. But yeah, I kinda think that showing locked doors could be good. As long as the player doesn't misunderstand this as the door being unlockable. Did you guys know that unlocked technically means... It's kind of ambiguous, right? It could mean that it cannot be locked. And it also means that it could be unlocked. But it could technically mean both. Is that not kind of mad to think about? Do you guys not think about this kind of stuff when you're trying to sleep? This is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. If you release your game now and call it Copyright Roguelite, you win. Shit, should I do it? Damn, that would be outrageous, man. I don't know if I should make the doors bigger though. Do enough work, so I'm out of here. You're kicking your ass on this game. Keep it up and have a great stream. Thank you so much, Fish, and thank you for hanging out, lurking while working. I appreciate ya. And yeah, have a great rest of your day, man. Cheers. Also, some ads coming up. Thank you for your patience, people. Appreciate ya. Yes, only stupid or nonsensical thoughts come to my head when I want to go to sleep. Exactly. Much love, man. I think we maybe should make the doors even bigger. They feel a little bit small. I mean, they are pretty small in game, but would it be mad to do this? They would be much more visible on the map. I feel like this might be better, to be honest. Especially if I stop fucking misclicking so much. So should I do this then, maybe? But then these should kind of also be like, and that becomes weird. Because I think we try, let me try saving this and see how it looks. Because that one becomes very dark now instead. I mean, with the flashlight on, I feel like it's fairly visible. But even with the light on in the room, it's a little bit hard to see, isn't it? I do think I like the bigger doors though. It's much easier to read the map or whatever. I feel like I need to be consistent here. Which I'm currently not being. Because if I do this, I find this slightly inconsistent. Because right now, this color means door. Another word for door in my game is exit. This is a exit where you can travel to another room. But then here we have stairs and a trapdoor with this color. Which, you know, stairs and a trapdoor is also a exit where you can travel to another door. This, ladies and gentlemen, feels a bit inconsistent. And you know what I think about inconsistency, right? We could maybe make the walls Now, I feel like if I make the walls white, are they not gonna be too bright instead? Which color is the map? In-game UI. Well, the map around the map is white. Oh yeah, but that is brighter. I mean, we could try to do this. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Well, my job here is done. Time to head to bed. Nighty. No worries, Moonis. Thank you for dropping by. Catch you next time. Have a good night, man. I feel like this is almost a bit too bright, isn't it? What do you guys think? Is this too bright or is it fine? So before it looked like this. I think it looks good. It looks good, honestly. Because if we do this, we could now change it so that both of the exits are this color instead. This one. Right? So now we should do this. And basically have every type of exit be the same color. Those are kind of hard to see now instead. Ah, scheisse. What's up, the other Zek? How you doing? Can you still see the room you are in behind the map? Yeah. You can. Sorry, it took me a second to just wait, like, wait, what are we meaning here? But yeah, you can. It does go darker though. You can tell that when I close the map, this actually... Like, I have a slight overlay. I think it's more noticeable in here. If I have the light on and I then open the map... Okay, it's not super noticeable. But the room does go slightly darker when you open it. So you can see if the monster is coming to touch you, yeah. Or can you? Maybe at some point you can't. You never know. I feel like these... The white and the light grey are not different enough. This is almost hard to see instead. Scheisse. I don't have enough colors. Just like, it would be nice if I could do something like... You know, have one color for... like unknown doors, whatever. Like we don't know, we know there's a door, but we don't know whether it's locked or unlocked, because you haven't like interacted with it yet. Maybe have one color for the locked doors. This is supposed to be a padlock, but it's not going my way. That's definitely a padlock, right? Have one color for these. And then that does not look like a padlock. Something is clearly wrong with me, right? And then have one symbol for unlocked doors. The unlocked one could be to just fucking remove it, or in other words have black as the color to show that this is opened. Which either that one or this one as uninteracted with, and then this one as locked. Just draw diagonal pixels for an open door. That could work as well. Because yeah, here, especially without the light on, you can't really tell the difference between no line and the darker grey one. Those are very similar. I think with the flashlight, it's easier to tell. Yeah, in that case, I think maybe the light grey would be better. So that means uninteracted with. This means locked. That means open. So it would be like this. If we did diagonal lines. I mean, that could kind of work, to be honest. However, we can't do that with something like the trapdoor. How do I show if the trapdoor is open? Can't really do that with diagonal lines. But at the same time, no, that's a different issue. If I remove this to show that it is open, I can't remove the trapdoor to show that it's open, because now you can't tell that it is a trapdoor. So that's a new issue. Scheisse. Solid square for shut, hollow square for open. Because then what you should do with locked and unlocked here is this and that, right? It wouldn't look as clean, but it would kind of get the job done, to be honest. Because then we have all of them quite easily. Like... Oh, but then... Wait, I can't use white. If this is unlocked, then I guess this would be unknown. But that might be hard to tell the difference between. Yeah, it's almost... I feel like it's almost too difficult to see the difference of those. The thing is, these two... I was gonna say they are very different, but to be fair, this color is... I mean, kind of right in between these. Don't know if that is how colors actually work on this scale though. Probably isn't, because all of this is way lighter. But the difference down here is massive compared to the difference here. I feel like maybe I should have needed a shade in between these two. I don't know if I want to add it though. Red line for unlocked, grey line for... Wait, red line for locked, grey line for unlocked, no line for no doors, should be fine now. Yeah, the only thing is that I'm thinking about whether you should somehow display uninteracted with doors. Because I don't think... when you first open the map, I don't think I want to tell the player all of the locked doors. I think the player should have to find which doors are locked. Do you know what I mean? So it wouldn't show up as red until they try to open it. Because now the player knows that it's locked, so now we're just giving them more information that they already know. So then the main issue here... Oh, the main issue here really is the fact that no door, meaning... or no line for no door. Okay, grey line for unlocked. So grey line for unlocked would work for the trapdoor too. Because I was thinking about having this as unlocked. But that doesn't work for this one. So this is fine if we give the player all of the information immediately. Otherwise it would be kind of nice to use this color as unknown. And then when you try to unlock it, if it's locked we do this. And if you do unlock it, we can't remove this one, so in that case we would have to do this to show that it's unlocked. But my main issue is that this grey is too close to black. Especially if you don't have light on, I cannot tell that there's a grey line here. With the light on, I can. Use a lighted grey? Yeah, but that's the issue. I only have one lighted grey, and that's this one, which means now I can't use this for unlocked. The issue here really is that I'm fighting with a very small color palette. Or break the color scheme and just go blue or something. I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I feel like we should try and stick to these limitations, you know. Black Mage UK with the raid, welcome in, man. How are you doing? I didn't know you streamed tonight. No, I'm not following you. Let me throw you a follow. How you doing, man? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game. We've been working on a new type of map system, so trying to figure out how to potentially display doors here. Which I'm kind of struggling with. Mainly because I have such a tiny fucking color palette. I legit have 7 colors in the game and that's all I can use. And to be fair, most of them are shades of the same color. So we are struggling a little bit. But yeah, this is a point-and-click horror game. Still relatively early in development, but we are getting there. We're getting there. Been doing a lot of art recently. We got a new fancy little main hall here. Kinda neat, kinda neat. If anyone is interested, the game is available on Steam for wishlists, if you want to help support the development. Also, let me give a shout out here to Black Mage UK. Do you have anything you want to share? Any links or anything? Feel free to do so. Oh, I love point-and-click games. Let's go, man. Hey, one man! Fucking hell, with the 13 gifted subs! Fucking legend! Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Damn, people be dropping a lot of gifted subs lately. Cheers, man. Thank you very, very much. I think we just unlocked even more emotes now. That means I have to get to work again. The goal had to be hit. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it, one man. It means a lot. Also with that #1 gifted badge. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think 165 was the new emote slot I could unlock, so we should just have hit that one, no? Yeah, we did indeed. Thank you so much, man. It really does mean a lot. Fucking mad. Gifted 20 subs just like a few days ago as well. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. Surely the player can identify the trapdoor by shape alone. It does not need its own gray. No, the trapdoor doesn't need its own gray. But how... I need to display whether... The issue is that I want to display 3 different things, right? Unknown doors, locked doors, and unlocked doors. But I feel like I don't have enough colors for it to make it in a good way. Mainly because locked is obviously going to be red, right? I can't use white, because the walls are white, so you won't be able to tell a difference. So then, unlocked could be this color. But then the only thing I have left to do is to have this be unlocked. But this one is too dark and you can barely tell the difference from the red. Just this is a color I mainly use for very vague details. And then for doors it would be easy, because I could just say that no color, like this, means it's unlocked. But that I cannot do for the trapdoor. Because if I remove the trapdoor, you can no longer see that it is a trapdoor. You can still understand that this is a door connection, but the trapdoor is just completely gone. That's kind of what I'm struggling with. I'm making a similar game, in fairness. Ooh, are you? Do you have a Steam page up or anything? Can it just be black if unlocked? Yeah. For doors it can, for the trapdoor we can't. Because now you don't know there's a trapdoor here no more. So yeah, this is basically just me fighting with my incredibly small color palette. But Black Mage Game, do you have anything you wanna share? Tell us about your game. I'm intrigued now. Are you making a point and click game as well? I don't currently have a Steam, however I do have screenshots on Discord, but I don't think that shares well. If you wanna share some screenshots, I'm up for it. I'd gladly have a look at it. Even if you just wanna link them, or if you wanna post them in the game dev channel or something. But otherwise, if that's not the case, what is your game? What are you working on? Is it point and click as well? You did say it was similar. 3D detective game which started out as a cyberpunk theme. Ooh. Interesting. But now has many themes. Are you also on the scope creep venture? Is that what you do too? That's what I tend to do. I'm still working on a RimWorld mod. Damn. I have never played RimWorld. I kinda wanna try it at some point though. Not gonna lie. "3D detective game. Interesting. It's kind of a hidden object game for me. What exactly is hidden object? I know that's like a tag on Steam. What exactly does hidden object entail? I think I could use that tag. Do I use that tag? I don't think I do. Do I have the hidden object tag? Oh wait, I do. Maybe not the best thing to have tags if I don't fully understand what the fuck they mean. Wait. What is the proper, like, definition? Hidden object game, also called hidden picture or hidden object puzzle adventure, is a subgenre of puzzle video games in which the player must find items from a list that are hidden within the scene. Oh wait, am I using this incorrectly? Oh shite, I might be. You need to find items from a list that are hidden within a scene. However, what about Samsara Room? Are you a... Because I played this recently. Do you have hidden objects? Oh fuck, it doesn't. Wait, am I using this tag incorrectly? Don't wait until you finish this game, or progress will hold for a few months. Oh, you mean RimWorld? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with a lot of games now. I'm just like scared to start playing any game because I'm gonna like lose too much time on it. Do you know what I mean? That's why I tend to play games that I can complete on stream in like 2 hours or something. And then it still takes me 4 hours, but at least I'm not like putting days into it. Where you find clues hidden on the map amongst lots of props. Well, that would make sense for my game too. I'm gonna... How does... I've never actually... It's ironic that I have this tag and I haven't really thought about it. Because all of this is fine. It's only this thing that makes me a little bit puzzled, no pun intended. In which the player must find items from a list. I don't have a list like find these items. Otherwise, everything fits my game. Categorized into subtypes. Classic formats where players find objects based on a word list. Adventure hidden object aim. Combines hidden object scenes with narrative-driven exploration and puzzles. That sounds fine. Doesn't mention the list. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Hidden Object Puzzle Adventure focuses heavily on puzzles and point-and-click adventure gameplay along with hidden object scenes. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It seems like it's the more classic one that specifically has a list. Well, you learn something new every day. I think I'm fine, right? If it's that far down on your tag list, I think it is appropriate. Yeah, that's probably a good point as well. RimWorld is a massive addictive time vacuum. It seems like it could be. Have you played the other game? What is it called? Dwarf Fortress? I've seen a bit about it. That seems like the amount of simulation seems fucking mad. And if I'm not mistaken, I think RimWorld is kind of inspired by that game, I think. RimWorld is I watched a lot of YouTube on it. Oh, on the Dwarf Fortress, yeah. It's very on the same vein, yeah. Is it fair to say that RimWorld might be like a slightly more simple version of it? Keep in mind, I'm not saying that RimWorld is simple, it seems incredibly deep. But like compared to something like... Because I think that game, Dwarf Fortress, seems mad in terms of like simulations and stuff. For Fortress, you take less direct control than RimWorld. Oh, interesting. For Fortress is more about guiding the dwarves and they do their own thing more. Okay, interesting. Yeah, just I think I've seen like maybe a minute of gameplay from each, but I do have like a, you know, a general gist of them. What if we have white doors? No, I don't think this is gonna look good. Just to test it out. And then we make this darker. I'm not sure about that. The white gets so much bloom. Especially imagine if I now fully charge the flashlight too. I don't know. I don't know. In that case, I actually think white outline, room outline was better. Maybe we have to be a little bit inconsistent here. Maybe we do this for the doors, so we have uninteracted with, interacted but locked, unlocked. And then for the trapdoor, we leave it like this. If you try to open it, we do this, but when you unlock it, maybe fuck it, we just go back to this again. The map being so close to your face means the torch should be having a much greater effect on it than it does the rest of the room. Yeah, it does. I actually almost doubled the intensity of the flashlight and the radius of the flashlight when you open the map. Which is fine, like when you use the flashlight, I think the dark gray is actually kind of fine. The only point where it looks a bit weird is like here. If I don't turn the flashlight on, it's very hard to see that there is actually a color here, right? That is a gray color. I feel like that one is hard to spot. With the map, I think it's fine. Oh, sorry, with the flashlight is what I meant to say. But yeah, I can show you here. If we go in here, you see now how small this light is? Like the radius of the light is bigger when I'm hovering the map. You can tell when I close it as well that the light is gonna get like slightly smaller. Boom. Right? It kinda gets a bit smaller. Technically that wouldn't be the case, right? Like technically the radius would be smaller here, but much more intense. And it would be a bigger radius here, but less intense. Because the light needs distance to spread, right? But I think it works fine. At the very least, it should always be more intense here. You could replace the map walls with grey, have red locked doors, and keep all open doors or open doorways just black. Yeah, it's only for the trapdoor that doesn't work, if I want to display the trapdoor in the same way as the walls, or the doors. I think we might have to be a bit inconsistent here, because I don't know how else to do it. Because obviously if I display the trapdoor as black, we don't have a trapdoor. How long have you been working on your game, Black Mage? Just out of curiosity. How about use the light ray as the floor? And then just use black for the trapdoor. It is a slight inconsistency as well, because I tend to never use grays as fill-in colors. It's really only outlines. I feel like it kind of breaks the style of the game a little bit, even doing the dark gray one. Because nowhere else do you see like a fill-in color, right? Like the grays are always just like outlines and certain details and so on. I do technically fill in the clouds in this painting. There might be one exception why I actually do it. I think I have too much pitch variation on the pickup sound. Sounds like a fucking piano sometimes. Should probably have a little bit, but maybe slightly less. Oh wait, is it called item pickup maybe? Yeah. Item pickup. I do 5%. Let's do like 2% pitch variation instead? Maybe 3. Maybe we halve it. 25. 0.025. Don't tell him Black Mage, he will commit corporate espionage on your game. No, don't let him know my plans here. The only other option is using a pattern for unlocked doors, like grey and red checker. Yeah, you could mix it, that is true. Maybe we could do something like that. You could do like this for unknown. And then if you try to open it and it doesn't open, then we go boom, now you know this is locked. And if you manage to open it, then we go fully grey. Or I use the dark grey. Because really, the dark grey is only an issue if you don't have the light on, I think. Oh fuck, I'm so indecisive, man. Just like here, when I have the light on, you can kind of tell that quite easily. If I turn off the flashlight, now it's almost invisible. Let's be honest, the player is most likely going to have the light on throughout most of the game, so maybe it's not that big of an issue. But now, does that mean I should turn my staircase like this as well? This is fucking difficult, man. Loving all the sound effects, you have a good eye and ear for detail. Well, I can't take all the credits for the sound effects. I do have a sound designer. But I suppose there's some collaboration, so maybe I can steal a little bit of it, of the credit. No, but he is doing a great job with the sound effects. But I do think I am pretty detail-oriented. And I feel like that is both an advantage and disadvantage when it comes to game dev. And certainly affects the speed in which you develop a game. I might spend a little bit too much time on unimportant details, like figuring out the perfect color scheme for my map, for example. But I also think sometimes it does add value to the game, right? Like, I like seeing neat little details in games. And I think that is one of the reasons why I try to add a lot of small little details like that in mine. Like, another example is when you like smash a window in my game. I recently made it so that there's like small little shards of glass on the floor afterwards. Like, it doesn't really affect the game, but I do like that little detail. Don't worry, mine is not point and click also, if that helps. Yeah, true. Yeah, and I mean, yours is 3D, right? I managed to pop a bundle of screenshots in your artwork channel. Please don't stop what you're doing on my account. No worries, man. But feel free to have a look when you're less busy. Nope. You can't tell me what to do. Fuck you. I'm gonna have a look at them. I'm joking. Sorry, man. I'm being silly. But also, you can't tell me what to do, so I am gonna look at them. Damn, that looks sick, man. Oh, shit, that looks well nice, dude. What game engine are you using? Unity? Nice. Dude, I like it. This looks fucking sick, dude. The lighting looks really good too. Definitely have like a vibe going as well. Looks sick, man. Get that Steam page up, fam. So you said it was more of like a, you know, it was like a detective game, right? So how is it? Is it... Is it a linear type of game, or is it gonna be a bit more open? What are your plans? Like, how does the... In terms of like the gameplay loop or whatever. This looks really good. Solid red for locked, just red on the outer pixels for unlocked. Yeah, I think that could work. I think it would rather be red on the corners for uninteracted with, and then maybe full grey. So we could do something like this, basically. It would be, this is unknown, this is locked, and then maybe like this is unlocked. Could be one way of doing it. Thanks so much. Hope to get it working on this soon, then I will hit it up on Steam. Dude, I feel like with the screenshots and stuff, I feel like you have enough of a art direction going that you could definitely at least get the Steam page up and start collecting wish lists. Because I feel like the main point where I would probably say that someone should maybe hold off on publishing the Steam page is if it still looks very like placeholdery and stuff. But I feel like you have enough screenshots here with enough like different scenes and stuff to... I would wishlist it. So I have a way of generating cases. Wait, like procedurally? Which can then be randomized and also created. Fucking hell, that's mad impressive, man. That's dope. Then prefabs are generated along with NPCs, and you would... And then you would, from the mission statement, look for various clues. I mean, that actually sounds sick. Not gonna lie. I heard of another game that were like, I think procedurally generated, like detective game. I think I added it on my wishlist. That seemed really cool as well. I know GMT talked about it in the video. I don't remember the name of it. Oh yeah, it's like Shadows of something or some shit. That seemed kinda cool too. That's voxel. Yeah, I think we're talking about the same one. One man. Yeah, Shadows of Doubt. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. That seems... I think the idea of being able to, like, generate those kind of cases and stuff is actually really sick. There is indeed. Was there any inspiration for you, out of curiosity? Can you imagine my shot of the years of planning and design, but mine is slightly different, so I'll keep going. Oh, so you didn't? That wasn't like an inspiration either? Damn. Yeah, I can imagine that being a bit of a shock at first. But yeah, I still like, even just looking at it, I feel like you will no doubt have enough of your own thing going. And also, this is something I know we talked about before, which I think is fair to remember, which is that, you know, not being 100% original doesn't mean it's bad, right? Like, my game is far from 100% original, right? Even though I've had very little, like, clear inspirations for my game, it's still, you know, obviously similar to other games, right? And I don't think that means the game is bad. And likewise, something that I think is important to note is that a completely original game does not necessarily mean it's a good game, right? Love procedural stuff, yeah, it's dope. Can we get a new Steam tag for Procedural Detective? Do you have a name for your game, Black Mage? Out of curiosity. Have you decided on the title? Well, I've been working for a while and I see 4 lines. What are those? This is what the game is all about. This is the story of my game. You have to decipher these 4 lines. It's a bit of a puzzle. There's some code going on here. See if you can figure it out. See if you can find the solution on this. I'm being silly. I'm just thinking about different ways to show doors on the map. I quote from my stream today: you don't have to reinvent the wheel, just gotta make fancy chat. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it. It's a bit like Vintage Story / 7 Ways to Die versus Minecraft. Yeah. All great games in their own right. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna... I doubt it's gonna hold you back. If anything, most people on... like most players enjoy playing games similar to games that they already play, right? Like, that's kind of the argument against having a completely unique game. Completely original, completely unique, never done before. Then, like, people don't know how to find your game, right? Like, because they don't know that if it's completely original, they wouldn't even know that it exists, right? Whereas for, like the thing is more getting something that's like similar to other games but has some uniqueness to it, right? Did you see my message about not drawing rooms until you have been to them? That is what I did before. That's how the old system works. Then I didn't place the rooms until you had visited them. But I'm kind of thinking of actually changing that to where we give the player the entire map, but instead we don't tell them where they are. So they actually have to use it as a real life map, if that makes sense. To be fair though, the locked door thing actually kind of helps them figure out where they are. I just realized I didn't think about that. But if I update this and show that this door is locked after the player interacts with it, at that point I might as well almost say that you are here. Because we are giving the player that information. I didn't consider that. It is basically like telling the player where they are, right? Understood nothing you just said, Chirpy, I'm lost. It's fine, AO. It's fine. There are 4 lines. True, true. I would have been scared if you said more lines. Conrad, are you saying 6 lines? Have you been drinking a little bit? I'm joking. I mostly stick to survivor games, RTS and colony managers. Interesting, very different. I have played quite a bit of survival games, but I would say I played very few RTS and colony managers. Like 4X games and stuff is not really something I played a ton of. Oh, is it a reference to Star Trek? Flew over my head. I was saying though, by not drawing the entire map, you free up the need for an uninteracted door marking. Kinda true. However, it will definitely be more work, because making my old system was way harder than doing this one. And I don't know, I kind of feel like I might like the player having to actually use it as a proper map, because it's also more realistic, right? I think that's the main thing I like about it. It feels more like a proper diegetic map, and it's more realistic. Because you still wouldn't find everything at once. We're not gonna give them like like you would have to find the map to like the second floor or whatever. And maybe if some floors, like maybe the basement, we don't even have a map. The best survival games are the PvE kind. I don't think games like Rust can be counted as survival. They're more like looter shooters. Yeah, that's probably fair to say, I imagine. You can just do the thing where mods lie to you and gaslight you that you entered somewhere when you're on the other side of the place. I feel like that's too much. I feel like that's the thing that could like take off a player the wrong way. Do you know what I mean? Because if I give the player indication like a symbol on a map, everyone would inherently trust that. To the point where I feel like breaking that trust is not really... I don't feel like that's doing like a unique psychological horror thing or whatever. I feel like that's just like being unintuitive to the point where it might just be infuriating. I think it's a risky thing to do. Says the man who spent the last few hours trying to choose a color scheme. Yeah, pretty much. True, true. I can show you the old map. The old map is basically just inspired by Binding of Isaac. Now, I think it's gonna break a little bit at first now. Because normally you wouldn't have the map this early. But to just give you a general gist. So this one shows you... The red room is the one I'm in. And then it only shows you connected rooms. So, don't care about this one, that room doesn't exist. But it only shows you this one. Why? Because there's a door here. So we know there must be a room there. When you walk in here, we now show the room that is connected to this one, right? There used to be a room here as well, but I changed the layout, so it kind of broke the system. And when I go in here, so we now updated these to visited, this is unvisited, this is the current room. So this is basically the Binding of Isaac map, right? But it's more gamified. I feel like it's kind of less immersive in some regard. Compared to having the player actually find like just find a realistic map of the place, but then have to use it as a actual map.
Our U14 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Yeah, but it keeps changing every time. Yeah, I like them. I like make them think to start to lose it. It would be pure psychological torture. I feel like it might end up being too much though, that's why I would be scared of. Like, rather than the player being like, oh, did I lose it? They're gonna be like, why is the map not working? Do you know what I mean? I think I like that system more, where the character is adding to his map as he explores it. Maybe play a little pencil sketching sound when you open a map in a new room. Yeah, I did think about that, having it seem like he's actually drawing the map as he goes. I don't know, I'm kind of starting to lean more towards this. Nothing says we can't show where the player is, as long as they're on this floor. Just to be clear again, like, you still wouldn't have access to everything, right? Like, for example now, even having this one. Oh. What happened here? Oh, do I have multiple rooms enabled? I think I have multiple rooms enabled. No, I don't. What? Now I'm well confused. Like, for example, if I go upstairs, boom. Scheiße. If I go upstairs, this doesn't tell me anything, because I haven't found the map for this floor, right? So we can still kinda incrementally show the player the map, the full layout, or not, as well. But of course it wouldn't be as dynamic as the old system. It's a bit like Outlaws, where you can read your character's thoughts in a journal. Oh, can you do that? Damn, I don't even remember. It's been a long time since I played that game. The only thing that's hard when it comes to those, like, I did try before to make it look more like the map is being drawn by doing these like uneven edges and stuff. It didn't turn out great, in my opinion. I don't know, I'm still not fully decided on how the map should work. So Silent Hill also does a diegetic map. They add symbols for like locked places or whatever. However, they do show where you are. But I also think it's slightly different here, because this game is... this is a much bigger place, right? It would be much more difficult to use this as a normal map. In my game, I think it would arguably be easier, because as soon as you've entered the main hall, you're gonna have this as a landmark. And you can basically figure out where you are. But what happens if the player stops playing, returns to the game 2 weeks later? Probably forgotten most of it. That's a fair point. Debating myself. Oh, is this how they show open doors? And then these are locked? Is that how that works? I think that might be how that works. Yeah. I think it is. I don't know if I could do that though. Nah. I don't have enough space to make like a proper arrow here. Just like a proper arrow would be like this. And this is fucking massive. Journal, that would be so cool. I don't know. I don't know what to really use the journal for. I mean, it would be for like objectives, nudging the player in the right direction and stuff, I suppose. But we also have to think about the UI. Like, I want this game to be fully playable, point and click only. I don't know how to... it's very... I'm starting to run out of space for UI elements. Unless the journal would be a item in your inventory, you click that one to open it, similar to this. Which doesn't work for some reason. Oh, I disabled the inspection thing, right? I think that's why. Yeah, I did. There's some ads starting in about half a minute. Thank you for your patience. So we should do a journal like this. We open it through the inventory. Could work to still save UI space. Journal should be a reminder of what to do, how to move forward. Yeah, but that's the thing. So now we're gonna do proper objectives in the game, right? That's gonna make the game a whole lot easier. Like, isn't half of a game like this to kind of figure out what to do in some regard? I don't know, like I'm open to discussion, of course. But I feel like, you know, if the player gets a key, I tell them where to go and unlock it, or like... Because I was thinking about doing it a little bit more through environmental storytelling. Like, what I imagine is that, for example, you need an objective to maybe go down in the basement. At that point, you might have something like... You find a note somewhere explaining that there is a thing you need in the basement. That note in your inventory is basically your objective, right? So if you need a reminder, if you boot up the game and you don't remember what to do, I feel like the first thing that someone would do is to check their inventory, like, what items did I have? Do I have any keys I can use? Blah blah blah. And then they'll find like, oh, the notes about how to turn the power on. You know, that would kind of be like a... basically like an environmental objective in some regard. And now I got a pot from under the flower pots. Okay. Yeah, you could do stuff like that. You mean more like explaining what has happened so far? But that is going to be... So what, how much is this gonna be? 150 lines in the full game? Maybe? There's 150 more lines to translate into like 10 different languages. It's gonna add quite a bit. Like, the work of these things often end up being quite exponential. All items are removed when they have been used, say the notes. When you have done that, it tips you about it. Is it then removed? It would be... What I'm thinking is that we would remove stuff when we know that the player doesn't need it. So, for example, right now what I do is that if I use the basic key on this door to unlock it, we no longer have the basic key. So I think with these like notes and stuff, we can do something similar. Where like, we have the wire diagram, but as soon as you solve that puzzle, we just throw that document away. Because we know that the player doesn't need it anymore. So if we have one of those like notes that like works kind of as an objective, as soon as the player would have completed that objective, we can feel pretty sure about like being able to discard that one. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because otherwise we're gonna clutter up the inventory, right? And like, if you solve this puzzle, we don't need that item anymore. Gonna be fun, you'll be fluent in so many languages. Yeah, and I'll also never release my game if you think I'm gonna have to learn fucking Chinese to the point where I could translate my entire game. This game is never coming out, man. if you have English, Russian and Chinese, you are basically set. It's very good, that's a large portion of it, but I also think that the more languages we can localize to, the better. Just like, it's certainly useful to localize for like Spanish and Portuguese as well. Like, that's still like hundreds of millions of people who speak those languages. I mean, even more, like, well, Portuguese, you have like almost like 250 million speakers, even more for Spanish. Ads should be over, welcome back people. You either want to use it for notes on where you find stuff or story exposition. But for example, the notes where you find stuff, like what's the purpose of that? Like, oh, I find the hammer in this area. Why does the player need to know where they found the hammer? For story stuff, I could see it. But I think I wanna be less direct about it. I think. Do more like the story with like more environmental storytelling and maybe a few notes here and that gives you like a little bit of insight. Thanks for the stream and all the love. I gotta sleep now, so take it easy everyone, and thanks again for having us. No worries, Black Mage. Thank you very much for the raid, and best of luck with your game, and look sick, man. And yeah, have a good night. I need to be off very soon as well. It's getting kinda late here. Time to make a game with no localization or text, and all information is communicated via sounds or gestures. No joke, actually a pretty good idea. If you can make a game that doesn't need localization, kind of a big brain move, not gonna lie. Exit button is just an angry grunt. No, it's just an X in the corner, right? That's all you need. That's intuitive. Play button, you just do the play symbol. Certainly could do it for some games. It's a very simple, like a Memento Mania, for example. To be fair, you could also argue with that game, it's so little text in the game that it wouldn't be neither expensive nor that difficult to translate most of it. This game is going to definitely have more text. Because we have like tutorial messages, we have items, we have documents, you know, all of the item descriptions need to be localized, all of the toasts need to be localized, the menu, there's certainly more stuff in this game. But I'm trying to keep it relatively small. Like, for example, I don't do interactions on every single or text on every single interaction, because that would add like 5,000 lines to this game. I need to know where I found the hammer, because standing where I found the hammer helps me remember why I was looking for the hammer. That could be a good point. Yeah, basically as a mnemonic. Gotta sleep as well, good luck, no worries such as that. Thank you for dropping by, as always. Appreciate ya. Have a good night. And thank you very much for them bits again. Fucking almost 5k bits or something. Thank you very much. Maybe a puzzle where you need to connect what you collected with where. But how would that work in practice? I don't know how that puzzle would actually work. But they show an item and I have to select which room I found it in. Game where you play as a deaf dyslexic man, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, design decisions is interesting, eh? You can definitely go deep on this shit. I mean, we've been talking about different design decisions for like the past 2 hours or something. Just shows, you know, how much can actually go into these decisions. I think it's valuable though. I think it's valuable to actually put in the time to consider why or why not to do something. Because the thing that's often very easy to miss when it comes to game development, right, is how much effect a small decision can have. Like, a lot of things sounds like this very easy feature or very simple feature, but it could potentially have ginormous effect on how the game is actually played, right? Oh shit, I still have a light switch behind the shelf. Whoops. I need to make light switches for the side walls. I think I want them at some point. Or I just move that one and put it over here. That could work as well, to be fair. Should just do this and call it a day. Or just give the light a pull cord. Ooh, true. Not something I had considered. Don't know if it works as well as for the loose light bulbs. But certainly for some of the lamps we could do something like that. Yeah, might be something to consider. How was the productivity? What's up, checks? How you doing? Welcome back. We've been quite productive. We got a bunch of new sounds in the game. We also got new randomized sounds, little spooky background noises. Turned out pretty neat. And we started thinking about a new map system, which we are still debating, like 4 hours later. I'm still not sure. Still not sure. But we no longer have a Binding of Isaac map. This is basically just a full-on realistic map. Right now, we don't even show you where you are. Still unsure. I'm thinking about whether you should show, like, if I try to open this one, should we maybe show that that door is locked? I know Silent Hill does something like that. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to sleep on this map stuff. There's a lot of good arguments for both types of maps. Whether option is less work for you and makes it more difficult for the player, well, that is certainly this one, I think.
Cheers.
Because the old system, the Binding of Isaac system, was way more work setting up and even changing the layout and stuff. Like, this is much easier because the map is quite literally just an image. Yeah, I have to hand draw it, but like, you know, if I want to change it, it still takes me like 50 seconds, like, oh, I want to add a new room over here. All I do is make sure I'm on the right layer. And then I do this, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. We now have a new room. It's basically that easy, right? Showing where the player is wouldn't be difficult either if we want to do it. Also, cheers AO. Make a game this brutal again? Yeah. I don't know, updating... I mean, no, even showing where the player is actually... It does add complexity. Because now we can't just have an image. Now, somehow, the room we're currently in, which, for anyone who doesn't know, is this room. This room needs to know its own coordinate on the map. It does add some complexity. And then if I change the layout and I move the map a little bit to the left, now I have to update that position for like each fucking room. It's 3 AM, I'm going to bed, Sharpie. That was a fun long stream, have a good rest of your night. You as well, AO, thank you very much for dropping by, always nice to have you. And have a great night. Have you ever played Inscription, the card game? I haven't. I've seen a little bit of it, but I've never played it. I saw that guy Glenn video where he talked about the development of it. I'm quite sure I finished that video, but I've never played it. Wouldn't be opposed to playing it at some point though. So yeah, I was thinking about doing this, where now after interacting with this door, we make it red here to show that this is a locked door. I did realize that this kind of goes against my plans a little bit, because at least if we're gonna show that this is the door you're interacted with, we are basically telling the player where they are. At that point we might as well put a little red circle here to show that this is the room you're in. Right? Because this is doing the same thing. Since I interacted with this door, and this now turned red, I know that this is the room I'm in. Not that like showing the player where they are is necessarily a bad idea. Dude, the reverb, man, I fucking like it. Oh shit. Saved with the background, didn't I? Or if you gave the player a way to click on the map and mark it themselves, I was thinking about that. That was kind of the plan, to be honest. I don't know, like I said, we've been basically debating how this map should work for like 3 hours or something. But that was my initial plan. My first scope creep plan was to remove the old system and add this, and then have the player be able to like select different markers and put them out here. So like a kind of simple one, but it would theoretically work. Because at that point it could be... You could use it to remember certain information, like, oh, that door is locked. Let me mark this as a question mark, like, how do I unlock this? Or, even if you find some puzzle, and you're like, I don't know how to do this, just mark it with a little question mark, or whatever. Just working on one of the levels in my game, so I thought I would post a little screenshot. What do you guys think? Ooh, looks nice. Yeah, I like it. The main thing I would say is that we seem to be missing some shadows. Shadows would probably make a big difference here. But it looks nice. Cool stuff, man. Is the map even necessary? It looks nice, don't get me wrong. I mean, it depends. It depends a little bit. Like, it also depends on exactly how we implement the map, right? Just working on lighting at the moment. Nice, man. Yeah, I like it. Keep us updated. It depends. If we only do this... I mean, you could argue that it's a way for the player to, you know, to kind of help them get used to the general layout and stuff. Because obviously here we still have landmarks like the main hall or whatever. It's like the main hall and the small hallway here is kind of going to be the landmarks you use to be like, oh yeah, I walked through these and went in here, that means blah blah blah. It shows you that, oh, there's some room here I haven't been to. But then if we do more with the map, like showing locked doors or something, that's obviously more information that we give the player. If we even do the full-on automatic system where we place markers ourselves for stuff, you know, it's kind of, it becomes the objective system of the game. If we let them mark it themselves, it's a way for them to more easily remember what they haven't done or what they have to do. But like, yeah, basically it's hard to say because the usefulness of the map also is determined by exactly how we implement the map. I do think if we end up making a big game, like say for example, say that we have 3 levels like this. It might be hard to memorize the exact layout of it. At that point I feel like a map could be nice to have for the player. I don't know, maybe if I'm going too far, not showing the player where they are though. Are there other games that do this? Games where the map doesn't show your location. Are there other games that have done it? Someone on Reddit is asking for a game because he wants to play a game with orientation in mind. That's kind of funny. Oh, Firewatch, apparently. If you turn off the map marker in the options. Okay, so they have an option for whether to show markers or not. Outward doesn't have a map marker. Oh, The Long Dark, I've heard about this game as well. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance on hardcore. So it seems like some games do it as a... like Firewatch and Kingdom Come seem to do it as a... like difficulty thing. Which we certainly could do. Like on normal mode, you get markers on the map, kind of to help you with the objectives. On, you know, on hardcore mode, there's no markers whatsoever. Yeah, so I think this is probably the player, if I'm not mistaken. But then I think if you would... then it seems like you can turn this off in the game, so you would actually have to try and navigate it yourself. Interesting. Do you have a Steam page, by the way, Soap? Or itch page or anything for your game? When I played Silent Hill 2 Remake, it had an auto-marking map. There was so many rooms in that game, it was necessary. Yeah. Yeah, just that's basically what happened. I was thinking about doing the self-marking map. But then it seemed like, at least at that point, most people in the chat would kind of have preferred a auto-marking one. Which, like, we could do, like, each game object in the game could have a update map component. And then we just pass in a game object from the map to activate or deactivate. And just enable and disable icons like that. It wouldn't be too hard to do it. So, like, if you open a puzzle but you don't solve it, we add a little question mark at that location. But like I was saying, I feel like if we're gonna start doing this stuff, at that point we might as well just show the player where they are, right? There's no real point in not showing the player where they are if we're gonna automatically update the map around them, because that is basically showing them where they are. Some games just have a physical map in one part of the map scrolled on a wall or something. Yeah, true. We could actually do stuff like that as well. Like, maybe you don't have a proper map on you, but maybe you can find a map on the wall and, like, inspect it. Basically similar to how you open the close-up puzzles. Just have an image of a map on the wall. When you click on it, you pop it up full screen. I mean, that is a way you could do it as well. Or maybe that's where you steal the map to carry it with you instead. Could be the way you find the map. Not just yet, working on it. Just want to have some polished screenshots and a little teaser trailer before I do it. Nice. Let me know whenever you get the Steam page up. Gladly have a look and wishlist it. I would like to make a game that teaches how to use maps and compasses and read radians, etc. Yeah, I think it could be cool. And I mean, apparently according to Reddit, some people are even looking for those type of games. I don't think people would find it very fun, but it could be good for teaching navigation.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. What's up, Rucker? Wait, Rucker, did you not have a stream today? 10 hours, did I get the blood flowing? True. I heard a little bit. Was this not? Is Monday today, isn't it? I mean, it's technically Tuesday now. Did you not have? Did you return to Twitch today? Did it finally happen? Sorry, I couldn't be there if that's the case. Stream indeed, nice. What were you up to? Anything special? Raka is yet another streamer on Twitch. Go and check him out. Show some love. I love to subject people to a game where your only map markers are the ones you draw yourself. No icons to place, just literal marker to draw on your map. Yeah, I think it would be cool. It's way too, that is too overstroked for my game, because I feel like I could spend the rest of the fucking month just working on that system. Because let's be honest here, icon placing system, way fucking easier than basically making my own version of Microsoft Paint. Because that basically is what you have to do, right? It would be like a, I mean, simplified version, but still. It was a warm-up stream, I'm very cold. Nice, nice, nice. Well, we are glad to have you back, man. How are we doing over here? So far so good. I feel like we've been making some progress. The last few hours have been like just debating how the fucking map should work, and I'm still not certain, but I think it's valuable things to discuss. But yeah, progress has certainly been made. I feel very good about where the game is going. If you must show play location on map, then make it as simple as possible. I would avoid real-time free roam location updating. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. It would be fixed per room, right? Just don't even know exactly how to do that part without doing something like the old map system. Because it's dangerous just having a marker that we move depending on the room. Because the way you would solve that is to have each room, right, have a reference to a position on the map. At least as of right now, that's kind of risky, because if I decide to switch around the layout a bit, I now need to update that position for every single room. Could also be one of those things where we just decide that this is gonna be the last thing we implement when we know the map is finished. Because then it's, you know, it's not the same kind of issue. I'm scared about doing that now because it's not very customizable. Or well, it's a lot of work to customize it. Planning still to get something out for the next fest? Yeah, the one in October. I was initially aiming for June, which I think it started like today. But no way I have them already in time. So I'm hoping for one for October. Or before, you know, I wouldn't mind releasing the demo before, but the plan is to have the demo ready for October at least. Whether I'm gonna make it or not, that's an entirely different question. Do you have a room component / object? I do indeed. This game, is there some sort of monster with random encounters, or is it all scripted? It is both. Current implementation is that we have both. We have, oh, well, at least we are going to have both scripted encounters, scripted spooks, as well as random. I think I want to make a mix of both. The Game Jam version was only random, basically no scripted, and I think that was bad. Especially since the random ones kind of got predictable, they were not like random enough. I think for the full version I want to do a mix. I already have some stuff in the game. Now I did implement the spoiler manager, which automatically hides that stuff on stream, so you guys can't see it. Fucking genius. I'm messing. But yeah, I think it's gonna be better. And I like the idea of both. I think having some scripted stuff is not... Sometimes scripted sound has like a bad connotation to it, which I don't think it is. Like, scripted stuff can be good, right? But I think having some randomness every now and then could be good too. Have you seen this? I know you decided on icons. Well, I'm not fucking decided yet, man. I can't say I am. Free draw, simple drawing on sprite / 2D textures for free? I mean, that is kinda cool, to be honest. Drawing settings. Canvas. I assume he's drawing this on the UI canvas, right? Because that would be the only way for me. Yeah, it must be, right? Very beautiful painting as well. Dude, it's not great when you're trying to show your thing and you get 22 errors. To be fair though, it was when he unplayed the game, which I think is, you know... I think that doesn't mean it doesn't have to be like a proper issue. Okay, it uses box colliders. It adds a drawable script. Drawing layers. Reset canvas on play. Reset color. The thing that would be very difficult for me here is that I'm a fucking pixel art perfectionist. Purist, whatever you wanna call me. I would like this to be pixelated. I guess I maybe could do that with some type of like pixel perfect camera thing, maybe. Because I think it would be weird if you were able to draw lines like this over a pixel art map. But this is cool. Might even save this actually. I mean, the fact it's free as well. Thanks for sharing, Tatubag. Should have some sounds coming from doors. If a threat is in the next room, like scratching or something. Most horror games have a mixture of free roam enemies as an obstacle in areas and then scripted sets for story progression. Yeah, exactly. I think I want to do something kind of like that. And yeah, we do have some random noises going and stuff, and I think we will rely a bit on sound cues for especially like random encounters, which I did in the game jam version too. Like you could hear where the monster was. Just in the game jam version, it would just like constantly walk back and forth, so it became a bit much and predictable after a while. Which I want to avoid here, but yeah. If you're not changing map layout of the game, then just put landmark icons on the map, make the player keep track of where they are. I would stop catering to the player so much, to be honest. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, and I do think you have a point. I also think it's a fine line to walk. Like, sometimes it's good to not fully cater to players. Like, sometimes you just have to stand by your design decisions. But let's be honest, the players are also the ones to buy the game. You know, if I stop catering to them to the point where they don't enjoy the game, they're not gonna play my game. Like, there is a line there, right? Turn draw on the map into a sub-goal, let the wallets vote. Sorry I had that in pace, but no worries, man. It happens. You can use your own pixel brush, which would likely work for this, though I haven't tried. Yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, I also feel like this is something I could end up spending a whole lot of time trying to perfect. We'll see. As I said, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make a decision today exactly on how this map is gonna work. Because I feel like in some regard landmarks can work. Which we do have here. Not on this floor, because the map doesn't have this floor. But like here, you have the big room with stairs on both sides. Like, this room kind of becomes a landmark, right? Go in here, is there only short little hallway, you must be here. So you would kind of end up, if we don't show the player where they are, we would kind of use these rooms as the landmarks. Even this one, trapdoor here, trapdoor here. We'll see, I'm gonna have to think about it. However, ladies and gentlemen, we have been going on for fucking hours. I think it's time for me to go and get a bit of rest. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Who should we go to today? Have anyone doing game dev? We do. We can also check if we have... We potentially have someone new to raid, maybe? Maybe. Check a little bit in the category. Damn, we're almost on the fucking top row of the category, holy shit. That's mad. I mean, it ain't the biggest category, but still. Gotta flex a little bit, right? Okay, we do have Hypnotic Games and Finn is Fine. Don't remember who I read it last time. I read it both relatively recently. Landmarks, do you like landmarks checks? Yeah. We'll see, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ponder a little bit on how this map is supposed to work. I feel like having a map could be good though. Let's... Oh, you know what? Finish Fine basically just started. Let's go to Finish Fine. As always, thank you all so much for watching. I really do appreciate having you guys here. Shout out to one man with the 13 gifted subs, absolute madman. We also had a bunch of raids today. We had Black Mage UK, Code Red Games, Layla Codesit, as well as Emisis. Thank you guys very much, appreciate ya. We also had Strong with a Prime resub and Saxidat with 4,700 bits. Absolutely mad. Spectacular with the 5 gifted subs as well. Absolute legend. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate your support. Also unlocked some new emotes, so if you have any good ideas for more emotes, then feel free to let me know in the Discord, which you can join right here. Of course, if you haven't, make sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom, would very much appreciate it. Other than that, I think that's it for me today, so I shall be back on Wednesday. Have a good night, you as well, chats. Thank you all very much for being here, and I shall catch you on Wednesday. See you at Saturday. Cheers, guys. Bye.